oftentimes an extreme minority, as is sometimes the case in huge metro centers such as Los Angeles. And so that work from the Department of Education standpoint and numerous federal agencies is broad-reaching, but one component that we share in common is certainly educational services and the commitment to those very populations that we work on behalf of. And so it's with that, that we offer ourselves as both resource and a point of accountability from the administration's voice, and we, each of us, extend that to you, and to look for more information on us. We'll make sure that that gets out to you all in contact form. And I know that today's conversation, talking about boys and young men, could not be more relevant to this area. A couple of our Native youth are going to be joining us here today. I was able to have coffee with them and talk about getting to meet them for the first time and hear about some of their things. So I'm really excited about them coming up and sharing with you all. Got to let them know how Los Angeles Police Department welcomed me this morning and made sure I was not texting while driving. And got to share that story with them, and they told me, I'm in good hands. We parked out here. Hopefully we don't get towed or anything, but they told me they could help me out with that too. They have some friends that might be able to help me out. And so just really happy to be here to express the commitment around the President's initiative for My Brother's Keeper, looking at the inclusive nature of it. Whether you're a Native boy or a young man or a Pacific Islander, when we look at these disaggregated and delineated information, and especially how our programs are reaching these students, it gets tremendously complex and tremendously challenging. You all know this. This is your work day in, day out. And I think looking at our shared responsibility in this area, looking at what is working, part of this 90-day process, as you've all, I'm sure, delved into the progress report that accounts for where we're at now and takes stock of what we're doing so far. There's more news to come in the next couple of weeks. The public and private aspect to this and the philanthropic component to this through the Executive Alliance is a key piece. And so looking at those focus areas, looking at those key life outcome measures that we're needing to address, those critical points of transition, is what today's conversation is about. So with that, thank you so much for welcoming me into your community, and I look forward to visiting with you all throughout the day. I want to especially make sure that I touch upon our partnership here with Challengers Boys and Girls Club. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you to AFT and Randy and everybody for all of the work to help bring this conversation together. It's this kind of collaboration that are going to get us to the real kind of impact that we're all striving for. So thank you to everybody.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leanne Chen, and thank you to all the organizers of this event and putting this together. It is my pleasure to be here as part of the White House Initiative on Asian American and Pacific Islander, and to be here to share and to highlight some key issues that impact community. So I'm really appreciative that folks would allow me to come up here to share a little bit about that. The Asian American Pacific Islander community is unique in its incredible diversity, with Asian American Pacific Islander tracing our heritage to over 30 different countries and ethnic groups, and well over 100 different languages. So we are also in the latest census from the 2000 to 2010 track of the census, we are also the fastest growing racial group in the US. And so it's incredibly important that within that context that we encourage federal government agency, philanthropy to collect disaggregated data and to report out on AAPI subgroups. which will help inform policy as well as investment in underserved communities. So I work in Long Beach, California, and I don't know how many folks here know that Long Beach have the largest Cambodian refugee population. And in that community where refugees are coming from a history of trauma, there's a lot of challenges that our young people face. And so oftentimes without the disaggregation of the data, it masks the disparities that some of our, particularly some of our young men are going through. And so the other thing too is 14.4% of Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders have college degree, and in the per capita income, Hmong American has lower than any other per capita income. Hmong American is lower than any other racial group nationwide. And the other thing that we've heard from many groups on the ground, as part of the commissions, we've been listening to a lot of folks. The increased support for minority-serving institutions to include the Asian American and Pacific Islanders institutions have came up as a very important topic because they provide a gateway to underserved communities. The AANA, they call it ANAPISI. There's a lot of acronym in government, what I'm learning. They reach a lot of low-income AAPI students, and that includes AAPI males in ways that matter a lot around issue of retention, graduation, language access, as well as mentoring. So the enrollment pattern for minority communities in MSIs reflect the importance of these institutions. For the academic year of 2010 to 2011, eligible ANAPISIs made up only 4% of colleges, but they enrolled 36% of AAPI students. So it's a very great investment if we're thinking about targeted needs, that the ANAPISIs are a great investment to reach those underserved AAPI youth. The other piece is around the incorporation of language access to MBK formats. So 1 in 3 AAPIs are limited English proficient, and approximately 21% of AAPI households are linguistically isolated. And the MBK Federal and Foundation platform should ensure that linguistically and culturally competent access to programs and services for limited English proficient population are available whenever possible. Because oftentimes with some of the newer migration and the newer immigrants, those are the barriers that a lot of folks face. The final thing is around the continued support for evidence-based practices, but also promising practices. Many community-based organizations have expressed interest in MBK, but were not positioned to provide practices grounded in evidence. Recognizing that many of these organizations do not have the institutional history nor the funding of more established entity, but are nonetheless making very important change in the AAPI community. And so for some of these smaller groups, there are also newer immigrants community as well. So we're suggesting that it would be great to examine or incubate some of these entities and some of these new ideas that provide support for a lot of the young men in the AAPI community. So I offer myself as a resource from the administration, and I really look forward to continue to support and learn from each other. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Dr. Bob Ross, President and CEO of the California Endowment, and also a member of the President's Excellence in Education for African Americans, and a new member of that commission. And also, our foundation at the Endowment is a philanthropic supporter of the President's National My Brother's Keeper initiative. So I come to you wearing a bunch of hats, all relevant to the topic today. I want to thank the White House and President Obama, in particular for leadership around the challenges faced by, in particular, our young men of color across the country. I do want to acknowledge the work and the efforts of the administration to make certain that this conversation is an inclusive one. And I hope we keep in mind there's a researcher in racial equity named John Powell, and he talks about the importance of targeted universalism, which means that each one of our communities has its own specific and contextual set of challenges. And so they're not identical, but there are a lot of similarities, particularly in the root causes. And so while we focus on these particular populations, be they Latino boys, African American boys and young men, or Asian Pacific Islander or Native American, what we should do is focus on those targeted strategies and make sure we do it in a context of a shared broad vision and a shared set of goals. That if we can fix juvenile justice systems and public education systems and foster care systems and early childhood and Head Start and make sure that they're responsive, all communities of color and underserved and oppressed communities get better and do better. And so that's what targeted universalism is about, and I think you'll hear during the course of the day specific strategies to specific populations, but at the same time in the context of a broader shared vision. And the shared vision is on that, is on your programs and up on that stage, called Reclaiming the Promise. That at least in particular for African American boys and young men, we know that 75 to 80% of African American boys in this country in the third grade are reading at less than grade level proficiency. We know that homicide rates and incarceration rates and unemployment rates for African American males are substantially higher than potentially any demographic in the country. And so we need to work together to make sure that we disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline that exists in too many neighborhoods and communities in this country and replace it with an opportunity pathway of some promise and some optimism and some hope. And so that's what I wanted to thank all of you. Each of you is here because you have a piece of that dream, a piece of that reclaiming the promise. I want to thank you for what you do and who you are. And lastly, I also want to thank the Challengers Boys and Girls Club. It's great that we had this conversation in the community right here, and thank you to the Challengers Boys and Girls Club. And I really do get, I get a kick out of being greeted by the faces of optimism and hope of the young people who greeted us in the blue t-shirts as we walked in today. Smiles on their face, helpful, inspiring. And so to those young people, let us pledge to them that this is not about us, this is about them, this is about their future. And everything we do needs to be with them at the forefront of our thinking, and make sure that we do indeed reclaim the promise of future and opportunity and hope for our young people. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Gray, and I'm a National Vice President for the American Federation of Teachers from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I'm so grateful to be standing here with you all this morning. I bring you greetings from the 1.5 million teachers, paraprofessionals, school support staff, and healthcare workers of the American Federation of Teachers. We are so happy not only to host this roundtable, but this morning we are happy to join with the White House, the Boys and Girls Clubs, and all of you to reaffirm our commitment to improving education outcomes for the men and boys of our communities. Please allow me to thank our wonderful host, Corey Dantzler, and all the boys and girls of the Challengers Boys and Girls Club. and to say thank you to them from the AFT. And thank our friends at First Book who have sent over a supply of new books. We at the American Federation of Teachers have an unshakable belief that every child deserves access to a public education and a public school that is safe and is staffed by highly qualified teachers, paraprofessionals, and school-related personnel. We know that small class size, parental involvement, and early childhood education are critical components of a successful school system. We know that everyone in this room plays an important role in a child's education, and by encouraging parent involvement, standing with teachers, paraprofessionals, and school-related staff, being a mentor to our boys and girls, and fighting for sensible policies, practices, and programs to promote the learning and development of students of color. We know that all of you are a critical voice in ensuring a rich and rigorous education for our children in safe and healthy school buildings in our neighborhoods. And that is why we must stand together, work together, fight together, because we are together. When we are together, we are unbreakable. And our children are dependent on us to fight forward for their chance at the American dream. We must be unbreakable in our fight forward to reclaim the promise for all public school children, including all the boys and girls right here at Challengers Boys and Girls Club. And we see what's happening in Detroit, Flint, Dallas, Indianapolis, Washington, D.C., and Pittsburgh. It should spur us all to the battlefield for our community to reclaim the promise for our boys and girls of color. Take some time out today to look at the pledge card and make the pledge to reclaim the promise. Reclaiming the promise is more than just a slogan or loaded jargon. Reclaiming the promise is a movement of teachers, paraprofessionals, school staff, healthcare workers, and parents, community members, and you. Reclaiming the promise is about fighting for first-rate public schools with first-rate teachers for our children. Reclaiming the promise is about fighting for access to high-quality early care and education so our children get the jump start they need to succeed in school, and so working families know their kids are safe and cared for. The fight forward is not going to be an easy one. The promise is under attack on a daily basis by those who demonize teachers, cut public education funding, subject our children to zero-tolerance discipline policies, and crush higher education opportunity to folks in our community who want to be educators. Today, you will not only hear from Randy Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers, and from students and experts, but you will also hear from an everyday hero, one of our members, Travis Parker, who is known in the community as Coach Parker. Coach Parker will let you know that one-on-one mentoring and working with our men and boys of color can transform our nation, block by block, city by city, and state by state. Coach Parker will tell you that zero-tolerance discipline policies don't make educational outcomes better, they actually make them worse. And every day, I get the privilege to meet with members like Coach Parker. They are teachers, social workers, paraprofessionals, and school staff. They are hardworking and dedicated and care deeply about our students, and they want all the same thing. Student codes of conduct are important and necessary, but suspensions, greater use of law enforcement, and more expulsions aren't the answer. They know the solutions can only come from when we work together, and that means we need to work on greater community and parent involvement in the learning process. We need to provide ongoing professional development for all school staff that focuses on positive school discipline, conflict resolution, and cultural relevancy. We must demand that our elected officials commit to bold solutions that include investing in mental health and early intervention services to assist those students on the brink. And we must work together to restore critical school services and personnel like counselors, psychologists, and nurses. These are the professionals who have the knowledge to appropriately address student behavior. Like all teachers, social workers, and counselors, I believe that these positive changes will be a marked difference in our forward march to reclaim the promise of public education. You know, the fight to reclaim the promise has been 60 years in the making. As we spend this year reaffirming our strong support for Brown versus the board decision, let's ask ourselves these questions. Does every child have equal access to education? Are we truly living up to the promise of Brown versus the board? We at the AFT believe that no matter the zip code, city, or income level, families and communities deserve public schools that are positive and promote the social and emotional development of students. And that is what today's roundtable is all about. Los Angeles, now is the time for us to labor for our communities. Now is the time to burn the midnight oil to save public education. Now is the time to reclaim the promise. Reclaim the promise is about fighting for neighborhood public schools that are safe, welcoming places for teaching and learning. Reclaiming the promise is about making sure our children have an engaging curriculum that focuses on teaching and learning and not testing. We can create a strong economy, a stronger middle class, and a much stronger America. They cannot roll over our voices and our rights unless we let them. So let's work together to reclaim the promise of the American dream for every child, every parent, every worker, and every community. Join us in this effort. Let us work together to reclaim the promise, the real promise of America. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was great. Hi, my name's Kevin McCartney. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government Relations for Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Corey, the last time we were here, we had Attorney General Eric Holder, and if I'm not mistaken, he drained a 15-footer from right there, right? 10? I'm sticking with 15. Listen, today is a great day, and it's an important day. I'm joined by several of my friends and colleagues from Boys and Girls Clubs here in the LA area. Thanks for being here, you guys. You're going to hear on the first panel from Dr. Damon Williams, who heads up our program department in Atlanta. Look, Boys and Girls Clubs are in communities like this. When Corey's dad, Lou Dantzler, built this facility, we miss Lou dearly. He built it here in this area because this typifies what this country needs. We are in the areas that need us the most. We're in the zip codes that Bob talked about. We are in areas in inner city, tribal land, in rural America, and in urban America. And we're here today to bring us all together because Boys and Girls Clubs and programs like ours can't do it alone. We have to reach out to the public sector and the private sector. Listen, there is enough money to get this done. There really is. If you look at the federal government and the choices that are being made, budgeting is nothing more than priorities. It's a priority that we're here today. The federal government, the state government, county government, private sector, they need to prioritize this program. They need to understand that kids are being left behind. We know the statistics. We know them, and what are we doing about it? We got to do it. We got to get it done. Today is the start. We cannot just walk away today and say, okay, we gathered, we met, we have a problem. We gather today, we meet today, we solve the problem. Why is it that schools in Los Angeles and throughout the country close during the summertime? I was talking to Kim from Carson. We're working on a program where we're talking with Senator Pryor, who chairs the Agriculture Subcommittee for the Appropriations. The USDA has a goal to serve an additional 10 million meals to summer food program, 10 million meals. We've told Senator Pryor we can do that in California alone. Let's open up the clubs. Let's open up the schools. Open these up, feed the kids, do a summer learning loss prevention program, and guess what happens? The kids excel, they're fed, and when they come back to school in September, guess what? They're ready to learn. So we gotta think outside the box. It ain't working. What we're doing is not working. The statistics, and we all shake our head. We all shake our head, that's bad. And then you go back to work, and it's still bad. Today is about fixing it. Today is about fixing it. So I challenge you. I challenge all of my colleagues at Boys and Girls Clubs. I challenge our national office, and you're gonna hear from Dr. Williams. I challenge our private sector. Our good friends at the California Endowment, they step up to the plate. They helped us build the first Boys and Girls Club in Sacramento years ago. The state capital, the largest state in California, did not have a Boys and Girls Club. Thanks to the California Endowment, there's one there now, there's two there. These are the types of things that we have to do. So, with that, you know the challenge, you know the work you got to do, you know the partners that you have, you know who to reach out to. That's what these roundtables are about. Let's walk away with a plan. Let's walk away with a plan to fix the program, whether you're in LA, whether you're in Detroit, Michigan, or wherever you are. We got to fix the program. We got to fix it. We got to help these kids, because if we don't do it, nobody's going to get it done. President Obama has put it on the table. It is a priority. So let's answer the call. And now, it is my distinct honor to introduce our host, a good friend of mine who I've known for a number of years, who's doing an outstanding job in South Central LA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Corey Dantzler.
Well, good morning. I'm sure some of you look at me like, wasn't that the guy that was outside helping us park? Yes, that was me. I have a motto here. I make sure that I try to do every job in this entire club, because I always want to make sure that if I ask my folks to do something, I'm willing to do it first. So that's why I was outside and making sure everybody was here today. As Kevin said, I am Corey Dantzler, the president and CEO here at Challengers Boys and Girls Club. Thank you so much for being here today. Before I do anything, I want to recognize our kids who greeted you this morning. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm sure a lot of what we do here at Challengers, the reason why you're here as well, is because of kids like that who we serve every day. I also like to recognize one of our special youth, Mr. Swade Williams, who's right here in front of you taking pictures, our Youth of the Year, and is inspiring to be a photographer. So make sure when you see him, you smile and smile to the camera. So. We're really happy that you are definitely here today, and welcome. When you come here to Challengers, it really makes me feel like this is my home, and I'm inviting you to our home. So there'll be an opportunity hopefully later if you stick around. We'd love to show you our facility. This club, as Kevin mentioned, was started by my dad, Lou Dantzler, back in 1968 with 12 kids in the back of a truck. He took those kids to a local park because they had nothing to do. And the next week he had 24 kids. And the week after that, they went back and told their friends, and there were more kids. He was making 2 and 3 different trips back and forth to the park. I wasn't one of them, but I always jokingly say I was born with the Boys and Girls Club membership card in my hand. But he did that. And this building that we're in, after the Watts riots, was a abandoned Vons supermarket. And they deeded this building over to my dad for $1, and he turned it into Challengers Boys and Girls Club. And now 45 years, we serve over 2,200 boys and girls throughout the year, and we take up an entire city block, and I'm sure most of you probably saw it driving around. And we just really want to make sure that our kids are safe in a positive environment and that we're providing them with positive activities, like many of my other colleagues here in Los Angeles do the same type of work in their communities. We're very proud of our organization. We're very proud of what we've been able to do here. I'm honored to carry on my dad's legacy, who unfortunately passed away in 2006, and I'll still be here making sure that that legacy continues. So again, thank you for being here today. We welcome you and look forward to having a great day. And you're going to have a great lunch. I can almost promise you that from Doolin. So make sure if you stick around for anything, make sure you stick around for lunch. Okay, so thank you again for being here and welcome.
So let's give one more round of applause for everyone who spoke earlier. A few more housekeeping notes. I know I asked you all to tweet, but in doing that, please put your phone on silent and vibrate. We don't want to hear single ladies, and I get happy when your phone goes off. Okay, guys? Yeah, I got jokes. So the next panel is college access, completion, and retention. Proven practices to ensure students of color are prepared for post-secondary success. I would like to bring to the stage Alberto Retainer, Executive Vice President of the Community Coalition, Damon Williams, Vice President of Programs and Training and Youth Development for the Boys and Girls Club of America, Sequoia Salazar, student at Glendale Community College. I don't think Mayor Brown is here, so when she comes, we'll bring her to the stage. Anna Beltrain, Vice President of California Student Aid Commission, and Travis Parker, Professor of Physical Education and Athletics at Cosumnes River College. Thank you.
Go ahead and sit here. Yes. Oh. She told me to sit right. Good. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to South Los Angeles. This is a community we're very proud of and which has a rich history. We are always happy to host our community to visitors from both inside Los Angeles and out, and especially to have our folks from South LA be representative of our community. So let's give first a big round of applause for South Los Angeles. The reason I wanted to do that is because, South LA has such an interesting rap, not a good one, but there's so much positive change happening in our community, so many leaders, and we have a rich and diverse community that oftentimes gets portrayed in the media of African Americans and Latinos against each other. But here today, we're here to say that African Americans and Latinos are actually working side by side to make change. And it's absolutely important to constantly remind ourselves of that. And when it comes to education, educational outcomes, educational justice, educational equity, the time is never too late to address these issues, particularly impacting our communities. I am Executive Vice President at Community Coalition, which is just down the street on 81st in Vermont, and it really is an honor to have you all here, an honor to be sitting on this panel with such a distinguished group of folks who I will let introduce themselves, but we have professors at the table, we have students at the table, and we have practitioners that are really moving the work around college completion. So before I let them introduce themselves and ask them a few questions, I did just want to make a small remark about this topic. About 9 years ago, to this very week, on June 14th, 2005, About 1,000 students got together, African American and Latino, from South Los Angeles and East LA, and they marched onto the School Board of Education, and that they demanded an important question on the table. They said, we believe that college access is a civil and human right, and that far too many of our people aren't being prepared. Only 2 out of 10 at that time, and the numbers are not very different today, from South Los Angeles were attending four-year public colleges like the Cal States and the UCs, and that's just of those that made it to graduation day. Now, I remember 9 years ago when people talked about graduation rates, we weren't looking at the same numbers we were today. Schools were reporting 90%, or to be more clear, schools were reporting only 4% of their students were dropping out. And we felt that that was a lie, because we knew that, for instance, at Fremont High School, there was close to 1,500 students coming into the 9th grade and only 400 students making it to graduation day. So what was happening with the thousands of students that were disappearing? And those 400 that would make it, only 2 out of 10, if they were lucky, went on to a four-year public university. So our students marched to the school board, and they demanded justice. And they said, you know what? We know that post-secondary education is important, and we know that community college is important, and we know that the trade schools are important, but we also know that college is equally important, and that every single one of our parents want us to go to college. And whenever we ask students in a classroom, how many of you want to go to college? 9 times out of 10, all their hands went up. When we asked, do you know how to get there? Do you know what the classes are to get in? Most students did not raise their hand. And 9 years ago to this week, the school board passed a historic motion to make A to G classes, which are the classes you need to get into a four-year college in California, mandatory for all students. And it also mandated that the district do what it needed to do so that the 9th grade class of 2012 get what they need and be prepared for college. So it's 9 years later, and where are we today? We still have a lot of challenges. Our schools have not done what they've needed to prepare every single student for four-year colleges. We do not have the kind of vocational programming that we anticipated the A to G movement would create, which would be create rigor, amp up the vocational programming. I'll give you an example since we're talking about Fremont. Fremont High School in 2004 had 9 cosmetology classes and yet only 4 chemistry classes. What does that say about who we're preparing for what, when just on the other side of the city there were 9 chemistry classes and not 1 cosmetology class? And let me be very clear, there's nothing wrong with cosmetology, and I want my son to learn it so he can pay his way through college. But he's going to learn it to pay his way through college. Thank you, Larry. And so the question is still in front of us. How are we implementing this program in LAUSD? As we move towards higher standards and Common Core and college readiness, as we talk about the President's 2020 vision for college completion, as the First Lady goes around the country and talks about what are we doing to ensure our kids have access to post-secondary education, what are we doing as a community to make it better? And I feel confident that LA is in a better place today than it was 9 years ago because of A to G. But the journey is still further ahead. The destination is we have not arrived at yet. And today we have a panel of very important folks who are going to talk about their perspective on post-secondary access, but also the work that they've done to ensure that those numbers are met. Because even though I painted a bleak picture in terms of the challenges in front of us, there are a lot of best practices that are working today. And that's what we're here to talk about. What's working and what can we do together? And how can we break down this false dichotomy, this false fight between teachers and community and administrators and lawyers and civil rights folks, and actually come together on what we know what's best for our kids, on the dreams that we all share for our children. And we hope that this conversation today will help project that conversation and move us in the right direction. So with that, let me start by just turning it over to each and every single one of you to just say a few words about who you are and where you're from. So we'll start with Dr. Damon Williams.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're well. I'm incredibly pleased to be here, and it's a new space for me in some ways. This conversation of college access is one that's absolutely fundamental to my heart and my background and my experience. But I recently was actually on the other side of the conversation. For the last 15 years, I've been an administrator in higher education. I was a vice provost and associate chancellor and a member of the faculty at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I had lectured and visited over 500 institutions around the nation, focused on these issues. And in my most recent book, that book actually began with the now very well-known President Obama quote about the countries that out-educate us today will out-compete us tomorrow. And candidly, in sitting where I was in higher education, I felt like I was too late. I felt like I was too late. I was too late to interrupt what we were seeing in our communities. I was too late to prepare the next generation of leaders for this nation. I was too late to prepare the next generation of STEM professionals that we need in science, technology, engineering, and math. I was too late to interrupt what I was seeing on campus, which was a tangle of pathology in many ways when you look at the gender distribution of females of color versus males of color. I was too late to do anything against those issues in a substantive way, and so I decided to make a change in my life and my career, and I was fortunate enough to join Boys and Girls Clubs of America and have the opportunity in my role to help shape the educational and youth development agenda of more than 4 million young people across the nation, indeed across the world. And to work with leaders like those who are in Challenger and our clubs in East LA and in other parts of the nation to help change the trajectory that we see in our communities each and every day. We're sitting in a wonderful gymnasium, but the work that we do in clubs is much more than swim and gym. The work that we do in clubs is much more than entertainment and social. The work that we do in clubs is about building foundations. We have a range of different programs that we work on, from our new initiative, which is supported in part by Taco Bell, which is to raise $83 million in new scholarship funds for Boys and Girls Clubs of America youth, all the way to the work that we're doing trying to develop new teen strategies in each and every one of our clubs to help shape the trajectory of young people to more powerfully go on to access post-secondary education, to the work that we're doing during the summers. And we're in the summer now. And the summer is more often than not where the battle is lost for college access. And I'm not talking about what happens at the teen years. I'm talking about what happens at the foundational years. I'm talking about K through 6 in middle school into high school. I'm talking about a challenge that is epic in proportion, and that's summer learning loss. What we know is that kids who are in economically vulnerable backgrounds, which I'll define very generally as young people who are on free or reduced lunch, that they lose upon average 1 month per month of the summer in learning capacity in literacy and math every single summer, which means that over the course of multiple years, if we don't stem the tide of summer learning loss, then we can't stem the tide of getting more young people into post-secondary education. We work on these issues each and every day, not only in Atlanta, but more importantly in the 4,000 clubs, which represents the Boys and Girls Clubs of America network of organizations.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And now we'll hear from Ana Beltran, the Vice Chair of the California Student Aid Commission.
Good morning. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. I am representing the California Student Aid Commission today, but most importantly, I'm also representing my colleagues in LAUSD. I'm a practitioner, the way that they call it. I'm a counselor at a pilot school in East LA, a brand new school at the Esteban Torres campus that I am so proud to be a part of and have been on the ground in the forefront of that movement of the pilot schools. I'm here to discuss how we think outside the box. I think that when we talk about access, when we talk about college going rates, financial literacy, we need to think about how we do that with our kids at an early age, but also we need to think about if we are not being provided the resources, how as practitioners, counselors, teachers, parents, community members, we bridge the gap. I'm very excited to talk about the achievements that my school has done over the last 4 years. Our last 3 graduation rates, we started with 110 students. We have been graduating 80 of those students. The 30 that we lost are still a problem, and we still need to work harder. We have 100% FAFSA completion rates at the school because we make it mandatory for our students. We have 100% community college, Cal State College application, private school applications, and UC applications because we make it mandatory. It's not something that is dictated by the district. It's not something that's dictated by the board. It's something that teachers, parents, administrators have chosen to tackle and to ensure that we do this throughout every single school in California and the state. So I'm going to be very excited to share some of that data with you today.
Hello, my name's Travis Parker. I am, the program says I work at Cosumnes River College. I'm actually retired. I've been retired for a year. And I worked there for 41 years. And several years ago, God sent me through this process where I got into administration, got out of administration, got out of coaching, and that allowed me to start the Alpha Academy. It's interesting because the first Alpha Academy met in the Sacramento Boys and Girls Club. John Taylor and I met with 4 young men. 2 of them were my cousins that I met the day before, and I haven't seen them since. But since that first meeting with 4 young men 10 years ago, this is the 10th anniversary, we now meet with anywhere from 50 to 80 men per month, young men per month. We tutor 3 times per week. We have a parent support group because parents are very important. They're just, it's just very, very critical. And John and I, we often, well, we get lots of phone calls, tons of phone calls. A lot of them start with the same question. From a single mother, can you help me save my son? Just a tragic question that we attempt to solve. And so there's just lots of work to be done. And even though I'm retired, I still go up to the college and on a regular basis because I'm blessed to stand at the place for which my father sighed. But we must keep marching until victory is won. And victory isn't even close to being won until we are able to help the young men and women of color, not of color, everybody. Because some of the practices that we use with the least of these will be beneficial to the most of these. As an example, several years ago, I noticed that I had several people who, in my physical education classes, where English was not their first language. And so some of the technical terms, such as recovery heart rate, body mass, other things, were difficult for them to get the concept. And so I gave credit to anybody who had artistic ability, who could draw a picture that would describe that term. In other words, recovery heart rate. Somebody would draw a picture with somebody running and then later being fresh and recovered. And as I explained it, I could show it to them. Well, the students who had English as their first language said, we want that too. That's a great teaching tool. So part of the problem we have in this country is that we have these test scores, and there's certain kids that are here, well, they're not where they're supposed to be either. But let's bring everybody up. And so we bring the country where we need to be. The country isn't where it needs to be. But there seems to be some satisfaction if a few people have a gap. And the gap is just, it was created by law and is totally unacceptable.
Hello, my name is Sequoia Salazar. I'm a full-blooded Native American Apache Tohono. I go to Glendale Community College. I'm a student representative of the AICC and a chair in the Native American Caucus. I have a vote. When I was younger, I was in high school at one time, yes. I remember when the budget cuts first started happening, I went to a counselor, and he was actually new to that school. And I told him, oh, I'm going to try and go to a 4-year. What can I do? He told me what to do, take a 3rd-year math, And he told me, take this elective course, and I told him, that's advanced mechanics. It's worth 2 classes. I only have enough space for 1. And we actually got into a little argument. I actually got in an argument with the counselor. And then he went to his supervisor, and the supervisor said, yes, the student is right. That class is actually takes 2, it's 2 classes, 2 periods, not 1, so he cannot take that. And my counselor apologized and all that. And and it shows you that the budget cuts have affected the school system and everything. I got a counselor that didn't know what he was doing because he just doesn't know. He's new to the school. And I can say in my middle school, same thing. I had a new dean. I talked to him one time when I was getting bullied when I was younger. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know the process. And then in my elementary school, the budget cuts haven't touched them yet. But I remember that there were some friends of mine that could have been helped, but they had issues. The teachers were busy. I remember my class when I first started was 30, went to 50, then went to 60, then dropped down to 30. It was a mess. And I can tell that the school system does need to change a little bit from my time, and that's like 2 years ago when I was still in high school. And I have friends that are still in high school that are barely graduating, and they don't know what they want to do. And they're telling me, oh, I can go to a college, and I'm like, yeah, you should go with me. It's pretty simple. You can go to class at 10 o'clock in the afternoon. You don't have to get up at 8 no more. It's very relaxed. And they're like, I don't know, and it's like, oh gosh, it's very hectic for me. I don't have much to say right now, so.
Let's go. Well, Sequoia, in the little you said quite a bit, and it leads into quite well a question I had for Dr. Williams. You just sort of raising about some of your peers and not really knowing about college or not really knowing about what to do. And oftentimes in our communities, the statistics are so stark and everything around you is generally outside of this beautiful place that we're in now is telling you sometimes that it's not for you, you're not going to make it, you're not going to graduate, you might as well get involved in another way to make dollars. There's an underground economy, there's a leadership development program through street organizations known as gangs that are waiting for some of our young people. So, Dr. Williams, what in your experience from the national level, from where you sit, what are some of the work that the Boys and Girls Club has done to cultivate aspirations for post-secondary success?
Sure. Well, we've got several things that are going on, and I think one of the things that's important to understand is how broad our organization is in that it represents 4,000 clubs and touches nearly 4 million young people. So whenever you're dealing with an organization which is so broad, across 4,000 organizations, probably there's not one thing that everybody's doing exactly the same way. So one of the things we do, though, is we have a series of different programs which are all designed to enhance college access, college going, understanding of the post-secondary journey. One of the ones that we're particularly proud of is called Diplomas to Degrees. And Diplomas to Degrees is an intervention that we're doing that now touches about 55,000 youth. And it begins activation in the teen years, as early as the 9th grade. And it's a curriculum which is designed to expose and to help young people to begin to develop a sense of purpose of how to go on to post-secondary education. One of the things that I think too often happens is that the idea of college sits at the top of your consciousness. So we're in Los Angeles, so I'm going to give a movie analogy. One of my favorite movies is the movie starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Inception. And that movie Inception is about how an idea goes from the top of your consciousness and ultimately goes down to the root of consciousness and becomes not an idea, but it becomes purpose. It becomes purpose. And so I think too much of the challenge is how do we help young people to take an idea that sits up there like, oh, I want to go to college, and make it become purpose that takes root at a deep fundamental level. For us, it can't be one program. So I talked about Diplomas to Degrees, which may begin as early as 9th grade, and it's the repetition of the concepts over and over again, which is why we see it so important to not just get young people in the clubs, but to keep them in the clubs. It's not just to get them in the clubs as little kids and then we lose them at the middle school level. It's to keep them in clubs and to keep them engaged, because we believe that it's the overall secret sauce that happens not in one program, but also in the interactions with a trusted mentor, right? So one of the things I like to talk about is that the club experience is about two things. It's about squirrels and it's about bears. Squirrels is about small things. It's about loving children. It's about supporting them. It's about looking at them and feeling like, oh, this young person's not being cared for. And it's about placing an idea and a concept in their mind's eye and in their consciousness that you continue to nurture. But on the other side, it's about bears, and it's about these huge, epic issues that challenge the very foundation of our nation economically, for example, like summer learning loss. And so when I outline and say we're doing summer learning loss, that also too is about college access and going. So we just launched this epic new agenda last summer where we piloted in roughly 200 clubs our summer learning loss program, which focused on a couple things. We wanted to enhance literacy, and we wanted to enhance 21st century leadership skills, and we want to enhance mathematics and STEM ability. We started off with 200 clubs. This summer, the second year, we'll have 1,200 clubs across the nation engaging in summer learning loss prevention. Now, the other piece, and this will be my final point, it also is about measurement, and it's about evaluation, and it's about assessment of impact. We have to know how we're moving the needle. So as we're building this new initiative in particular, the Summer Learning Loss Project, we also have a very aggressive evaluation that's going on. And what we learned from our first summer was very encouraging. And what we learned was as follows, that there was no loss of capacity over the summer in literacy. And there was a gain in 21st century leadership skills, collaboration, the ability to look at the world from multiple perspectives. There was a gain. And so those things are encouraging. And so the philosophy that we like to lead from, particularly from the national office, is dream big, start small, scale fast, and lead with courage.
Thank you. You know, this summer piece is really important. You mentioned the budget cuts. This is the first summer in LA that we had summer school in 7 years. And it's at a reduced level, and it's really focused on recovery. And so the fact that community organizations are stepping up across the country to fill that gap, whether it be through the Boys and Girls Club or whether it be through the Freedom School out of the Children's Defense Fund, it really is closing the gap and not fast enough. Sequoia, now that you are at school, though, you made it. You're there. You're taking classes. Could you talk a little bit about your experiences as a Native American student on campus? Are you getting the resources? Are you connecting with faculty? What are some of the things that are working for you while you're there now? And what are some of the challenges?
All right. First, when they ask me about my name. They're like, Sequoia, what's that? I'm like, oh, I'm Native American. They're like, you don't look very red. Well, my hair's red right now, but it wasn't at the time. They're like, you're very light complected. I'm like, yes, we come in many shades and colors, but I'm sorry. And then they go into my last name, and it's Salazar. It's Hispanic. And I tell them, like, oh, it's my grandfather. He went to a boarding school. His name was changed. They cut his hair. And they're like, that happened? It's like, oh, then I have to give a history lesson, and then I have to give a lecture, then they ask me questions, and I don't know everything. So I'm like trying to fill in the gaps here and there, and I say, I actually don't know that much. And then you think, like, they don't teach much Native American history at colleges or high school to begin with, where the source is at. And I do get my things done. Like, I see a counselor, I get my things done, but, like, to say there's a Native American club, there's not. At my college, there's 2 Native Americans, and one I actually know from, like, a long time ago. I'm known for life. And it's like, it's not that many natives here, or LA has the largest Native American population, if I'm not mistaken. Yet we're not collaborated at most of the time. We're always spread out amongst ourselves. And UCLA does have a Native American program, and among other colleges and universities, but not as many as you think at the end. So I would say I get most of what I need to do with my Native American side, having all that Native back. But does that answer your question?
Yeah, and is there what more could colleges do to embrace you and help you and connect you and make you feel more a part of
It's hard to say, because I know a few natives that they are native and they don't know it. They just won't say it. They're, oh, I'm half. I don't embrace it. I was raised by my mom. She's Mexican. My dad was native. He left. So it's like they weren't raised. Then there's some that are straight from the res. They don't know anything about the city, and I have to teach them. I have a funny story, actually, of a couple of friends of mine over there sitting. Hello, Nicodemus. I have to teach them a few things about how the city is different from the res and how you can do certain things in the reservation, not the city. One time we decided, he was doing the LA Marathon, and we decided there's no parking. Everybody knows, downtown LA, no parking at all. So I was driving the car, and I told them, okay, stand in the corner. I'm going to park. We'll get in, and we'll go. So I'm at the street light, just waiting. Him and another friend of ours start running in the middle of the street in downtown LA to the car. I'm making a left at a light. They jump in the car while it's still running, and I'm parked in the middle of the street, and we take off. I'm surprised we didn't get a ticket or anything with downtown LA having as much police as they have. And I had to tell guys, this is the city, this isn't the res. You can't be just jumping in the middle of the street. There's cars and cops here. Your cousin isn't the sheriff. And it's hard for them. They don't know about education. If they do, they go and then they quit and they have to come back. So the university needs to help them in a way because they're somewhat ignorant. And another thing this college could do probably is try to collaborate the natives because they know there's not that many. So if they have at least a handful, 5 to 4, they should just get them together and say, look, you guys should put something together. There's not that many here. You're like the 5 natives at one college, which is rare. So you should try to do something. They don't do that. They just say, oh, look, our criteria. We have 800 black kids, 800 white kids, and 5 natives. Okay, we got our criteria. We're not racist. Boom. But
Well, thank you for that. I really think it's important because it's about getting in, but then graduating.
Yeah.
And so, and it's so critical that we create a school climate not just at the pre-K through 12, but all the way through college. And with all the videos that have come out, particularly around school climate, African American males on campuses and not feeling welcome or not feeling supported. There was the Black Bruin video. There's a video out of Oregon. These are pretty significant issues that take us all the way through college that are impacting Native Americans, impacting African American folks. And so I would just open that up to anybody on the panel. What could be done on the retention side? I know Secretary Duncan once spoke and said, when choosing your college, you should look at the retention rates and see how well they're graduating African Americans or Latinos or Native Americans when you make your selection, because the name is one thing, but making sure that they're doing a good job of supporting you is another. And so it would be interesting to hear from other panelists or anyone who's already spoken, other things about this issue about climate. And I mean, especially at UCLA, which I'm a alumni from, where a judge gets pulled over and harassed by the police. And this is the kind of, what could be done to combat that at the collegiate level? Go ahead.
I think that we can't wait until college. I think a big part of that sense of belonging and that sense of making sure that we send our kids prepared when we are preparing students of color is to make sure that we build resiliency in the schools, that we have a climate of respect from administrators, teachers, school police, so that when our students leave, whether they go to community college, the Army, or a 4-year university, they know how to carry themselves, know how to defend themselves, how to be articulate. One of the things that LAUSD is working on is coming up with disciplinary policies that are called restorative justice. And instead of suspending students and alienating them from the academic classrooms, we are trying to work with the students so that they know how to resolve their conflicts. They know how to resolve their conflicts with communication, not physically. And I think that once we get to that point and making sure that our students are well prepared, not only academically, but socially to attend schools outside of their very sheltered communities, their very bubbled communities, I think that we're going to start seeing better success rates and retentions at the colleges.
Anna, could you talk a little bit more about the kind of measures and strategies that folks are using to align those expectations between high school and post-secondary? You started talking about restorative justice practice, but are there other things that folks can walk away with thinking about to help with the completion process?
Sure. So I'm only talking about LAUSD because that's where I've spent the last almost 10 years working with. And there's been a huge movement from teachers who have said, we want to build our own schools, we want to control our schools, and LAUSD has been very supportive with that. They're allowing teachers to think outside of the box, like I mentioned. One of the really exciting things coming down from a board resolution is that all students starting in the class of 2017 must earn a C in all their A through G requirements. Now, earning a C, for most of you who know what a college application looks like, is just meeting the minimum requirement. But it's allowing students to be able to apply. So that's opening doors. Whereas before, it doesn't really matter if we're allowing our students to take A through G requirements if they're failing. If there's no remediation courses for chemistry, algebra 2, trigonometry, it's not going to matter that we're offering those classes if we're not successful in making sure that the kids are passing their classes. So that's one. We have to make sure that all our schools are following that path and that every single student has access to the A through G requirements, regardless of language ability, regardless of math ability. We have to get away from the tracking process. We have to make sure that we're transparent when we're registering our students and issuing them classes. For those of you who are familiar with master schedules, we need to make sure that a master schedule is equitable. And when I talk about a master schedule being equitable, that means that we're offering enough classes so that all of our students are in the correct classes, correct electives, correct remediation processes. When we talk about AP courses, we need to make sure that, again, we're opening the door to accelerated placement classes, AP Spanish, AP Calculus, AP English. We need to make sure that the students have the freedom to choose those classes and that the administrators or the counselors are not the ones that are doing the selecting. This will ensure a better process, transparent process, and an equitable process for the students. Creating financial aid literacy early on, collaborating with a local community college. At our site, I was able to partner with East Los Angeles Community College, and in 4 years, we've been able to enroll over 160 students in dual enrollment classes through the East Los Angeles Community College. It allows students to, one, earn college credits for the general electives, but it also gives juniors a sense that if I'm able to sit in this class with this professor today, I can surely take the next step, I can apply to college, and I can be successful. So we're giving them the tools very early on.
Can I speak to that also?
Yes.
I think it's important that we tell kids who they are. All kids need to know who they are. Every ethnic group has positives. Our boys have been bamboozled. In other words, they think they're supposed to be athletes. We had a visitor to the Alpha Academy, a guest speaker, who asked a question, and I said, oh, this is a stupid question. Why is he asking that? The question he asked was, do white people sell drugs? Half the kids said no. This is a group of black boys that think, 50% of them are thinking that white folks don't deal in drugs. And so the question becomes, where did the drugs come from? Who has the planes and the ships that brings these shipments to the country? It's not us. In terms of not knowing who we are, we watch television and we see these faces, and I just went to the high school state meet in track and field, and you might have 9 relay teams, 4 people on every team, all black. That's racism from Jump Street. You know, I don't know how we got there, but that shouldn't be. And we believe certain things because, well, let me back up a little bit. We weren't brought here to sprint for 10 seconds. We were brought here to work when the sun came up and the sun came down, probably 6 days a week. And so, because in 1932, Eddie Tolan won the short race, and then in 1936, Jesse Owens won the short race, then we became sprinters. And we thought we could sprint. Before that, the coach at USC, and I'm staying at the Radisson owned by USC, said that African Americans, well, he didn't use that term, black folks love intense heat. Now, if you're black and you love intense heat, I'm talking about 110, raise your hand. So we've been bamboozled in terms of watching television and the news media telling us who we are. Try something. Everybody who drives a BMW, go ask them if they're Jewish. I bet you'll find very few, because they remember the Holocaust. We don't remember our history. We're not taught our history. And we didn't create it. So we need to know our own history. Very important. Thank you.
You know, kind of building on that, I have a kid who's turning 3. And so we're teaching him as much as we can about his black and brown history every day. So that when he gets to college, he has the resiliency of that one squirrel. I want to teach him also that if you get 1,000 squirrels together, you can take on that bear anytime. So there's a lot of organizing involved in our training. But one of the things that I'm reflecting, this is kind of a weird segue, but it'll make sense in a second. I was a liberal arts major, and I don't want him to be a liberal arts major. I want him to go into science or technology or, STEM, right? We're talking about. And one of the questions I had here to ask for you is what we can do to help students of color succeed in college, locally connect more students of color to STEM fields. And the reason I think the history piece is important for me because it's a foundation. It doesn't matter if we talk about STEM or arts or anything if we don't have a foundation of an empowered individual. But let's assume we get them there. How do we get them to embrace science, technology, engineering, and mathematics?
Okay, one of the things that we do in the academy is our tutoring. And our tutoring is focused on math. Because if you can deal in math, you have a strength. And also to teach them that it needs to be collaborative in some sense. Several years ago, they did a study at Berkeley where they talked about the African American students and the Asian students. The African American students were putting in just as much time, but they weren't getting much out of it because they were studying alone. And if you study with a group in mathematics, you throw out different ideas. Someone else may have a slant that makes you think of something, and if you're doing that alone, you don't have 5 or 6 other ideas that are helping you. Now, there's someone here who gave me a brochure on AVID. AVID is a tremendous program that helps, and I don't know if it's quote-unquote average students, but to motivate students. And that's really the key, is motivating people to believe and to know that they can accomplish. Several years ago at my college, believe it or not, weight training was only for males. There were no women in weight training in the 70s. That's not that long ago. So when we started getting women in weight training, they would look at this plate, and they're supposed to bench press. You're going to put 2 of those? I can't lift that. Well, I pretended to get upset. I'm upset because you're not lifting this. Boom, she lifted it. So it's a motivation in terms of the fact that any race of people on the face of the earth can do any vocation if properly prepared. My preparation, I'm going a little long, my wife says I talk too much, but in terms of education came from my family. I had an aunt. I was 4 years old. She pulled over to the curb, peeled an orange, and then she separated it. Revolutionary patience. She didn't waste not one drop. So she separated this orange and no juice came out. So that gave me the concept that things change. As a 4-year-old, I understand that the world changes and there's knowledge. And because of her efforts, my mother's efforts, my father's efforts, people in the neighborhood, their efforts, when I got to the 2nd grade, and I'm going in this classroom, and I'm looking at that classroom, I'm thinking, those are the smart kids. They're sending me to the wrong room. I don't belong here. I'm as smart as those kids. 2nd grade, how old is that? The only way that happened is because my aunts, uncles, they all took an interest You know, it takes a village to raise a child. So that in the second grade, when I was rejected, and they also tried to give me speech therapy, which I rejected because I thought I could talk. Certainly, if you're listening to me, you can see some mistakes maybe. But at that age, I'm thinking, first of all, you sent me to the wrong room. Now you're telling me I can't talk? You crazy. So I have to work as hard as I can this year so that in the third grade, if I'm in the same class as those folks, we'll be even Steven.
Can I interject? Just
Yes.
add to that. When you talk about streamlining and ensuring that students of color, women of color enter the STEM fields, I want to share a very startling statistic that my colleague here, fellow Commissioner Michelle Siqueiros, the Executive Director at the College Campaign for College Opportunity, put together. In 1994, prior to the banning of affirmative action, 75% of black applicants were accepted to a UC or a Cal State. In 2010, only 58% were accepted. And that's across California. So when we're talking about STEM, and we're talking about medical school, and we're talking about law school, and we're talking about PhDs, we need to start talking about how do we go around affirmative action ban, and what is our responsibility to ensure that these numbers are unacceptable. It's systematic racism. So how, as educators, counselors, community members, do we act upon this number and make the commitment to make sure that we get 75% or more of our students of color into higher education?
I think it's a worthwhile topic to take on for a second. I also want to open it up for the audience. There's 2 microphones, so if you have a particular question, please come to either microphone and we'll call you. And I think 2 other things I'd like to add to the mix to this. One is the role of parent and family engagement, both getting into college. I remember, my brother went to college. He was the first in our family, and he had great grades in high school, did not do well on the exams, and was in all these remedial courses, and was a shocker that a kid who went to all of his classes and got really good grades was not prepared at all. I went to a much better school, had not as good grades as my brother, and was much better prepared. He would call my mother and tell my mom, and she would just say, "Oh, no, venga, just come home, just forget it." I said, "Well, that's not the message, Mom. He's got to finish school. Don't tell him to quit." So what is the role of parents and families, particularly also in communities like South Los Angeles, where the parent is the caregiver, is an aunt, is a grandmother, and so really kind of cultivating how we work with our kinship folks that are taking care of our family. So what does that look like? And the last thing, since I know there's so many folks coming to the microphone, we're going to have to hold you all back. Just fine. Please come up. It would be a mistake. I did talk about Fremont High School earlier and the challenges that it had, but it would be a mistake to not acknowledge the change that has taken place there under the leadership of Dr. George McKenna, who's here as well. Because of the reforms that Fremont took place, more students graduated last year than in the history of Fremont High School. Fremont High School leads the district in FAFSA completion rates. The number of test scores have gone up. And so the movement around college preparation, college readiness has really shifted at Fremont High School. So I also didn't want to create when I made the comments earlier that it's doomsday. Things are getting better, just need to go far more ahead. But I did see Dr. McKenna, and I wanted to make sure that gave him his credit. So thank you. So let's go to the mics. We'll start with you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Antonieta Kashimbiri, and I'm here as a community member. I'm also a teacher. And as you were speaking, I was making notes, and I'd like to give you something to think about from my notes. The first thing is, as a teacher, field trips. We're thinking about kids going to college. If they're not exposed at an early age, when they get to where they're going, they don't know anything, so they are not going to stay. Number 2, social skills. Our kids come to without social skills. They're not going to church anymore, so no one is teaching them. Who's going to do that? Someone needs to do that. Also on retention, I just got through reading David and Goliath by Malcolm Gladwell, and he talks about that. He talks about the fact that students go to schools that are much higher than where they are, and so they flunk out. Even the best of the best are flunking because they're choosing schools that are too high. We need to guide our students to choose schools that are appropriate for them, where they will succeed and feel like they are someone. The last two, I think we should have support systems like those that the PASA Foundation and South Central Scholar offers, so that when students go away, they have someone that they can relate to, and they can, have someone to talk to about what is going on with them. And last but not least, I think STEMs are great, but I think greater is the fact that if you develop someone's natural gifts and show them how to use them, they will turn the world out because they will know what to do with what they have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks for everything that you guys are sharing. My concern, though, is that in all my graduate studies programs, I was always the only black male through my entire doctoral program. I now teach at Pepperdine Loyola Pacific Oaks, and I only have one, if any, men of color in my classes. And I'm wondering, where are we talking about the mental health support in these issues? Because black and brown people tend to avoid that conversation, and I see it even in our solution-focused conversations where we're glossing over it. A lot of the reasons why these young men are not seeking higher education, are not seeking higher education, is because of a lack of worthiness and the images and what the world tells them about them, and that's not solved by a STEM program or a SAT prep program. What are we doing in communities to enhance mental health programs to ensure these boys feel worthy to go to these spaces? And so, I appreciate all the talk and all the support that's given surrounding a lot of ecological problems, but these kids are hurting and they don't feel ready to go there. So what are we doing about that?
Anybody want to start with that?
Well, as a counselor and a mental health professional, I completely agree with you. We have so many, we've kind of gone to the other side of the spectrum where we want to do academics, where we want to increase college going rates, and that's great, but we also have to not miss the boat on mental health for our students. But it's also a very cultural, as you know, there's a cultural barrier to the mental health issue with black boys, with Latino boys, and students of color. So we need to make sure that we have those things in place in our schools, whether it's a psychologist, whether it's a mental health provider from the community, but we need those resources.
We know they exist, and what I'm saying is, how do we get them there? We know about evidence-based practices that work for Latinos and blacks and Native Americans. We know that mental health access increases when we have mental health professionals who look like them there, and systematic racism makes our schools below all other schools, and it just continues, and we allow it to. There's no reason why our schools don't have classes that allow you to even apply to a four-year university, but we've stood and allowed it to happen. In the same way we're not getting these other resources in school, and I won't occupy time.
No, I think you're absolutely right, and there's what we got to do on the outside and what we got to do on the inside. And on the inside, whenever we make proposals or policy recommendations, we need to embed mental health and social emotional supports, whatever frame we want to use, but we have to begin to embed these practices into our reform measures that we're advancing, whether it be instructional reform. It's easy, a lot of focus on governance and a lot of focus on instruction. That's right. But we have to build out this third rail and then make sure that we're building the learning supports that involves emotional well-being. I know we have to do it on the outside in community organizing. Every Monday we have a rap group where our young men come together and talk for an hour, 2 hours about what's going on in their day. Simple things from, I was asked to speak and wear a tie. I don't even know how to make a tie, right? So what does that mean for an individual's self-worth? How do you remind folks that they have, just because you haven't learned certain things doesn't mean that you're not as worthy as anybody else at the table. To, my friend got shot. I mean, clearly not all black men and not all Latino men live in urban communities surrounded by violence, but some of us do. And in those communities, we have higher rates of post-traumatic stress disorder than some vets coming back from the Iraqi war. So if we ignore these conditions, it's not enough to ask them to do STEM. It's not even enough to teach history on some level if we don't grapple with some of these issues. So our youth talked about it. They did a workshop around community mental health, and they said that, you know what, it's because of that rap group on Monday that I'm able to unleash some of this stuff and get the supports, that I'm able to show up on Tuesday with picket signs and demand what's right for our kids. We deserve those resources. We deserve A to G. But without looking at the mental health issues, both on the outside as practitioners or on the inside in what we embed in policy, we're going to continue to, I think, this cycle that we're dealing with around the quote-unquote achievement gap. So I really appreciate you putting that on the table. Sir?
Okay, my name is Professor Ron Glemp. I'm a mathematics professor. First off, I want to say that it's really great to see everybody here today. I also want to say that here in America, nobody is anticipating that black and brown students are going to lead in any field, let alone STEM. Nobody is expecting them to break new ground or create new fields. And so the responsibility for preparing our students is ours. If you want to see a black and brown and people of color involved in science, mathematics, technology, engineering, we are going to have to take the responsibility. And I want to say also that the first thing is to set the stage. And that takes place really in elementary school, where the foundations of all these different disciplines is really set. If you prepare students well in elementary school, they will expect and experience success in middle school. If you fail them in elementary school, then they will anticipate failure in middle school. And a lot of what we're seeing is as a consequence of not having done a good job, and first off, setting the levels of expectation, motivating the students at an age where that's still possible. This is elementary and middle school. It doesn't require that students in middle school learn advanced mathematics or science or anything like that, but that they gain ownership of the foundations. All of the advanced branches of mathematics and science, those were all created by people who had a solid ownership of the foundations. In the old days, they call it the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. And they understood that if you gained the ability to read and write, you could learn anything you wanted to. Likewise with mathematics, math is a ladder discipline. In order to excel in it, you have to have ownership of the foundations. It's built on one standard, is built on the prior or prerequisite knowledge. So if we do a solid job of preparing, and as one of the panelists said, mathematics is best learned in a cooperative environment. And it should be done in a situation where students aren't being judged, are not being tested and graded. You don't start out defeating and disqualifying students when they're still learners. You can't produce success by creating failure before the students even have a sense of self and their own capacity.
Thank you,
We
sir.
have to promote and let students know that they're born with unlimited potential and capacity to learn, use, and excel in any field that they pick. But here in America, everything is competitive. Nobody wants to see black and brown students excel in anything. So if that's to take place, it's going to be because we have assumed the responsibility and set up the institutions and platforms for success. So that's my contribution.
sir.
That's what I want to say. Thank you.
So we're going to, if these will be the last folks, all 5 of you on the mic, so we're going to go take the next 2, and then we're going to respond, and then we'll take the final question. So go ahead.
Sonia Hernandez, Antelope Valley Youth Build. I'm the program coordinator as well as the lead teacher. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. I've heard a lot of good things in regards to prevention, in regards to, helping students early, doing things early. But the truth of the matter is that we have a large group of men of color and young men of color who, to this point, have been pushed out or dropped out of the traditional educational setting. So what are your thoughts or strategies as far as what we can do to re-engage those individuals? Because all this other stuff is great, but unfortunately it only reaches a certain demographic. So what do we do, or what can we do, or what are your thoughts in regards to continuing to support those individuals who have dropped out or been pushed out, and engaging them in post-secondary education?
All right, so hold. We're going to answer that right now. We're going to just hear from Dr. McKenna, and then we'll respond to the 3 last points that were brought up.
Yeah, you called me out, Tanya, so I guess you come with me. I am George McKenna. To the point about Fremont, he's right. Fremont, after restructuring, which was a difficult thing to do, everybody to reapply for their job, because the former Superintendent Cortines said that they hadn't met their goals. They graduated 750 students in 1 year, which was larger than they'd ever done in the career of Fremont High School. And he's right, 1,500 would enter in the 9th grade, and only 400 would graduate 4 years later. And that was normal. That was normal. It was normal for people at Washington High School to not graduate. And when we changed it, a movie was made which should not have been necessary. A movie should not be necessary for school because it works. That's not an unusual thing. It's like taking pictures of airplanes that land. That's supposed to land. But when they crash, we take pictures of them because it's an anomaly. What I would suggest, what I hope to be able to do, create policy. What if we had a policy for zero tolerance for dropouts, so that we would create whatever resources it needs so that students did not drop out, and a dropout would be the worst thing that could ever happen to us. Even if we had a raggedy building, and I grew up in raggedy buildings in New Orleans, Louisiana when I was segregated, but zero dropouts means the student is more important than the building. And to do that, you need targeted instruction for the reading, writing, arithmetic. Well, it's math, it's analysis, not as much arithmetic, but because you do analysis when you write as well. So if you put it into policy, then somebody suffers a consequence. And the suffering doesn't mean that you get penalized, but you then restructure your priorities, as we talked about, the political will to put the resources in so that kids don't keep getting promoted with second grade skills. I'm not talking about retention. I'm talking about teaching them in targeted ways, so that if you have to have smaller class size, you have it for the students who are deficient in those skills. And you also need to have parental participation and involvement where parents can help each other, but we have to have resources for that. We just can't have slogans and conventions and this kind of an event, which is wonderful, but without resources, we're just talking to each other again. Fluke is over there, he created his own program. A whole bunch of folks you're going to hear from in here create their own programs. School districts are supposed to work. They should not be unusual when they work. And when they don't work, that should be unacceptable. We should be outraged when schools do not work instead of celebrating those that historically did not work. I am an advocate, and I'll use a word here that I usually don't use in a group like this, but I'm going to use it anyway. I'm an advocate of reparations. Now, reparations, from my perspective, is for persons like me, who I'm the descendant of both sides of my family who were people's property. My great-grandfather's grandfather was a slave on both sides of my family. And therefore, the thing that we were denied was education. They gave us clothes. Well, it was rag, but it was clothes. They gave us housing. It was a barn where they put the cows in. It was housing. They gave us food. You had to feed us because we had to work, and we were people's property. But the legal part that was denied us was education. So for me today, just as a philosophical concept, what if all the descendants of slaves were given a free education for the rest of their lives? No matter how old they are. Not just K-12. I'm talking about through a PhD program, anywhere we wanted to go. And if, in fact, you said, well, we can't give it to you free, let me give you a mathematical calculation, an algorithm that says if I'm attending a class at UCLA and the professor makes $100 an hour, just as hypothetical, and I'm one of 100 students in the class, I'll pay the professor's hourly rate, and my percentage of it will be $10. So I'd pay $10 for that class, no student fees, no administrative fees. I just pay $10 and thank the professor for giving me his contribution to my subject field. And I could go on and on and on, but I won't, because I would take up your whole conference. The important thing is that you are aware of the situation. We're all aware of the situation. The solution is in resources. It also is in hard work and creativity and all of that. California, Los Angeles in particular, is one of the wealthiest places in the world. Not just in America, one of the wealthiest places in the world. If you don't believe that, when the president gets ready to run for office, where does he come? Right out there. He doesn't come to challenges. might come for photo opportunity. And I voted for him, right? He goes on the other side of town where people just give him money, just give him money. And Lou Dantzler, who I knew very well, I'm so proud of Corey, had to beg for money, fought for money. And he created this. And by making people feel responsible for helping our children, they donated this building for $1 a year or whatever he paid. And I remember him trying this. So my history is in this. And if we can do anything, we must protect our children. I don't know anything more important than children. I have none of my own. But if somebody believes there's something more important than children on this earth, I'm not talking about the by and by and the afterlife. I'm not talking about that. You let me know before I leave here, because I don't want to be disabused. And the last thing I want to say is that I have been educated incorrectly by many people who cared about me. I grew up in segregated schools in New Orleans. They didn't teach me lift every voice and sing. I had to learn that as an adult. I knew all the stanzas. They taught me Dixie. I wish I was in the land of cotton, old time days not forgotten. Look away, look away. Now, why was I learning that?
Thank you, Dr. McKenna.
And it wasn't even grammatically correct. It was it's supposed to be if I were in the land. I wish I were. But they taught us, I wish I was. That's the way we spoke in the South, right?
So I gotta ask you.
So the deal is, you and I need to talk about solving problems
I'm not
as
going to
opposed
get
to
Dr. McKenna
reiterating the
off.
problems. And what are the resources we need when we leave here? We all need to stay connected, and I know that the coordinators of this will keep us connected because we're all signed in out there, so you know how to reach us. Please, please, let us not just be an emotional relief of our frustrations here because we said we attended here and don't come up with a plan. The most important thing of any meeting is what you do after the meeting, not during the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. McKenna. So we have 4 points that were put on the table. One, make sure that we identify people's natural gifts. Absolutely, we got to start earlier. But can't forget about those that are being pushed out later. What are we doing about then? Zero tolerance for dropouts and reparations, and making sure that we align those resources to where they're at. So if you all, because we are really out of time, if you could just ask your question, because I want to be able to give everyone an opportunity to respond in their final remarks to what's been put on the table. So, sir?
Okay. Following behind Dr. McKenna is more than just a thought. My name is Fluke. I'm with the Village Nation, and there's a couple of things. First of all, I definitely appreciate the young folks greeting us. You know, I've been around the country in a lot of different schools, a lot of different educational environments. When you look into the eyes of a third grader, you should see what is known as dancing lights. That's the lights of possibility. I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that, I'm going to be an astronaut, I'm going to be the mayor, I'm going to be the governor, I'm going to be a teacher, I'm going to be a lawyer. What we're finding in our communities of black and brown in particular is that those lights have dimmed to a fade of blackness and emptiness. And so with that, I don't want us ever to get confused by winning a battle with winning the war. Because we've won a lot of battles, but we have not won this war by far. And so we spoke a little bit earlier about the summer learning loss that takes place. Let's also address the summer arrest records that are taking place. Because when these kids are out of school, they are left to the streets, and the call of the streets has them seduced and arrested, and this criminal system is not just a pipeline to prison, it's a design to prison.
That's right.
So it's not by accident, it's not by mistake, it's by purpose and design. So I would like for us, the panel, to take on the question of how do we dismantle this pipeline, how to dismantle this antiquated educational system that's based on a farmer's time schedule, and work this out throughout the entire school year, because that's what we're competing with, the
Thank you,
globe.
sir. Thank you.
Right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Dr. McKenna's my homeboy. I was born in uptown New Orleans to a single mother. I never in my life have seen anyone that I can call a father or a daddy or anything like that. I know a name of someone, but my mother told me his name 35 years after I was born. My point is this. As an educator and as a executive director of my own nonprofit, Foundation for Arts, Mentoring, Leadership, and Innovation, family. I've been able to realize some of the things that I needed when I was a child. In my classrooms at Audubon Middle School, Crenshaw and Darcy, and other schools that I've worked in, 90% of the students who are in the classroom don't have a father at home. My cry, my appeal is for us as a community of sober-minded people to create resources for those single parents, single mothers in particular, who don't have the support, whose husbands and boyfriends are not strong enough to weather the storm, who run from responsibility, who are afraid to be men because of what happened to real men like Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King and Nat Turner and others who came along and showed us what happens to a black man when he stands up and acclaims his manhood. But we have to not be afraid to die because the price of freedom is death. And so I say that today, as we stand here today, let us not only think about the children, but my mother, who raised 4 boys in the projects of uptown New Orleans, who today can say that all 4 of her boys have college degrees and are contributing to society in a meaningful way.
Thank you,
So
sir.
and as Dr. McKenna said so eloquently, we can't just have these meetings and talk and feel good. So on June the 28th at 7825 Southwestern Avenue, we're doing a forum called Single Mothers, Transforming and Transcending the Stereotypes. 3 o'clock Saturday, June the 28th, 7825 Southwestern Avenue. Peace, love, and as Don Cornelius said, soul.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Kim Richards, and I'm with Boys and Girls Clubs here in LA. This is a question directed at the comment that Ms. Beltran made about requiring C's or above for A through G requirements. I have a concern, and so it is related to this, and that is that it's not enough that kids graduate. It's not enough that they get better grades in A through G requirements. I think what's kind of missing from this conversation is everyone equally prepared when they're graduating from high school to succeed in college? And my concern is, and this has been an issue, I think, in districts across the country, is we can set those policies in place, right? But there tends to be a lowering of standards on what earns a C. And why I say that is because the pressure is on more and more the teachers. They're being evaluated in part by how kids test, what grades they're getting. And so what I want to know is, what are the mechanisms that are going to be in place to ensure that that doesn't happen?
Great.
Good morning, my name is Annie Ching. I'm from First 5 LA, and I wanted to highlight a number for everyone to consider as we think about this conversation is 30 million. 30 million words is the number of words that 3-year-olds have a difference between low-income families and their more affluent counterparts. So these kids are starting off miles behind before they even get to school. So I just really encourage all of the panelists as well as all the community members here to think about, when we think about getting kids college ready to graduate from high school, that it's a continuum, it's a pipeline that starts from birth until we get there. And so if these kids already are starting off 30 million words behind when they get into school, how can we expect them to achieve beyond that? So First 5 LA has a campaign called Talk, Read, Sing, which is to encourage all of these parents before their kids even get to school to start talking to their kids. And so I'd encourage everyone just to think about that as we think about solutions for this.
Thank you. You'll close us out. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Surratt Lopez, and I'm here to represent AVID. I have spoken to some of you. Anybody in the house know about AVID? All right.
Say AVID.
So AVID was mentioned by one of our panelists. It stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. We are in 45 states across the nation, and we're a college preparatory program that takes minority students, low socioeconomic students, and gets them prepared and into college. Just a couple of statistics. We get our students ready there 2 times greater than the national average. and it breaks across all ethnic backgrounds. So my point is not really a question, but a call to action.
Okay.
Everybody here can support your schools having AVID, can support your schools growing AVID, because AVID works, and AVID now is going into elementary schools. So please be an
Thank you.
advocate. If you want more information, come and see me.
Wonderful.
Good morning. I wanted to expand on a couple points regarding wellness. How can we expand on services to address some of the needs of foster care kids, children of single parents, or children living with relatives or other caretakers, in the sense of having more of a financial and life planning occurring when they go to college. Perhaps this can occur around the 9th grade or even middle school, so that they don't think in their mind, okay, what will happen? Who's going to take me to college? Grandma can't take me. I mean, these are some of the practical things that people have to think about, and perhaps expanding services within the schools to address those kind of thought processes of students who want to focus and who are coming from all levels and all backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. I was taking notes, not texting in case you were, or tweeting. So I'm just going to play back what was said and allow our folks to pick what they want, or just close out with your remarks. But we heard about ensuring that we identify people's natural gifts and cultivating them, starting early. And one of the last folks who spoke at the mic talked about birth to college. So even before kindergarten, even before early ed is, in the womb, right? Are we reading to them? 30 million words. What about those that are being pushed out? And oftentimes those being pushed out are the same ones that are being arrested and citations. So what are we doing to address, to disrupt and dismantle the prison pipeline? Questions about zero tolerance and resources, zero tolerance for dropouts and resources and reparations for free college for all folks involved, or inheritance of enslavement. Students are more important, investing in students, addressing summer learning loss, addressing that we have resources for single mothers, including this event on the 28th of June that you shall go to, and that there's a concern that it's not enough to just focus on the C, but making sure that everyone is equally prepared to succeed in college, that we have not only, that the extra resources we put in for those with high needs actually result in equal outcomes. That's equity. That we also take into account wellness and expanding needs for foster care, families, single parents, and children who are with relatives, and investing in programs like AVID. So we had a pretty rich discussion from all of you. So thank you for putting all that on the table. And we'll now hear from our panelists a reaction to any one of the topics that were put on the table. We'll start with Sequoia and come all the way down as our closing remarks.
Sorry. It's fine. From when I was hearing, everybody had this, and well, the one that caught my eye actually was when I heard that the school district was scoring teachers by grades. I remember I heard this long time ago, and I have something to say. I have two teachers. I had one, he was a history teacher. His students' grades were B's to C's. I got a C- one time with him. He was a great teacher. He taught me history, he taught you words, he taught you life experience most of the time. And I had another teacher who taught me math. Every student was either B or A or fail. And basically the fails were not there. And if you looked at, in paper he looked great. His students were A's, B's, but if you were in his class, he basically did the work for you. Like, I could tell him I'm having a problem with this math problem. He'll do the entire thing and say, oh, well, you got it now? I'm like, yes, and he gives me an A. I didn't learn anything. I just look like I'm doing great in his class. And then I had Mr. Dandridge. I told him, oh, I don't get this. He says, oh, try this. And I tried it. I got a C. He's like, oh, all right, just try harder next time. Try to do this, that. I learned something from him, but my grade was a C. In my math class, I had an A, but I didn't learn anything. So according to the district, he was a great teacher. And according to my other teacher, Mr. Dandridge, he was an average teacher. I think I remember hearing a story about a teacher who killed himself because, according to the district, he was a horrible person. His kids were failing D's, but then they did a story behind him, and he requested to have the most The kids that had social problems, the kids who had failing, he wanted them. He asked for them because he wanted to help them. And the school district said, no, you're doing a very bad job. And he ended up killing himself over this. So, yeah. And then I hear about the people who have left the system, they're no longer in school. If you want them to get back into education, you can tell them, just try a community college. It's so simple. It took me like an hour to apply. And just tell them that the ones who are gone, been arrested, just tell them, go to a community college, take one class, take an elective, take anything so that you feel it, and you can feel like the difference from a high school. The teachers, professors at colleges are willing to work with you. If you're, like when I started working, I told my professor, I'm working, I have to leave early. He says, no problem, I completely understand. You leave early, if you don't have to come, just tell me ahead of time, email me, just communicate with me. At a high school, it's a little different. You talk to your teacher, he may or may not listen, you gotta go to a dean, you gotta do this, but at a college, you are in charge of your life. You can go to the dean at a college, tell him, my professor doesn't want me to, I didn't take this test because I had to go to work and my professor's not giving me a second chance, and the dean will help you at the college. And another thing I was hearing was that technology, my era, we were born with a computer. I remember by elementary, there's a computer in our classroom, and we were playing video games on it, and they put all these blockers, and we always figured out how to get rid of them in a way. They always said, oh, there's blockers, they spend so much money on blockers, and oh my gosh. And the generation of mine was born with technology. I had a cell phone in elementary. It had like one game on it, that's all I played. Kids, we are born with technology this year. So I have a smartphone in my pocket. I know like my little nephew, he's got a smartphone he plays with all day. So the science technology is advancing, but also that means the curriculum has to advance with it. I remember like to graduate high school, all you need to do is take algebra or I think algebra 1 and geometry. But to go to like a Cal State or UC, you need algebra 2, some calculus. So you need to like increase the curriculum just a little bit so that kids can know that you need a little bit more education to go to a Cal State. Like I went to the community college because I only took 2 years of math. I needed 3 to go to a Cal State. I didn't know that. And my teacher told me that like a couple of weeks before I was going to graduate. He's like, oh yeah, you need a third year. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, okay. All right, I'll take a community college route. It's taking me some time because I took the entrance exams and I took to see where my math was at, and I dropped. I'm at math 145 when I started. I'm like, damn, that teacher didn't teach me jack, that math teacher. I didn't learn anything. Look, I'm taking elementary algebra again. It's like fractions. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Sequoia?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Sorry. Thank you.
Taking too much time?
You're good. You're great. I apologize for having to do that.
It's fine.
I want to start out by talking about a program that my daughter, who's a teacher in Washington, D.C., their elementary school did, and it addresses a little bit the mental health question you had, and I don't know that this is the answer, but what they did was they found that there were certain students walking around with their heads down, they weren't doing well academically, so they recruited the parents of those kids, brought them together, and told them that we want you to come into the school. We're going to teach you how to volunteer. And some of these parents didn't think they could volunteer. But because the school asked them to come in and volunteer, and one of the things that they told them was that when you see this cohort of students, speak to them. If you pass them in the hallway, make them feel as if they belong. And if enough people do that, it'll bring them up. So that was a very successful program at one school. The other issue that we see in the Alpha Academy, and it was addressed a little bit today, single parent households. One of the things is we have to start creating more men. And a man would be from the neck up. Okay? And it wouldn't be concerned with the waist area, and if it is with the waist area, it would be having the pants at the right level. And I think we need to be serious about that. And that's one of the things in the academy we talk about, there might be an appropriate place for that, but it isn't in the academy, it isn't in the classroom. And as a matter of fact, spent some time at Valley High School, and there was a vice principal who was helping us with a group of kids who were at each other's throats, you know. And what she told them is, because of the way you carry yourselves, the teachers around here are afraid of you. I know they are because they tell me. And so I understand that, yes, there are some issues with the media images, but you also need to carry yourself in a certain manner. The other thing we need to eliminate is those fathers who talk about, you are my child, but you are not my choices. And so I've always thought, and I don't know how it would work, is that we should teach people how to be parents in school. The curriculum, I'm not sure what it would be, and that would be quite a hullabaloo, but I think one of the problems is teaching people how to make choices about who to be with. One of our proudest moments in the academy was when a young man went home and said, "Mama, I think I got the wrong girlfriend because she and I don't have the same goals."
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I need to pick somebody who can help me get to UC or Cal State, and not somebody who's just going to be a nice party girl for a night or a nice party girl for high school. You know, that's not as important or not important at all.
Thank you so much.
And I know we have a limited amount of time for the answers, but to address your question, I think that we need to continue to make a push for restorative justice practices. We need to continue to make a push for classroom zero tolerance suspensions for minimal offenses. We need to continue to make a push to make all schools responsible to make sure that we're not losing students because they don't feel welcome, because they feel that they're out of class, and the accountability. And in terms of the other question, I don't have the answer. I wish I did. That's something that we struggle with every day at our school. Who's ready for college, who's not? The students and the teachers need to determine that, but we can be, we have to make sure that they're supported. And the C program was in place to make sure that if that student couldn't get a grade higher than a C, then that we do remediation. And I wish I had an answer for what other systems are going to be in place. This is new, and it's going to be a learning curve for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to frame my comments in a particular way that focus on just ideas that everybody in the room, irrespective of what role they play or where they sit, they can actually do. So the first thing is find 3 young people and get them into high-impact, out-of-school time experiences that you know are not, whether that be a club, the aforementioned Alpha Academy, or some other type of high-impact, out-of-school time, after-school summer experience. Number 2, read at least 3 to 5 children's books to kids that are very small and that K-3, which are on the deficit side of the 30 million words each and every day. I have an 8-month-old daughter. We read her 5 to 7 books a day. That same thing, count to those same children. Have them hearing numbers. Number 3, find opportunities to get young people exposed to the concepts and the ideas of math. The ideas that were mentioned previously, math is the gateway to STEM. I have served in leadership roles at institutions where we have tripled the numbers of underrepresented students completing STEM degrees and produce programs that are completing degrees at the 90+% level. The gateway is the math. The math is what kills them. Any institution across the country where you want to see the deficit, all you have to do is disaggregate the achievement levels in the STEM gateway courses at the post-secondary level, and you see it. So the more that we get young people involved with math early and often. The last recommendation, and this one particularly is close to my heart, we have to keep our young people reading and get them reading early and consistently. I was a young person who developed a love of learning from reading, very simplistically, comic books and science fiction. I now write books. I now give speeches and do things all across the world that impact millions and millions of people. It started because I loved Captain America, Superman, the Black Panther, and all the other comic book characters that are out there. Get our young people reading comic books and keep them reading comic books consistently.
I want to thank our panelists for being so patient with the time allotted and wanting to get in, and I wanted to thank the audience for your participation as well. I wanted to close with a reminder of where we are in history. 20 years ago, 2 laws were passed in California that were destructive. One was Proposition 187, which was the beginning of the attack on immigrants that we see today, and Proposition 184, which was the continuance of the prison building expansion that we see through the three strikes law. Both were big blows to people of color and big blows to college access. But 20 years later, we are in a different place. The prison system is still up and well, but there's a potential ballot initiative on the ballot that'll change the course of misdemeanors for a lot of people. We have a conference here bringing AFT together with community leaders and districts and the White House. We have an African American president who's pushing some really good issues in our favor. And we have a bunch of squirrels in the room that are ready to take on that bear. And so with that, let's keep fighting, keep struggling, and let's make this college dream real for all students. Thank you all very much.
So let's give the panelists another round of applause. So we're now about to go into our lunch discussion. Everyone who's on our lunch panel, please raise your hand. Let's see, lunch panelists. Okay, so we're gonna this is how we're gonna go for lunch. Lunch is actually gonna be taken in this room, but it's gonna be served down the hall. What's gonna happen is that all of our panelists will go get food first, then they will come, after they get their food, then I will let you all go. So that you go get your food, you have 30 minutes to get your food and come back in here. The next panel will start at 12:15. So we're going to be eating here, so it's a lunch conversation. The conversation and the topic is assuring educational excellence. See, only one person, shh. Ensuring educational excellence for boys and men of color through proven practices that promote positive school climate. So, can our lunch panelists, they can go? Okay, now you all can actually go straight through the hallway. You'll be escorted by our ushers from the Boys and Girls Club, and just come back in here after you get your plates. Thank you.
just told us Randy's in third.
Yes, he did. We're very compliant.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Follow direction.
Thank you. Is everybody awake now that we had that great lunch? Well, we aim to inspire and engage with this conversation. Certainly, we had this morning's panel, just such excellent conversation and in-depth about these issues and how our communities are dealing with the needs, such tremendous needs out there, diverse needs. And we have such an esteemed gathering here of folks that are going to help us talk through and identify things that are out there that are making a difference, and things that we know there are challenges in this area. When we talk about the best practices, how are we thinking about that in terms of diverse populations? When we're talking about positive practices, what is missing in those elements, whether we're talking about evaluation and assessment of those programs. Certainly multiple measures comes into play. What is universal? What are some standards, some essential aspects that our communities are dealing with, particularly as we talk about differences among gender, differences among geography, all of those factors come into play. And particularly for tribal communities, one of the things that we're hearing from tribal leaders and educators across the country is just the notion that emerging practices are practices that aren't even yet discovered out there, that need to be a part of our system's thought, and how it's reflected in the things that we do comes into play. So where do we need to be investing? Where do we need to be pointing our attention to and making sure that we're identifying them much more, even trying to bring them to scope and scale. So I think right now what I want to do is have folks introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about who you are and who your role is. Although many of you are national leaders, certainly relevant to the communities that you come from and all of your work. Help us understand who you are, and if you can touch on, and we're going to keep this conversation as personal as we hope it is all coming across to you all, and talk about what keeps you up at night in the way of looking at proven practices for boys and young men of color in particular. So if we can start here with my colleague from Department of Education.
Thanks, Bill. My name is Will Crossley. I am with the Office for Civil Rights at the Department of Education. My personal background actually began my career as a school teacher in the public schools. Went on and became a civil rights attorney and have done civil rights work across the gamut, including voting rights and now civil rights within education. Our office primarily enforces those federal laws that require states and districts, schools, to comply with their civil rights obligations. And so most prevalent for today's discussion, I won't go through all the laws, but is Title VI, which protects against discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin. And we have had a lot of things moving in that space, which would love to share a few today. In terms of what keeps me up at night, I think it's just the tremendous challenges that we continue to face. And so we just celebrated the 60th commemoration of Brown versus the Board of Education decision. And if you look across the country, we still face staggering disparities in some of our schools and some of our school districts in terms of our administration, for example, of discipline among black children and white children and Latino children, and even Native Americans have huge disparities in terms of their likelihood to be subject to more harsh discipline. And so, but you could look across a gamut of issues with respect to last panel talked about college and career readiness and ensuring that our kids have college access. And we still see those disparities on that score. And so I think it's the amount of work that we continue to have to do, and we'll continue to work hard at it and look forward to partnering with all of you as we do it.
Thank you very much. Well, folks. Yeah.
So, my name is Randy. I have a last name too, but we're informal, right?
Yeah.
So, and I am the president of the American Federation of Teachers, which has about 1.5 million members. Before I go any farther, I do want to introduce, we have our state leader and our soon-to-be leader of UTLA here, and I just want to make sure that I acknowledge them. Josh Peschel, would you stand up, the president of CFC? And Alex Caputo Pearl, will you stand up? And and the reason I really wanted Alex to be here, I know he's rushing around today, is that I think this week marked a very different beginning in terms of the relationships again between community and our union in UTLA. I think as the Vergara suit was being, the lower court was issuing their ruling that tossed out, a lot of protections for teachers. At the very same time as that was happening, this week, our union worked with community groups around this city to make sure that the Board of Education passed the Equity Index. Yep. And in some ways, I raise both of those things because it feels to me like on a national basis, there has started to be, and you can see it with My Brother's Keeper's report, there's starting to be such a consensus about what actually works to help provide every single child the opportunity to be prepared for life, citizenship, college, and career. Notice, I put life and citizenship before college and career. And as we are starting to get to a consensus, which we're doing as part of Reclaiming the Promise, which the White House is doing in terms of My Brother's Keeper, including things like moving away from zero tolerance and moving towards things like good climate and restorative justice, all of us together. As that's happening, you still also have huge polarization as reflected by the Vergara case and the decision. And I think it is incumbent on us, this is what I worry about all the time, and I think my career actually started when I was 11 years old, and my father came home with tears in his eyes because he had just been laid off from his job. And I watch people, when we fight for unemployment insurance for people who have been laid off, I watch people say, well, they should get a job. They should find a way to get a job. And I think about my father, and every single day for 2 years, him looking at the ads, him going door to door, him trying to get a job because the one thing he didn't want was to be unemployed. And that's how I've started my advocacy, knowing full well that regardless of what we do, and I was a lawyer and I was a school teacher in Brooklyn, that what we need to do as adults is help create a ladder of economic opportunity and educational opportunity that all the young people in this room can climb up so that they can dream their dreams. That's what I think about.
Thank you, Randy, folks. Elma.
I'm sorry for my cough.
Thank you very much. When Marco invited me to be part of the panel, I said to him, I really don't know LAUSD very well. I just started. So, I would only be able to talk about my experiences as a superintendent of schools in 2 school districts, 2 urban school districts, Santa Ana Unified and Pomona Unified. And then my role prior to that as Assistant Secretary of Elementary and Secondary Education in this administration in the first couple of years. And with that, I had the opportunity to visit 25 states and able to see different programs and see promising practices across the country. And so I was very excited when Mayor Garcetti asked me to join his team, and I was there for about 7 months, to be able to work and think about putting together, as his advisor, ideas and ways in which we can help support and ensure the success of especially young men of color. So I hope and look forward to the conversation today. And what keeps me at night is the fact that there is 100,000 youth between the ages of 16 to 24 in Los Angeles, 1 out of every 5, that are out of school and out of work. That's what keeps me up at night.
Thank you. Thelma Melendez.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Philpart, and I work with PolicyLink. PolicyLink is a national nonprofit policy advocacy organization headquartered in Oakland, California. That's just up north for those of you who might not know. What we are doing is managing a couple of initiatives that are focused on improving outcomes for black males and boys and men of color. And one I'll speak to specifically because it relates to a lot of the work that you're talking about here in California. So the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color is a statewide network of different stakeholders from throughout the state who are interested in improving outcomes for boys and men of color who come from a range of different backgrounds, folks who are professors, folks who are teachers, students, residents in communities, community-based organizations, a whole host of individuals who are actively coming together to advance local campaigns in cities throughout the state, LA, Fresno, Oakland, Sacramento, Santa Ana, and other places, and also advancing a statewide campaign to push policy priorities into the legislature and into law on behalf of all of our communities throughout the state. The Alliance for Boys and Men of Color is something that any of you can join, so please look us up. It's allianceforbmoc.org, and we have a lot of important policies that are, I think, top of mind for this particular conversation as it relates to education. So you talk about school climate, suspension and expulsion. All of these are priority issues for us, and I'm hoping that through this conversation we'll be able to surface those. What keeps me up at night is the fact that we know what works to improve outcomes for our youth, for our communities, but yet we somehow lack the political will to make it happen. That's what really keeps me up at night. And so how can we, through our various spheres of influence, begin to move towards some sort of consensus where we can make the change that's needed for our communities?
Great. Thank you, Mark. Tori.
Hi, my name is Tori Broughton. I'm 16. I'm from the Social Justice Learning Institute, aka the Black Male Youth Academy, and that's the organization that I'm here with today. And we just go around learning about our history. We're in like 3 different high schools, a couple of different elementary schools, and a couple of middle schools. And that's basically, we just teach history, and that's what we do.
Great. Thank you. Great, Tori. So Randy, let's go to you first. And AFT plays such a critical role in teachers and certainly school officials. We know the connections there of the impact that teachers have, the necessity of school leadership, principals especially, playing a critical role there. And And at the local level, when we're talking about policies in addressing school discipline, addressing those disparities and being proactive in that and creating that accountability around that, what are some of the opportunities that lie before us in those critical roles of teachers and school officials?
So let me figure out how to answer that question in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
So I'll be broad
I know
as
it's very,
opposed
very,
to
very
being
big.
very granular.
Yeah.
Because I think Mark, in some ways, said this. We actually have started to learn a lot of very meaningful ways of not only changing climates in schools, but of doing it in a sustainable and scalable way. And now the issue becomes, do we have the political will to make that a reality? And so let me talk first about the political will and one of the ideas. I was struck by two things this year. I don't know if anybody else read Michelle Alexander's book. Anybody in this room
Yes.
read it or know what I'm talking about? Who doesn't know what I'm talking about? Be honest. Yay, I love that. Okay, so you're going to actually now Google the book, right? But she wrote a book called The New Jim Crow, and noted in that book that there are more African American men in prison, jail, probation, and parole than there were slaves at the start of the Civil War. When you see a statistic like that and you don't do anything about it, shame on anybody who doesn't have that compel and animate our work. Okay? And then the Justice Department and others said, and then on top of that, talking about the disparities, that if you are a white, non-lesbian girl in a high school, there is much more of a shot that you're not going to get suspended for anything. If you are a black male, if you are LGBT, and you do something like, there's some roughhousing, there's 3, 4, and 5 times more of a shot that you're going to get suspended. And again, shame on us if we don't do anything about that. Now, why do I raise those two things first? Because when I'm talking to my members, I start a conversation about climate with those statistics and say, what are we going to do about that? We don't start with, zero tolerance and why zero tolerance happened. We start with, why do we need to move away from things like zero tolerance? And that's part of what our union is doing to try to say, wait a second, I don't care if it was good 5 years ago or 10 years ago. We now look at data, not just people, and say, this is not working. We have to find other ways to create positive climates in schools that lift kids up. And so that's part of us taking that responsibility. We've been doing that all year, including having educator summits on discipline and on and on and on, to actually move our membership to a different place in terms of looking at discipline. Now, the second piece is, that goes back to Mark's question, or Mark's answer, which is, we know what works. And some of this is being done in LA in a really great way. How many people know the word restorative justice?
Mm-hmm. Certainly Native America does.
Say it again?
Certainly Native America does.
Exactly. So if we know that if we all take more responsibility in schools for climate, and for actions, including students, including teachers, including principals, then we're going to change climate in schools. That's the key that underlies restorative justice. But let me also ask a question. Do you think that this can get done without any resources whatsoever?
Mm-hmm.
So, this is where we all come together, which is moving to something that we know is far better than what we have right now as a strategy in terms of school climate, but also with the same advocacy, fighting for the resources that we need to make that real in schools. And that's what it means to work to, I think, take some, I hate the word leadership, but that's what I think it means to try to really move an agenda and make it real. So what we're doing is we've done a lot of that first spot in terms of talking to our members all across the country about saying we have to move. Yes, we understand the issues, we understand having a great climate in schools is absolutely essential. Keeping students and staff safe is absolutely essential. Safety is emotional safety and physical safety. But we have to do it in a way that we lift kids up and we create the kind of best practices that we know will work. And we've now done it in 3 or 4 different places, including, and don't laugh at me, Peoria, Illinois. There is really a place in this country called Peoria, Illinois. And what we've seen is when we started to do these practices together in a collaborative, trusted way, we're seeing huge decreases in the number of kids who are suspended. And what we're seeing is we have kids in school, which is what we want. So we ensure that we are doing everything in our power to prepare all kids for life, citizenship, college, and career.
Great. Thank you, Randy. So, that's great. So we know what works, and we know we have examples around the country that are getting at this work. It takes that resource to be the foundation of that. And ultimately, I agree with Randy that this notion of that word leadership, comes with a lot of connections that just overwhelm our communities, and ultimately this is about individual responsibility and collective and interrelated and interdependent concentration on some of these really tough to grapple with issues. And so that change in perspective then creates those concentric circles of influence. And so we need those tools, though, in our communities to bring the awareness around this issue. And I know, Mark, you hit this really strong on we know what that is. Help us understand what some of those practices are. How do we create that continuum of care that we all know all too well, and provide us with some concrete ways to get around this squishiness thing that we always talk about, that we know we have to do.
Sure, thank you. And I have a cheat sheet here, so pardon me if I have to look down and reference it.
That just means you're thorough.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I did my homework.
Yeah.
I want to say first, too, that I'm very heartened by your comments, Randy. I really appreciate how strong and passionate you are about these issues, and how, given where you sit, how important that is. I hope all of you, understand just the weight and gravity of what AFT can bring to this conversation. What we're finding in the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color is that, there are a host of needs that schools have. And while every school is different and unique, many of these needs sort of center on the same set of principles and sort of models in terms of being able to turn around a school and a community. And essentially, at the end of the day, it's not just about the school itself functioning at a high level, but it's about the community functioning at a high level, and the families in those communities. And so whatever approach that we take needs to be one that's integrated and working across those different mediums. one thing I want to say too, before I just run off a list of different things, is that within the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, people always ask me, who are the leaders of the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color? The leaders are young people, people like you. You guys are the ones who are finding these solutions, who are helping us to understand what works in places. You are the voices, you are the leaders, you are the change. And so as I read this stuff off, I want you to know it comes from folks just like yourselves who are in the throes of this fight, who are in the schools experiencing some of the challenges that we're talking about. So it's not, just me who is a little bit removed from the experience, but it's authentic. So what do we know we need? We know we need that in schools, we need all the adults and all the leadership to be committed to this idea of change. We know that once leadership buys in, once people at the top buy in, then it makes it so much easier for that change to permeate everything else. We know that we need school climate surveys to be able to determine just how people are feeling within a particular institution. A lot of times people don't want to touch school climate surveys. They don't want to hear from people who are going through the challenges that we're talking about. And that's critically important. We need to ensure that young people have a voice and have a seat at the table. And school climate surveys are a way to do that. We know we need to collect data and be specific about the data, who's failing, who's succeeding, and disaggregate the data by race and gender, right? So we know who's doing what where and what supports they need in order to do better. We know that we need an ethos of culture, healing, and equity, right? We know that in order for a school to be successful, people need to feel comfortable bringing all of their cultural talents to bear within a place. What does that mean? That means ethnic studies. That means arts programs that are culturally centered, that speak to people and speak to the history that their lives are rooted in, like Torre just mentioned earlier. So these are the things that we know are successful, and we also know that we need agreements between community and schools for how those two engage, right? So we know that community-based organizations are doing great work, and they bring a host of committed, caring adults to the table who can be supportive of the work that's happening in schools. We need to be able to integrate those, right? So that community-based organizations have access to school grounds, can work to organize youth, can support teachers, et cetera, in a way that complements learning. And we know that we need to be mindful of how police engage our students on campus, right? We can't just have police, SROs, student resource officers, arresting or ticketing or fining students for whatever they want, right? And so we need to have agreements about how these individuals behave on our campuses. Organizations like Families in Schools in LA is doing great parent engagement work, and I think that's really the roadmap for the future. There's a whole lot more, but I know that we have to share space, and so I want to allow others to talk.
No, I appreciate that, and I got to really ask this. All those points, the data-driven decision-making, making that a part of the community, what does that look like? What does that feel like? That buy-in to that are critical components. And I think the notion of the skill building and the abilities as being that foundation and us focusing on that efforts to make sure that we're providing our boys and young men with the ability to navigate their communities, their contexts that they're in effectively. And I got a good lesson in that this morning. I mentioned in my open remarks this morning that LAPD welcomed me to the community and making sure that I wasn't texting while driving. and I had shared with the young men that we were able to bring today to the conversation that those skill sets came in handy right away. Right. It was no talking back. It was, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So sorry. Appreciate it. Wasn't aware of that. Next time, for sure, certain. Thank you. And that's critical. I mean, that's a life skill that you need to navigate those environments. So, you know, each time you come upon those, and I have countless stories of that for, you know, don't get in trouble with the law all the time, but you come and interaction with them. And so, critical skill sets. Tori, you know, how does some of the things that Mark talking about, you know, how are you experiencing this at your high school? You know, what does support for you look like? And certainly, you know, how are these expectations for you to succeed? What does that look like in your school?
Well, we have like AVID classes at my school, like in scrap classes, which, you know, you go in after school, they work with you one-on-one, and they, you know, help you with work, and then they tell you that this class will benefit you so you can be above credits in high school so you can graduate, which, like, most of the kids at my school is trying to catch up on their credits now, and it's like only a week later before they graduate, and then by that time, they can't walk the stage on time. So it's just AVID classes and scrap classes that's there to help support. That's what I see. That's there to help support. But the main program that helps me support and students like me is the Black Male Youth Academy, only because they don't look at us just as a student. They look at us personally, like, you know, they want to know us more so they can know which ways will help us learn better. You can't teach a kid if you don't know how to teach them. Every kid needs to learn differently. No kid is the same. So like, yeah, just knowing a kid personally so you can know how to teach them. And that's basically how I see it.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, that's spot on. You know, I think of that, making sure that happens early, that it's purposeful. You know, that's what I'm hearing you saying, is that, you know, that relationship side of that is hugely important. And so I really appreciate that. Now, I'll have some more questions for you there, but let's, Thelma, I know you're new to LAUSD, certainly not new to the community here. Your experiences have gone from, you know, national level, thinking about this in terms of all populations, you know, the systemic impacts of this, and now you're here, certainly in a complex place. What are some of the things that you're thinking about in terms of proven practices and maybe things that you can draw upon in your experiences elsewhere that you're approaching the context that you're looking at right now?
Thank you, Bill. You know, at one point in my career, I really felt, when I was a teacher, when I was a principal, when I was superintendent the first time around, that school systems could help. I mean, they could be the main force. But after I came back from my time in DC and traveling across the country and seeing the wonderful practices that are occurring, I realized that it's impossible for a school system to do it all by themselves. That it takes a whole community, it takes the school system, it takes players within the school system to work together. You know, the integrated support model, you know, is very, very strong in bringing together community and the school as a hub for the community, where you have all the different resources around and surrounding. When I started with the city, I was absolutely blown away by a partnership between the school district and the city. It's Deborah Eduardo, who is the Executive Director of Student Support Services, and Robert Sines, who's the Assistant General Manager for Economic Development. And what they did is, here are 13 youth source centers across the city, right? And most cities have, you know, this type of center. But they've never connected it to the school district. So, for example, the students that are, you know, they focus on bringing back youth that are, you know, disconnected and getting them, you know, back on track. But there was never a connection with the school system. So what was funded, and the board actually funded this as well as the city, LAUSD counselors that are housed there at the youth source centers. So they have access to student information. So they're able to track and follow. They're able to provide intensive case management. And so even something as simple as that partnership is really, really powerful, because you can see how successful they are. They also applied for a grant, a federal grant, out of the Department of Labor and received $12 million. And in that grant, they have centers, and many of the partners are in the room that run these youth source centers, where it's even one step further, where they provide students the opportunity to get a high school diploma plus a career pathway and helping them move forward. So again, it's a partnership that here are the resources existing outside, not communicating, and now these resources and these individuals making that happen between a huge city and a huge school district. The other is, you know, I traveled to, and it was the furthest south, you know, the valley in Texas, out in the middle of just the corner of Texas, to visit this superintendent. His name is Daniel King, because you've heard of him. And I went out there.
I've been with him.
Yes. I went out to visit what he was doing, and it is astounding. And this was 4 years ago. So it was early on. Now everybody talks about it, but this man's been doing it with his team, with his teachers, with his parents, his community. What they did is he said, you know what, we're going to have high expectations for our students. Yes, you know, they've been, you know, they've dropped out. We're going to have a day, and I know LAUSD does a very same day where they call back kids. They go door to door and call back kids to come back, inviting them back. But what Danny's done is that when they call them back, he has high expectations for them. He has an academy that he's created where the students not only get a high school diploma, they get community college credit. And it's not just an early college program for the students that are ahead of the curve. No, these are students that have been disengaged, who are brought back with super high expectations. And so that program has been very, very successful. And I think he was even on 60 Minutes, and yeah.
McAllen, Texas.
Yeah.
Or the district right next to McAllen.
Yeah, it's like Far, Alamo, and San Juan. Far, San Juan,
right.
Alamo. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's doing amazing. He was the superintendent of Hidalgo before. So again, there are models. Miami-Dade has some incredible programs as well. Alberto Carvalho and his team, where they really, again, just cut through barriers and really look at bringing together partnerships, integrating those student support services, and having those high expectations, for students. So, I mean, those are just a couple of examples that I remember seeing here in Los Angeles and a couple of places at a national level.
But I just want to jump in around a second. There is a structure to this, which is the school as a hub and as an accordion for a lot of different services. So that, and those, because if you think about the school as a center of community, then, and there is an alignment or an integration of city services, county services, and college services, health services, early childhood services, then you see that the school can fulfill or can geographically fulfill a lot of needs of community, but it doesn't have to be simply people who work at the school. It's a huge opportunity for public-private partnerships, including the Girls and Boys Clubs, including community colleges, getting businesses from the community in to tutor kids, mentor kids. And so you use, if you're thinking about the school as the hub, it doesn't actually matter who is funding the service, but the services are really in one place so students and parents can access them.
No, appreciate that. And I think, at the core of that, those partnerships, collaborations are everybody's in universal agreement that that's what is driving some of these effective strategies. And yet it's so tough for us to get to that point. Many pointed out earlier the history involved here. Ultimately, that boils down to a lack of trust. And And not the best, but certainly effective in some ways. I watched Game of Thrones about three weeks ago, and they hit this point on the head when they said, we do not engage in formal agreements with those whom we trust. And so the reality of how do we bring these governance issues together, ultimately families are behind this that entrust their children to us in these systems. What does that look like? So some of those specific strategies I'm going to come back to Randy for on how teachers and school leaders are facilitating these connections with communities in more meaningful ways than maybe we have in the past. What does that look like concretely? And then we'll open that up to some of the other folks as well. But let me pick on my colleague here, Will, a little bit here and have him expand on how we're grappling with some of these issues, whether it's through guidance, whether it's through setting that floor of accountability, through Title VI. How are we addressing these issues in getting at some of these complex nuances?
Sure. I want to pick up where we left off on collaborating, though, because I think it's hugely important. We're an enforcement office. We have 500 people spread across 12 regional offices across the country. And we do enforce Title VI, and we do good work, but we only do what comes to us and what we can actually do. And one of the things that we also try to do is to create a set of resources that can empower all of you and all of the parents and teachers and others who are in the schools and who are working with our kids on a daily basis. One of the things we did in that regard earlier this year, we released our civil rights data collection. It was the first time since 2000 that we looked everywhere in the country. It's survey data, but typically there's statistical analyses done, and they try and make estimates. We went to every single school district, nearly 18,000 school districts, nearly 100,000 schools, and almost 50 million kids represented in the civil rights data collection. And that's now a tool that you all can use. Now, we used it, and we pulled out data along several issues. One of those issues was elementary, particularly pre-K. And in our suspension data, we looked at schools that were, in fact, suspending kids at 3 and 4 years of age from school. And then we can use that data. And so Randy referenced a minute ago the report we just submitted to the president, My Brother's Keeper task force. And it says very clearly in there that, in fact, we ought to eliminate all suspensions for kids at 3 and 4 years of age. We looked at college and career readiness, and we looked at the fact that in schools across the country, there's still 11% of our schools where they're not even offering Algebra 1. Okay, those statistics increase substantially when you go into those districts that have the highest proportion of African American and Latino students. And so if you look at chemistry in those communities with those high proportions, you see across the board that 25% of our schools aren't offering chemistry to our kids, and we're supposed to be preparing them for college and career. In those high proportion districts, that figure jumps to 33%, and so we see those disparities. And we looked at resource equity, and there 20% of our schools across the country do not provide counselors. Okay, this isn't, we did not look at whether it was a full-time counselor. Okay, we counted any FTE. And there are 20% of our schools have no FTE for counselors for these kids. And then finally, we looked at discipline, and we talked about some of the discipline data already. But that's also a tool for you. And so all of you can go to our website, and you can look at the data that's there for your school district. In fact, you can look at the data for your individual school, and you can use that data. And one of the things that we try to make clear is that our office receives reports from anybody. You don't have to be a parent. You can be a next-door neighbor to the school, and you can file a report with our office if you see certain disparities. And so that's one of the kind of tools that we have out there. You mentioned guidance. We certainly, in January of this year, put out guidance on the discipline issue. Randy was speaking a minute ago that among African American boys in particular, 3 times as likely as their white counterparts to be suspended out of school. Same is true as we talked about for girls as well. They're African American girls, 12%, boys, 20% likely, 1 in 5 are likely to be suspended from school. And so what we said in our guidance, it's the first time the federal government has ever said this, is that we're using our civil rights laws as they were designed to focus not just on what someone's intent might have been, but what are the results that we're attaining for our children. And so where we see a disparate impact among schools or in school districts, that we would investigate those and where necessary, enforce discrimination in the administration of school discipline that harms kids on the basis of race and national origin. And so that again, that guidance becomes a tool. And so all of that information is available on our website, and we would hope, I will stop there. There's a lot more. We talked about what works, and we are seeing in some of our investigative work, some of our enforcement work, we're coming together with resolutions that work. There's some right here in California and across the country, resolutions that work, that focus on restorative justice and a number of other things that we've already talked about.
How many of you knew that you had this resource at your disposal, both in the CRDC, the civil rights complaint process? Yeah, and this is a common theme throughout the country. I thought our initiative was not known anywhere in the country, and I would go to my civil rights colleagues, and they have a lot of really dedicated people wanting to look at these issues and to apply what protections are there and to be a resource in helping communities work through some of these things, coupled with some of the things that we do in providing technical assistance to states and local education agencies through our Office of Elementary and Secondary Education as well. Just a very powerful way of trying to address some of these difficulties. We'll go to Randy for some of those concretes that I asked you to think a little bit about, and then we'll take some questions from the audience at that point. So if we can have folks, start to make their way to the mic. Randy, Mark, sorry.
I just really quickly wanted to let people know, for those of you who care about this issue of suspension and expulsion, there is a bill that's being considered by the legislature right now, AB 420, on willful defiance, that would preclude suspensions and expulsions for willful defiance between 0 to 6th grade, right? So, all those early grades where people are getting suspended for willful defiance, and willful defiance, for those of you who don't know, is just a random classification that people use to suspend you for, whatever it is that doesn't fit under any of the other statutes, right? So, whether you get up and go to the bathroom without raising your hand, whether you wear a hat in class, or whether you, sass the teacher, those things count as willful defiance. And so there is, all of it is very subjective and unjust. And there are a lot of us fighting for that, to change that. And you can join us. We're having a rally in Sacramento, August 6th and 7th, and we invite you to come.
Okay, I know Randy's getting in, but if I could just and it works, right? eliminating suspensions for kids at that age works. We've seen, we have a resolution agreement with Baltimore. We actually have one with Oakland. And we're seeing positive results when for these, low-level forms of misbehavior, we take off the table that we're going to, the one example that drives me nuts every time is that there are schools that have policies that say we're going to suspend kids out of school for truancy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the student hasn't been in school, and your solution to it is that you're going to send them home.
Yeah.
It makes absolutely no sense. So there's data out there that shows that it works.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Tough issues, Randy. But please, yep.
No, these are, look, there's been a lot of work around this, and the notion of suspending a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, it just doesn't.
I can't find them, Randy. I mean, I
I
ask all over the place.
want to get 3 and 4-year-olds into school to have, early childhood education.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And so the notion, so there's but when we talk about this as well, I would say that the notion of just throwing people the keys and say, just do it, we should be as against that as we are against suspending 3 and 4-year-olds. Because if we don't create the resources, like guidance counselors, like nurses, California, for example, is 51 out of 51 states. That includes the District of Columbia. In terms of having librarians. It's 45th in terms of having nurses. And this is, very, very grateful about the work that Jerry Brown did and our union did and others did in terms of getting more, kind of reversing Prop 13 and getting funding into schools and things like that. But we have to stop this rob Peter to pay Paul routine that happens. And I think that we need to have as many conversations about that as we do about the data. And I think what happens is the data has to be a tool. It can't be a hammer. It has to be a tool for what are we going to do about this. Because if not, as the Advancement Project has said, if you couple the having a zero-tolerance discipline policy with having a fixation and high-stakes testing, you create a toxic, terrible environment for children. And so we need to really work on all of that at the same time. And that's I would ask, as we talk about the suspension data, to also always marry it with what are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
What's the resources, what's the practices that we're going to do about it? Because then it makes it real instead of simply then defaulting to a really good principal, I hope, who says, okay, what am I going to do about it? How am I going to now take even less and less music so I can have a guidance counselor? That is a bad choice that we shouldn't be doing. And that's what sometimes when I hear some of this conversation, I need to just bring that back to make sure that we're advocating on all of these things. And everybody's kind of shaking their heads, and I think that that's one thing. The second piece is there are resources galore. The internet and technology has helped us put a bunch of resources online for a bunch of different things, and I'm just going to throw 3 or 4 of them out. Number one, we have 2 websites within the AFT, one called Coloring Colorado and one called Share My Lesson, that is chock full of lots of different lessons that teachers can use and parents can see on a range of different education initiatives, and it's for free. Both of these things are for free. And we haven't spent very much time talking about limited English proficiency and what the barriers of language do, but I just want to say Color in Colorado is a website that does a lot of that stuff as well. So it's all for free. We've invested greatly for people to be able to upload and download things, and there's been, in a year and a half, almost 6 million downloads in terms of Share My Lesson. People are really, really using it. Number two, we have this restorative practice guide that the Advancement Project, NEA, ourselves, and others have done in terms of having some of those practices out there. Number three, this is the summer. I know it may be too late to plan right now, but maybe not. Summer is a really good time for planning for professional development as long as it's real. And the best professional development in schools are when teachers and principals are working together with community and everybody is walking in each other's shoes, and it's really, really cool when we have kids there as well. Because when people start having not just, this is my expectation, this is your expectation, but there are joint expectations and joint plans for how to solve it, that's when schools turn around. And summers are really good times to do some of these things. So those are just a few ideas that I would just throw out that people can access right now.
Great, thank you.
And again, excuse my cough.
Let's go ahead and go to our audience. You know, certainly a lot of information here, and looking at, if you could, we also wanted to remind folks that we're streaming this live, so if those at the mic could introduce yourself and make sure you touch on that. And you know, any insights, any questions you have of the panelists, and I think, you know, taking from our previous panel, what is one or two things that you're gonna do after this? You know, what are the so what? What are we gonna do at this point? And I'll also ask that of our panelists, taking in the insights that you've gotten here today, you know, some of the work that you're already invested in. Let's just take this opportunity to articulate that as well. So we'll start. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You got. All right. We'll start here.
Hi, my name is Taisha Flinaw, and I'm a 6th grade, 7th grade English and history teacher. And I just want to ask really quickly, during the 2013-2014 school year, if you could just raise your hand if you were a register carrying teacher, if you're a teacher in K through 12. So can you do that?
13, 14, that's good.
Okay. All right, because I am just curious, as you know, we're talking about best practices in our panel, but I feel like teachers are largely left out, like register carrying teachers in K through 12 are largely left out of these conversations. So it's almost like, you know, me saying I'm going to, you know, remodel your house, but I haven't even invited you to the conversation about what you're going to do. So it's really important that, you know, teachers, I honestly don't. So I'm a teacher that goes to lots of different professional developments. I actually deliver professional developments as well. But you know, many of my colleagues are really, some of them are resistant to change, and they're not as open per se as I am. And I see that there are, when we're left out of the conversation, what happens is teachers are pitted against organizations or against parents and different things like that. So instead of working together, you all have some things that you've talked, like restorative justice, where I have never heard of that before. But who's supposed to, you know, I know I'm one of the key players, right? But I'm left out. And honestly, I don't know how I was invited here today. I'm very happy and grateful that I was invited. I don't know who invited me, but I'm very happy.
I think because it was a bit of an AFT event, and we insisted that teachers were part of the conversation.
But I don't know anybody else that was invited that were teachers. That's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying, I just feel like we need to be more, we need to be inviting teachers to this conversation more often. I mean, I'm invited to a lot of things. I do a lot of different things. But again, I'm one teacher. So when we're talking about things, the best practice and things that teachers need to do. They need to be a part of these conversations. When you're coming in as organizations and policies, you don't understand what we've done, right? I've been teaching since the year 2000, but I stepped out of the classroom for 4 years, from 2005 to 2009, and I was disconnected. I have taught before, but I became disconnected. When you're out, you don't know what's going on currently. So it's important that people who, not that you just taught before, but that you're in the classroom currently and you're having those conversations with teachers. Otherwise, they don't even know what you're talking about, and we're pitted against each other. I'm not sure what you're talking about, you're not sure what my experiences are, and instead of things getting done, then we're just arguing, not arguing, per se, but we're not coming to a consensus, and so things aren't being done and streamlined. So it's really important to make sure teachers are part of the conversation.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, in virtually everything that we do, there's always some current classroom teachers that are informing and animating policy. That's different than what I think you're saying, which is, so my question to you is, if you had your druthers, what's the best entry point? Is it at the school level? Is it the district level? Is it, where is it that you think would be something that, where when people were doing policy, there would have to be something that says, have we made sure that we're not simply listening to teachers, but they are animating the discussion about this? What's the best entry point in your judgment?
If I could add a little context to that too, and I know Randy and I have done a tremendous amount of work in this area as well, but from the Secretary's standpoint, Secretary of Education, whether we're talking about respect or the Teach campaign, certainly through our Presidential Teacher Ambassador Fellows and all of the work that they're doing to reach out to teachers directly on these issues, that's something that we grapple with as well, is that level. So there's efforts in this place, but clearly it's missing you here at this point. But I'd also like to say that's what this is trying to create, these initiatives from the standpoint of the White House initiatives, partnering with folks like AFT, Boys and Girls Club, to bring the people who aren't typically a part of these conversations, to expose them to what is happening and to exchange that information. So just wanted to provide that as a context, if that's helpful.
Okay, so for me, what I know from teachers, being in the classroom and working with teachers and providing staff development and professional development for them, and being in the classroom, I feel like when teachers deliver information to each other, it's really helpful. So maybe if I'm here and I can deliver certain things to teachers because I've been there, because so many things impact a teacher's day. Like I said, when you're not in the classroom, then you don't know how new policies and everything like that are affecting, the teachers, right? And being in the classroom before is not the same as being in it currently and not knowing. So it's really important to talk to teachers and have teachers there, and then have teachers present information to each other, to other teachers, because there's a litany of questions that come up and issues that come up because of our day-to-day responsibilities and everything. Just like I don't know your responsibilities, it's very difficult for you to know what mine are in my current situation. So it's really important that teachers are delivering information to teachers.
Got it.
I would kind of think that there should be like some maybe half-time teacher positions, right? Like I'm halfway in the classroom and halfway doing things outside of it, so that I kind of still have my finger on the pulse of what it is to be teachers and what affects day-to-day teachers.
And what was your one thing that you're going to do?
My one thing that I'm going to do, I need to kind of continue to seek professional development, seek out other kind of roundtable discussions, and kind of try to figure out if I could partner with some community organizations in some way or something like that. I need to just
And with
continue
UTLA.
Thank you.
And with UTLA.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yes.
All right, let's go over here.
Hi everyone, I'm
Dr. Donald Grant Jr., Clinical Training Director for Pacific Coast College, mental health program. And I want to preface this statement by stating that all racism is not intentional, right? And so looking at all the statistics and things that we've spoken about, I feel like we've been missing the point on where these things come from, the ideology. And so we can talk about 3 and 4-year-olds being suspended and expelled from school. We can talk about the prisoner pipeline situation, but what we're not addressing is how and I used to be a school teacher in Baltimore, Maryland, Baltimore City School District for many years. Anybody ever seen HBO's The Wire, you know what that looks like, and it was a real situation. What are we doing to adequately prepare teachers to understand how their biases impacted? It's not a coincidence that 3 and 4-year-olds are being suspended. It's the fact that little black and brown boys exhibiting similar behavior as dominant culture boys look differently. And until we train teachers, we can talk about the suspension rates all day, we can talk about all these rates all day, but until we stop the 22-year-old teacher, and I was that 22-year-old teacher in Baltimore, until we can stop them before they're entering the door of the classroom and say, there's information that says when you have a low expectation of a child, that child will perform poorly. If you have a violent expectation of a child, any behavior that child exhibits will be seen through a violent lens, and that's the reason for these suspensions. We can talk about boutique programming, we can talk about Texas, we can talk about Miami-Dade, but if we're not talking about, and I'm not dismissing or speaking bad about teachers, because
no,
racism is a toxic piece of the whole environment that we're all impacted by. What I'm trying to say is that if we're not helping educators, particularly young educators, understand the bias, unintentional bias, that they bring into the classroom, how are we fixing the problem? Otherwise, we're putting Band-Aids on much larger problems that need to be addressed.
Yeah. I think Randy has a lot to say on this. Let's get... If you don't mind, sir, we want to make sure we have enough time for we get another question in here, and then we'll respond in kind of both. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Sales, and I'm a junior nursing student at Mount St. Mary's College. And I have a question to the panel. I'm a multi-ethnic student. I'm predominantly African-American, Chicana, and Caucasian. However, on my Afro-American side, I have several relatives who have just graduated high school, but they are all enlisted in the Army. And I have noticed that I went to Culver City High School, which is pretty distributed among races. It's not predominantly one race. That the Army at a young age targets men of color. And it's interesting to me that I have several Caucasian relatives who had no idea of thinking, even signing up for the Army. They just thought about going straight to college. And it's even an example in the fact that if you go to Fox Hills Mall, there is an actual office where you can enlist in the Army in there, which is predominantly serves to minority men. So my question to you is, how do you cultivate an environment to show that you do not have to enlist in the Army as a man of color, even though it is shown predominantly throughout the United States? And there's nothing wrong with that, but to not only think that is your only option after graduating high school. That is my question to you guys.
Randy, you want to talk about teaching in a little bit, and then we can open it up to the panel? Yeah.
So, in some ways, your question and your question are totally interrelated.
Yep.
So, we've actually taken a position that says teachers need far more robust preparation than what happens right now. And there are some great teaching colleges, and I'm very opposed to what the Department of Education is trying to do to basically limit their accountability of teaching colleges to looking at the test scores of kids of graduates, because that is not going to actually help solve this problem. It's going to make it worse. What we have proposed is actually making teacher preparation like medical preparation, where you have real clinical, not just doing student teaching for a couple of hours a day, but a real clinical experience, so that you can actually explore, because I think you're right. There's deep-seated racism that many of us may not even know we carry until we have an experience where we confront it. And in some ways, and maybe, I'll just be very personal here, I'm a gay woman. You don't see that initially unless I say something about it. So that discrimination is hidden in some ways. I can hide it. But I have been in many situations, particularly growing up, where confronted the kind of isolation and stigmatization and discrimination that many of my brothers and sisters who are African American, Chicano, or Hispanic or Latino have experienced as well. But I could hide. And so it was one of those things where you started thinking at a very early age, in my 20s, my teens and 20s, how do we change this? How do we create culturally relevant programs so that people can actually see their own biases and try to deal with them in a trusting way so that they don't shut down? And what we've come to is, if we don't have real clinical programs where teachers actually start experiencing what it means to teach in culturally diverse situations, we're not going to solve it. And that's why we've proposed this kind of bar examination, but more important than that, having at least 1 year of real residency before somebody becomes a school teacher.
Just really quickly on this point, I'm glad you asked the question, both of you actually. I think one of the things that we recommend in the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color is, every teacher needs implicit bias and stereotype training, because it's something that everybody's got to deal with. Definitely a factor, and the only way this institutional racism gets baked in is through the actions of people, right, in mass. And so you counteract that through, trainings and building the capacity of teachers and other adults to be able to mediate those issues. The other thing I think is important is to build circles of trust and healing in communities and in schools. And what I mean by circles is, bringing people together to discuss issues that is facilitated in a way where they can talk about values that they might share in common and common experiences is one way to break down those racial barriers and stereotypes and issues that people come to the table with. The other thing about what you mentioned regarding the recruitment of men of color on campuses, we have to curtail the role of adults on campus that aren't necessarily there for the positive benefit of our students. There are people on campuses who aren't necessarily contributing to the welfare of our students, and we need to call that out and establish some guidelines for how they function on campus, so that we have a more positive social and academic environment.
Hey, Bill, I know we're trying to very quickly. I want to first agree 200% with something Randy said a little while ago about when we put out data and statistics, we have to be careful to always say what we're going to do about it. I say 200% because one of the things that we did in releasing our discipline guidance was not only said what was illegal under federal civil rights laws, but we also put out a guidance document that said, here's what you should be doing. And on our website, you can see that right next to it. And just very quickly, to these 2 points, while at least for the work that I do, it's tough to get behind some of it and to get into people's personal biases, the policies that we have matter, right? What we say matters. To your point, the military wasn't always integrated, right? But when they decided to integrate, they could order it because it was the military. And so now we could talk about the ramifications of that, But that was a policy decision that was made, and there are impacts that come from that. And I think, the policies that we have, if we can begin to break down those policies that stand between our kids and, the learning that we're attempting to share with them, then we'll all be the better for it.
I'm going to do a quick check for time and make sure we're respectful of our next panel. We've got so we have about 10 minutes. I think we can squeeze in all 4 questions and make sure everybody at least gets their questions in or their insights. Okay.
Or statements.
Yeah.
My name is Kathy Fiegel. I am a teacher in Los Angeles Unified. I received an invitation from UTLA to be here, which I don't know if that just went out to a few select members or the whole membership. But sitting here going, okay, well, I'll come to this. I'm not really sure why I'm coming. But Dr. Joyce Watts told me I needed to get up and go to the mic. I will start with this. In taking all of this in, I, for one, and I'm thinking pretty much everybody in this room, likely has not heard anything that you don't already know when you walked in the door today. I don't know where we're going. I know we had a little pledge card. I look at you saying reclaiming the promise. I'm thinking, who has ever promised anything? As opposed to reclaim the fight. It was a fight to win Brown versus the Board of Education. And that's where you're at. And when and I could just take as far as being part of a minority, when you're part of a subgroup, it will always be a fight. Because I'm also sitting here thinking, I have 9 siblings. We all got college degrees. I have 29 nieces and nephews. I don't think I could go to I don't think I would get compliance if I went to any of my siblings and asked them, will you give up the college entrance for one of your children so that another child can take that entrance? And I say that as a reality check of what you're dealing with. Now, in terms of reclaiming the fight and trying to get something different, because I think it's really critical that, especially with the African American population, a lot of your soldiers are now in jail. And soldiers, I mean, is, the ones who will pick up and take the fight, who have that energy, who have that willpower to carry a fight. You've eliminated a significant part of your population that you need to do that. In terms of trying to do something different at the table, I was just mentioning one idea as far as why do we do the Pledge of Allegiance every day, which only instills obedience, versus why aren't we making students vote every single month for something they would have a real outcome. So by the time they're 18, they understand when I vote, there is a real outcome. Since I see the gentleman from the Office of Civil Rights, now I think we also have critical things. I've taught for 25 years. This year was the first year I was battered by a student. And that happened, I think there's a climate, and not only that it happened, but how it was handled. Because this whole, I'm a middle school teacher, when you start talking no suspensions, and you're not talking first, here's what we're going to put in place, and now we are removing suspensions. No, what's coming down, the reality is, since this is buzzed around, is now you still have school sites, and now they're saying, well, we're not suspending anybody. And that's a message to some of these students, do whatever. And then the other students are seeing this modeled. So you have that. I definitely think that teachers need to prove cultural competency. What makes I come from white middle class. What knowledge, experience did I ever have to know how to effectively work with students of color? And it's, why did I not have to prove that? Why did I not have to be in a very rigorous program that made sure I knew how to work effectively with all the students in my classroom? And so couple key people sitting up here that it's not a question, but I say I can give you this input. Maybe this is why I was here today, but take it and do it. And you got to do it differently if you want a different result. But I think it's a fight. Nobody promised anybody anything. It's all a fight.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to make mine real quick. Of course, the focus here today, correct me if I'm wrong, is about boys and men of color. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So my question goes to the very esteemed Dr. Torrey.
Wait, say that again?
My question goes to the very esteemed Dr. Torrey. I need to understand, well, I think we all need to understand, what is it about your experience in school that kept you engaged, that kept you dialed in, and that has gotten you on a mission, I'm assuming, to go on to college? What is it?
Well, are you trying to say like what program helped me, or what just?
What experiences with teachers, or with programs, or with your experience in high school?
Values,
values. What grabs you? Because the street is pulling at you too.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Talk about your
But for some reason, the school won the tug of war. I want to try to understand why the school won the tug of war for you, because maybe that will help us to win the tug of war for the rest of you.
Go ahead, Troy.
The academy.
Go ahead, Troy.
Well, first, I was on probation and I had went to jail, so that's when I was living the street life, because I thought like I didn't know nothing else about like school. Like I knew to graduate high school, but I didn't really care. Like, cause I'm like, if I graduate high school, I could still get the same job as I do without high school, which is, you know, all you gotta do is be 16. So therefore, I was like, I went to jail, and then I joined this program called Black Male Youth Academy, and some of the mentors showed up with me in court. So I'm like, if they got the right to like, or not, I don't want to say that word, but if they got the power to come to court and help me and tell the judge that they believe in me to give me another chance so I won't go down that way, then I'm like, why not just meet them halfway of how they met me?
So what I'm hearing is correct, is the first thing that really engaged you was a sense that somebody cared about you in the first place. Is that correct? Not even necessarily as a student, but as a person. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, that's like when I was talking at first before he went after me, I was like, that's why I was like having, how you guys say, how can schools and how do people support? That's why I was like, we need programs like the Black Male Youth Academy and other programs too, that want to know you more than just the student.
Well, you just validated my thought that kids don't care what you know till they know that you care. And so what I'm hearing from you is that that's kind of step number one, and that these people, these folks that came to you in court invested in you.
Yeah.
And you felt like you kind of needed to return that investment a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nice job.
We'll go over here and the last two, and then go ahead.
Good afternoon, Jovan A.G., representing Students First California. I serve in the capacity of State Director. I've served in the capacity now for 9 months, and this question is addressed to you, President Weingart, because you hit something at the top of this panel that I've been feeling for the past 9 months, and that's the education space is very polarized. Prior to coming to education, I actually served in the capacity of Political and Legislative Director for Home Care Local of Aspen for 10 years, dealing with Health and Human Services policy, which was nowhere as contentious as education policy. So with that said, you had referenced Vergara as a policy or a court ruling that is polarizing. That's one this week. Another, some would argue, was a move made by the legislature just last night to actually cap the amount of money districts can have in their budget reserves. And so when things like that happen, from your standpoint, how do we get out of our respective corners? And how do we begin to really start doing that today? Because I think you have individuals like myself that are leaders in the state of California for their respective organizations. You have individuals like Josh here. We have representatives from UTLA. CTA, of course, is not here represented. But what is your vision in terms of how do we get out of our respective corners, and how can we start doing that today?
Yeah, I want to make sure we get in our next question before we have to wrap up, okay?
Sure. So first, when Tory Reese was standing here, he spoke about single mothers. He left some flyers for anyone who wants to know about the single mothers. And so that's one. And I just want to share a few other quick resources. In Los Angeles, in terms of giving teachers an opportunity to be introspective and look at tough issues of race and not feel like they're going to get blamed and shamed and all of that. In Los Angeles, there's a week-long institute by the Alliance of White Anti-Racists Everywhere. It's called Aware LA. It happens every June. I believe it's June or July, so I suggest that you Google it. For people who don't want to do this in a public way, there is something called the Implicit Awareness Test. It's on the Harvard University website, IAT. That's a way that teachers, and not just teachers, students, all of us can begin to deal with the issues of race. There is the White Privilege Conference. It happens every year in April. It's an annual conference, mainly teachers. And with regard to restorative justice, Augustus Hawkins High School, is anybody here from Augustus Hawkins? Augustus Hawkins High School is probably the best example in Los Angeles of restorative justice. Last thing I'm just going to mention is, as is the case with the co-founder of the Village Nation, Mr. Fluker, the Village Nation offers an institute that stresses introspection and stresses drawing out the genius of the African American student, that radically shifts not just the perceptions of teachers about what they're capable of, but genius and black don't typically go together unless you're talking about George Washington Carver or someone like that. So radically shifting and giving teachers a chance to look inside, again, without blame and shame, and to become an anchor team at the school that creates a safe space for students to step out of the roles they've been cast into and to tackle these stereotypes and say that going to college is not acting white. So that students also, in terms of introspection, there's a little diagram here that shows the KKK as a sort of, manipulating the marionettes, and the marionettes are black and brown, it could be black and brown, that's part of what we do too, is deal with black-brown love, but a blood and a crip shooting at each other, carrying out somebody else's agenda. That's also introspection for young people who then stop and say, wait a minute, I'm being played, and our kids don't like being played. So there are a lot of things going on that I'm going to say two things just to be perfectly truthful, because that's our motto. It's like we ask the students, do we have your permission to tell you the truth? Not everybody in positions of leadership in LAUSD and other places are ready for the truth to happen. And so we have lots of examples. And the suspension rates drop, they plummet dramatically. The academic performance index soars like 60, 80 points in 1 year. Actually, for a matter of months, we're talking about Dorsey, Cleveland, Palisades, all of this when it's supposed to be too late because it's high school already. But I'm saying all of this happens, radical shifts in terms of the adults and the students. But for whatever reason, not everybody is ready to talk about race issues openly. So I really want to thank the administration, the Obama administration, for framing this discussion around race, and I really appreciate everything that has been said on the panel. I just hope we keep that this really is the start in Los Angeles of making race not such a big, scary monster, but something that if we're ever going to get past this, because you can see I've been here a while. You know how many times we come to things like this over the years. I don't really want to be here again. Maybe I'll make it another 10, 20. Maybe the younger people will be here. You don't want to be here like me, where I've been here for 30, 40 years, and we're still dancing around it. Marva Collins, back in the 70s, made it real clear. Took young people who were in quote-unquote special ed, had them reading Shakespeare, Chaucer, Du Bois. We've known what to do for a long time. Somebody said, Mark, I think it was you, it is, do we have the will? And that's what Asa Hilliard said. Do we have the will to educate all children? Not do we know how to do it? So lots of resources are available, starting with, again, just go.
Thank you.
To
Thank
Harvard.
you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. Unfortunately,
Let me just see if I can quickly say that I want to riff off what Tori said earlier, which is, and something about the difference between values and fight. There's never a free lunch, and everything we ever get, we have to fight for. But there are values that we share that we can build on. And this notion for us about reclaiming the promise of public education is a promise that ought to be made to our kids, all of our kids. And we will have to fight for it, but it is a promise not as schools are right now or as they were 60 years ago, but how public education needs to be to ensure our collective responsibility for individual children. And that's what the AFT is trying to do in terms of Reclaim the Promise. And there are strategies at work, and there are strategies we're going to have to fight for, and there are strategies that others may agree or disagree with, but there is a value system. And that value system starts with what Tori said, which is caring and relationships. And if people don't, what schooling is about first and foremost is helping to create that caring and real relationships and trust. And trust doesn't happen easily. Sometimes we have tough conversations, and sometimes they're uncomfortable. And as people said, we need to focus on class and race very directly. And that's part of why we're, combining today as the AFT and the White House with My Brother's Keeper, and why we invited a lot of people that don't normally get to sit at the table and sit together. So that's part of the building of trust. The second piece is things like, how do we help kids critically think, problem solve? How do we help create resilience? How do we help have this kind of connection so that Tori knows from here on in, he has at least one, if not many, friends in Washington, D.C. that is always going to be connected to you, right?
Thank you.
That's what it means to start getting out of our corners and to actually roll up our sleeves instead of chest thumping. So I'll end by saying, if we do a little bit less chest thumping and a lot more rolling up our sleeves and walking each other's walk, there'd be a lot less polarization in public education.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Randy. And folks, I just want to, we have to wrap up. I want to make sure you know that you were heard here from this standpoint, and I hope I can adequately summarize this real quickly. We've heard from you that it's about aggregation, it's about the delineation of these strategies. They need to be holistic. They need to be driven from expertise. The mechanisms of communication are critical to this. As was pointed out today, we need to have more conversations like this at all those appropriate levels. There needs to be a focus on the resiliency factors. What are those things that are keeping you in school, Tori, and other boys and young men of color? And this is about not just boys and young men of color, but about all those vulnerable populations and populations at risk, those invisible populations. There's an issue of preparation here, that getting back to that expertise, and that resources are needing to drive all of this work, particularly the skills and ability, the foundations of success here that rely upon the unique nature of these populations. And ultimately, it's about higher expectations and having the will to act upon those expectations that are desired and driven towards in a very outcomed way. Thank you to our panel of experts. Thank you to all for contributing here today and everybody who streamed in live. Let's give our panel a round of applause, everybody. Thank you.
Let's give them another round of applause. And can we do that better? Come on, let's do that better. And look, shout out Corey. So what we're gonna do is the next panel you all do not want to miss. It's all the young guys talking about how to make it work. But I'm going to give you all a 5-minute break. And when I mean 5 minutes, I mean 5 minutes, because we're going to come back and we're going to keep it going. We got some handsome young men here who are going to talk about their experiences and how they can making it through. All right? 5 minutes.
gonna be in this huge room like this, y'all. I thought it was just gonna be in a little side room. That's why I came with my, my little urban effect. I was just talking to the young men. Y'all got me out with this. Good thing I got this blazer and then with a leather jacket. Y'all got me out here warm.
No, you're good. No, you can't wear them sunglasses.
No, I'm not. These are prescriptions, so I need to see. Everything's prescription. I just, they just got a light tint on them. I just had to make sure I look around the room real quick. Make sure I don't nobody no money in here. Now, what's your name? Johnny O'Brien. Everybody call me Mr. B.
Mr. B, I heard that.
You heard? Uh-oh.
Yeah, because Mr. B don't do questions. He got this. guys, we're going to start in 15 seconds. So if you can find your seat, we're going to start in 15 seconds. 13 seconds. 10 seconds. Alrighty. This is a conversation you want to hear. This is a conversation. This is our youth dialogue. A candid conversation. Hey. Shh. There we go. Yes. So this is a conversation you want to hear. It's from our young men. They're going to talk about what they're feeling and what's going on. We had a lot of adults talk about what's happening with our kids. Now we're going to hear it from them. So coming to the stage. Y'all like that, right? We have our moderator, Janelle Barron, who's a life coach. They call him Mr. B. We have Nicodemus Harper, a student at Francis Polytech Senior High School. We have Dylan Gray, a student at Morningside High School. We have Bernardo Graham, a student at California State University.
I think this is 3. This is 2.
We have Stefan Anderson, a student at Amino Watts College Preparatory Academy. And we have Jorge, a dream student from Student Movement in Los Angeles. Clap it up, come on now. Now this is a conversation you want to tweet, so y'all have a seat and get ready to rumble.
All right, how's everybody doing? Y'all doing okay? Good. As you all make your way to the seats, I want to introduce myself again. Can you hear me clearly? Raise your hand if you can hear me clearly, okay? Raise your hand if you owe me some money. Okay, no? Okay, just make sure you're listening, right? My name is John L. Barron. Everybody calls me Mr. B. I prefer Mr. B. So what's my name? Okay, let me make sure you woke as you all are walking to your seats. I said, what's my name? Okay, that's a 2 out of 10. You're half asleep, you're not focused. Let's take it from the top. Act like I'm giving everybody a $100 prepaid gas card to go back home with, okay? I'm not, but let's act like it. I said, what's my name? I said, no, that was like Mr. B. Now, come on, we're talking about African-American and Latino males. I'm gonna need a little rhythm, a little energy. I said, what's my name? Okay, all right. This side is winning. You all are in second place, and there's only 2 people running, okay? Let's try it one more time. My man, Mr. Fluker, I love him, yes. All right, let's take it one more time from the top. I said, what's my name? I said, what's my name? I said, get a little louder. All the ladies say, ow. All right, clap it up. What an exciting time we have with this panel today. Here we have everybody clap once if you're listening. Clap twice if you're looking. The seriousness of our conversation is too great to wait. This conversation not only will leave an impact and a stain on our hearts, but it'll also give us an opportunity to challenge ourselves to have a courageous conversation, to go back into our communities and take this and pass it on. To frame the conversation, the topic is a candid conversation with young boys and men of color, telling their story on the challenges and opportunities they face in their success. Before we meet our panel, a little bit about me. I'm originally from Gary, Indiana. Okay, right there. Security, watch him in the middle. No, I'm teasing. Listen, when I grew up, Gary, Indiana was not the inner city, it was the hood. It was deemed murder capital. My mom was on welfare, my dad was in jail. But when I talk to students around the nation, I tell them this. I tell them problems have solutions. 2 + 2 is what? Okay, I'm uncomfortable. That was kind of slow. Let's take that from the top. I know I snuck you with a math question. 2 + 2 is what? 3 × 3 is what? Okay, that little pause, but it's 9. All right. But here's what we learned. We learned that problems have solutions, right? But it's facts you can't change. So I tell students we can play ping pong with problems. You didn't know your daddy, I ain't know mine. You from the hood, I'm from the hood. Nobody been to college, nobody been to college in my family. We can go back and forth with problems because problems have solutions. We're coming today for solutions, but I tell them this, it's facts you can't change. If the fact is you lazy, the fact is you blame people, We can't do anything with your facts. If you argue for your limitations, you get to keep them. But right now we're going to talk about solutions and ways to impact our African American and our Latino males so that they know not only that it's possible, but they're capable to do that they set out to do and more. So I would like to introduce, starting on my left, Nicodemus Harper.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nicodemus Harper. I am a Native American. My mother's name is Yolanda Harper. She was born and raised on the Tohono O'odham Reservation in the village of Pisamo'o. And my father is a Navajo, born of the Navajo Nation, and he was raised in Flagstaff, Arizona. I myself was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona. I came out to LA maybe 3 years ago. But before I continue, I would like all of us to stand up and greet each other, because we right now are youth, but in 20 years, we're going to be someone sitting at this table, someone in a high place, and we are going to be the leaders of this country with great individuals like you leading us and giving us your helping hand. We will have that hand to pass on to somebody else. So I shake the future leaders' hands.
Nicodemus, boy, you're amazing. Listen, I love that, and I would like for you to let me be the moderator, because you done already guess. Listen here, y'all ain't gonna look. I'm in charge today. When you get ready for the Q&A, you're gonna stick to your script. No, clap it up again for Nicodemus. I love him. What great leadership! It reminds me of a quote by Gene Click, the founder of Chick-fil-A. In his book, he said, "It's better to build boys than to mend men." It's better to build boys than to mend men. So again, I'm going to announce your name, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then I'm going to come back for the questions. Great? Okay, Dylan Gray.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dylan Gray. I'm a senior at Morningside High School. Next year, I'll be attending Chico State University in the fall. I'm with the Black Male Youth Academy organization. Actually, I have my phone right here. Because, I just wanted to, take a picture, because this is how we as youth engage with one another. Gotta take this one selfie one time.
Take a group
Sorry about that.
Okay.
You ready?
All right.
Can we all get this?
Hold on.
Oh, he fell in. All right, here we go.
Hold on, go.
What are you doing?
Here we go.
Okay, who picked the panel? Who picked?
Right.
This is what y'all give me, right?
I'm sorry about that. I hope you guys don't mind.
No, y'all all right. Again, we got Mr. Dylan with all his personality. Okay, we got Mr. Jorge. No, I'm sorry. Wait. No, Jorge, they switched seats on me. You snuck me. We got Bhupendra Ram.
Hi, everyone. My name is...
Thank you all for the 3 claps. Can we clap together? Okay.
I am having way too much fun. My name is Bhupendra Ram. I'm South Asian. I was born in Fiji. I'm queer and I'm undocumented. I came to the United States when I was 2 years old. Been undocumented ever since. Accepted myself as a queer man at the age of 23. Got my Bachelor of Arts in Business, and I just graduated with a graduate degree in speech communication in May.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. We have Mr. Stevan Anderson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stevan Anderson, and I'm an incoming senior at Annual Watts College Preparatory Academy. I'm from the BYMA, Black Male Youth Academy, and we focus on empowering change and breaking the stereotypes of African Americans placed on them. The stereotypes placed on African Americans.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing. And we have Mr. Jorge Gutierrez.
Hi, folks. Jorge from Full Breed Mexican. I came here to this country when I was 10 years old. Grew up in Santana, but I've been living in Koreatown for the last 2 years. Graduated with a bachelor's degree in English from Cal State Fullerton, and I do a lot of work around LGBTQ and immigrant youth organizing here in, nationally, but here in LA as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. So you see we have a diverse panel, Native American. Not only is he Mexican, but he's full breed. I'm full black, so the panel's full, okay? We got a full panel. So we're going to begin to engage with the questions of our panelists. And I would like to start with you, Jorge. How do you support and encourage other boys and men of color to be great at school and as they move towards their goals in life?
Yeah, I think when I saw the question, I went back to, I come from a single mother household, a beautiful mother, really powerful, resilient women. And so for me, it was always, you know, she's been a domestic worker for the past 20 years of her life, and at times she couldn't make it to school functions. And so for me, it was like, what's important to me? And I think being able to be present, right? Being able to be there. So how do you show support, right? And to me, I think one of them, at least around the boys and men of color around me, particularly my family, my nephew just graduated high school on Monday, so making sure that I allocate time to be there, whether it's a graduation, whether it's an art exhibit, whether it's a presentation, a workshop, whatever it is that they might be doing. So I think for me that's one of them. I think the other one, I think now, I graduated college, and being able to share opportunities and resources with other people that are in my situation. How do we share job opportunities? How do we share the resources, scholarships that we might know of each other, so that we avoid this idea of competition, that we're competing with one another with the very little resources that we have, but that there's plenty out there for each other to share. And I think the other one, is solidarity. I think oftentimes we're pinned against each other as communities. And so making sure that as I'm advancing in my journey, I'm also pulling those with me and saying, hey, brother, good job, right? I'm really proud of you. Right. And even maybe making sure that we vocalize that and verbalize that, even like on social media, to making sure that people know that we have their back, right? And support them.
Thank you for sharing. What I heard from Jorge is so important as it pertains to African American Latino males of all ages is affirmation. So many times we miss someone. One of the things that I say as a speaker to just to everyone is that I believe in you, because growing up in the hood, I never heard that. And I thought that was robbery, that I never heard no one tell me they believe in me. Someone said they love me, they mad at me, but to affirm another man is a positive thing, and it is a very impactful thing. So thank you for sharing that. Before we move forward, I want to challenge the panel and then even the audience when we get ready for the Q&A. As we answer, to frame our answers almost like if it's a commercial, within the 30-second to 1 minute realm, to communicate clearly and concisely, to be able to make your point so that we can continue to get some great questions out. So the next person I want to hear from is Bhupendra. This question is a little lengthy, so bear with me. What advice do you have to young high school students about pursuing their dreams? You talked a little bit about your story. What would you say to your peers as well about the value of education that you just mentioned, and then particularly how to overcome some of the challenges and adversities they may face as they matriculate to obtain higher degrees in life?
Sure. So I will embed that question within my own personal narrative. So growing up, I was I was undocumented. So that meant that I did not qualify for financial aid. So I had to either pay for tuition myself or find as many scholarships as I could. So it was senior year. I had an amazing mentor, Ms. Nunez-Reynoso, who always pushed for me to continue to pursue a college education. So when it came time to apply, I saw that there were classmates who were applying, but there was opportunities that I just couldn't really apply for. So I did get accepted to various universities: Cal State Fullerton, UCLA, Cal State Long Beach. But I just couldn't afford some of the opportunities. So when I had a conversation with my high school mentor, Ms. Nunez-Reynoso, she advocated for me to go to Cal State Fullerton, which is about 30 miles away from where I live by the LAX airport. And so at this point, I didn't have a job. I didn't have the means of doing much. But I didn't have a car to get there. So what I did was I hopped on a bus, then got on a train, then got on another bus, got on another train, and then another bus to get to school. And I didn't know how I was going to complete my Bachelor of Arts degree, but I did because I networked with as many people as I could. And so what I want to leave you with today is there's always a way. It's like understanding the privilege that I'm coming from is being able to have in-state tuition and whatnot. But it's like that there is always a possibility to find a way to get what you want.
All right. Thank you for sharing. One key thing that I heard Bhupendra say was mentorship, the importance of mentorship, that more is caught than taught. No matter how much you teach someone, if they just spend time around you, they will catch more about who you are and your character in your life. So as service providers, it's not always about having the answer as much as spending time, and that important. So amazing story. Thank you for sharing that. Nicodemus, what's the biggest misconception adults have about boys and men of color? So they are dealing with students every day. And sometimes as adults, we think we get it, we think we're relevant. You know, you see me up here with these gym shoes on and this shirt trying to be relevant, but that don't mean it's working, you understand? Don't judge me, right? But what is the biggest misconception that adults have about boys and men of color?
Well, I've been living independently of my parents since I was maybe 17 and a half, roughly. And with that being said, you know, I haven't been able to afford the best clothes. I mean, I'm pretty freshly dressed right now.
You are.
Right.
Ooh, I see you.
You know, this alone wasn't something I could afford. An amazing organization called Para Los Niños was there to help me obtain these clothes that I'm wearing today, as well as my roommate who opened his doors to me in my time of need, Andrew Kim, whose mother's dry cleans my clothes whenever it is needed for no charge at all. But like I said, I can't really afford nice clothes, so maybe once a week I'm dressed like this. The other like 6 days, I'm wearing low-cut Converse, high socks, shorts, and a T-shirt. And then people just look like, I guess I look intimidating when I dress in that manner. So, I mean, the worst thing is when I get onto a train and I make eye contact with a woman just by glancing to see if there's a seat or not. And the first thing I notice is she tightens her grip on her belongings. Or when I smile at a person not of color and they roll their eyes and then avert them as if I'm not worthy of their greetings because I look like I mean to intimidate or to harm them, when my whole purpose is to get home from a hard day's work and relax. Because living independently requires me to work and as well go to school at the same time. But to top that off, for a question to be asked, what is the biggest misconception for a man and boys of color, is in itself a misconception. Because I'm pretty sure the misconceptions I've received is not the same as these gentlemen. They've had different misconceptions themselves. So to rule that question under one person is completely flawed.
Nicodemus, I want to tell you something beyond the paddle, that you matter, period. You know, the clothes don't make you, you make the clothes. And your life is indicative to success now. So I thank you for all your hard work, man, and thank you for helping us to realize that we got to do more than be present, but also to help meet some needs and not assume that the way you dress is the way you choose to dress. It's only what you can afford. So we're proud of you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's hear that. Let's clap for Nicodemus. I want to hear from Stevan Anderson. Tell us about how you've been able to be successful in school and also maintain extracurricular activities and different things. Talking about balance, you know, as a student, in ways that you also can receive help to maintain that balance.
Okay, so back in middle school, I struggled with achieving success. After realizing that my name wasn't being called on the honor roll, it gave me more knowledge of what it takes to be successful. And moving on to high school and letting my goals be my motivation and meeting the BYMA, the Black Male Youth Academy, it gave me more knowledge of what it takes to be successful, what it looks like, what are the outcomes of positive and negative actions, and most importantly, who I am as a person. And taking on these extracurricular activities it makes me feel more important as a person. Even though sometimes I can't handle it, it's still the fact that I'm present. So being that person in this area, it gives me more confidence of who I am as a person and what I can achieve.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate you. My next question is to Dylan. Can you briefly share with the audience your toughest challenge in life and how you overcame it?
My toughest challenge in life was, so my mother she lost her job, she got laid off back in 2008, and we lived around like the Inland Empire, a nicer home. I remember the repo man coming to repossess her car. I remember our lights being shut off in our house. She had to go to East Coast, Maryland, and search for a better job opportunity. She had a job out there. So I had to move to Inglewood with my dad. You know, I wasn't accustomed, if you could say that, to the inner city lifestyle. People were making fun of me all the time. Like, I was not fitting in at all. People would, hey, you're whitewashed. Like, what is whitewash? I don't know what you're talking about, you know? Just because I want to pronounce my words, but it's okay. But, you know, so I was kind of unstable. And coming to the Black Male Youth Academy, the Kappa League, which I became the president of at my school, Morningside High School, the Los Angeles County Fire Department, these programs help stabilize my environment. And so that was...
That's good. Thank you so much for sharing. And I know that your mom's proud about your ability to overcome adversity and see her example. So one of the best ways to celebrate a parent is through your life. So great job, brother. Great job. Nicodemus, I have a question for you. You talked about how that question was erroneous at its core. What are some questions that we should be asking? What are some questions that we should be pondering and thinking about as it pertains to framing a dialogue for young men of color?
I personally believe that every individual, whether they get helped or not, has the yearning inside of them to do something. So maybe a question is asked, what is it that set their potential energy, just like a ball, it just sits there. It has potential energy to roll, to bounce, to be kicked over a wall, to be kicked over a mountain. But that potential energy will sit there and rot and turn to nothing. If someone or something doesn't give it that kinetic energy, it needs to fly, it needs to roll, it needs to bounce. So what is it that gives people their kinetic energy to do what it does? Whether it is themselves, a person on the outside motivating them, or whether it is just a parent saying, I believe in you.
No, I like that. So Nicodemus has helped to shape this dialogue now in terms of that we cannot just look at a broad framework approach to impacting young men of color, because as we all have different DNA as individuals, there's always a different need. No matter if you're dealing with a group or a school of young men of color, you have to get personal. And you can't touch people that you're far from. So you have to get close enough to them to reach them. But he also talks about seeing what that need is. What are their internal and external motivators? Intrinsically, what will push them to their next level? And I think that's so key, finding out the individual need. There's a corporate approach to dealing with individuals, but there's also the personal approach. And there's not either or, but it has to be the duality of both as we're impacting young men of color. Thank you for sharing that, Nicodemus. I want to ask, Jorge, I want to ask you a question. And this same question, I want the panel to come back take a minute and tell me your definition of a man. And these ain't on the paper. I done snuck up on all of them right now.
I could have been funny.
No, but I just think it's such a loaded question, because as a queer undocumented, brown male.
But I want you to have the freedom from your purview, because at the end of the day, masculinity, manhood, all these things may look different uniquely to us. And we all live at times based on our history, where we came from, not necessarily to where we're going. And so it was once said that success is the progressive realization of a worthy idea or goal. Do you want to say, if you said as a kid you wanted to be a teacher and you became a teacher, that's success. But if you said that you want to be a teacher and now you're the Liberty Tax guy flipping up signs off Crenshaw Imperial, that's not the goal. That's not success. That's not what you define success as. It's okay, it's a job, but that's not what you said. So in order for us to understand what being a man is, that we have to have a definition to work from. Now that definition is a choice. As long as we're being providers, protectors, and taking care of those that we love and being responsible citizens. And I want us to hear what we have here, 5 unique definitions of manhood, because it helps us to understand what young men of color see as a man from their purview. And we want to hear your purview. It's very important that your experience is different than mine.
Well, and I come from a matriarchy family, right, where like the women in my family are the ones that tienen los pantalones, right? Like they're the ones that make the decisions, right?
Can somebody translate that for me? I'm full black. I'm still full black.
They're the women that make the decisions.
Okay,
right?
all right. Say it again. How do I say that again?
They call the shots at home, and I will go, to bell hooks on this, right? That I think for me, a man is someone that is able to really be vulnerable and show what love is, right? And love is taking care of your family, caring for your community, caring for your brothers and sisters, right? In a way that uplifts us, all of us, not just that person, right? So I think for me, it's putting love into action. And to me, love means making sure that you know that everyone in your family is taken care of, right? Not just financially, but emotionally, physically, mentally. I think that care and showing that care, I think, is what a man.
Now, thank you for sharing that. So now finish this just as a sentence. I am
a human being who's full of love.
Thank you. Vaughn, your definition of manhood.
In my opinion, a definition of a man is someone who takes on the responsibility for what he creates, even if that's a human, a baby, a problem, and so on. But it's a quote that I like. It says, it's more to being a man than just calling yourself one. And what that means is, if you can't stand for what you believe in, then you're not a man. If you don't have the responsibility and courage to stand up and take on the responsibility to do what you want to do in life, you're not a man. It does not deal with masculinity. It does not deal with how strong you are. It does not matter. It matters about what's in your mind and what's in your heart.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Now, I want you to finish this statement for me. I can
achieve success.
Okay, thank you. So, Bhupendra, your definition of manhood, or what is a man?
So along with Jorge, I feel like I'm struggling with this too, because I've always, being a queer person of color, undocumented, South Asian, I've always been told to be a man, to not be feminine. And, I had to fight for about 23 years to finally come out as a gay man. So it's like, it's an interesting question to ask, like, what does it mean to be a man? Because I've always been fighting the societal perceptions of what it means to be a man. I am at a loss of words, because it's not, it's like if I was to visualize a man, it's someone that's, that's there with love and care. But to be a man, I don't know, it's like you have to deconstruct it in so many different ways.
Good job. No, thank you so much. And I even appreciate the vulnerability in sharing the magnitude of that question and the processing of it. And we're all here to process tough things together. Can you finish this statement for me? I must
be a mentor.
I must be a mentor. Thank you. Dylan, what does it mean to you to be a man, or what is a man to you?
Well, as I'm about to go to college in August, and as I make the transition into manhood, all I know right now is getting done what needs to be done is all I can do, all I can say right now in becoming a man. How well you do that will determine if you're, a poor man or, an outstanding, a great man, an amazing man. And so taking care of what you need to take care of, taking care of business, I think defines man.
Got it. Thank you for sharing. Finish this for me. I will.
I will. Let me see. I will achieve success.
Okay, thank you. Got my man, Nicodemus. What does it mean to be a man to you? The definition of a man.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I definitely do agree with all four individuals that a man has to be loving. A man has to be able to take care of what he does. A man has to be able to take charge. And as well, or I forgot what you said.
Business.
But business, handles business. Okay, they all do indeed make a man. But what I believe makes a man is how productive he is, not just for his family, not just for himself, for his community, for the people around him, for the people that look at him. Is he being a productive role model, or is he being someone who, some little kid who has no guidance says, I want to be like him, I want to be a criminal? I mean, some criminals would call themselves a man, but all they're doing is breaking laws because they couldn't handle it. They didn't have someone to love them. They didn't have someone to nurture them the way that we have been nurtured, the way that we have been loved. So, be productive is being a man. Being able to give back is what being a man can and should do.
Thank you. So finish this statement for me. I need
to achieve and be as strong as I can, not just to help myself, but to help the others that are going to be and going to come into my life.
Right. Thank you. I think all of the different pictures and snapshots of being a man is very important. I would define a man as someone who is disciplined and mature. The highest form of maturity is when you can discipline yourself before someone else has to. So when you think of a mature person, M-A-T-U-R-E, M, they're mentally focused. A, they're ambitious. T, they're teachable. It's never to the point where their cup is too full. Someone can always pour something in you at any stage of life to learn. R, they're reliable. Well, I'm sorry, T, they're teachable. U, they're understanding. They're understanding of other people and things. Your story may not be mine. You may not like what I like, you may not love what I love, but we all have a purpose. So I'm understandable of other people and things. R, you're reliable. If you say you're going to do it, that's the expectation. And then E, someone who executes goals and tasks, to be able to execute. So a man is someone that's disciplined and mature, and that acronym is how when I work with young men and work with students, because at the end of the day, I grew up, we never went out to eat on Sundays. And in the African American community, that was a big deal. Y'all had some money if y'all could go eat after church, right? We never could go eat after church. And so what I saw as a man was somebody can cut the check. When the bill come, they say that's me, versus when the bill come, you start looking the other way and checking your phone. And you always want to know why you're $48 short because everybody don't tip right and stuff like that. But we all have different experiences from our history, but we can recreate our identity as a man and live out that reality. Jorge, I have another question for you. How can the adults in our communities support you from your experience?
So I think it has to be a two-way road, right?
Okay.
I think we tend to always look at the adults for the answers. So I think whatever strategies we are coming up as communities, we need to ensure that it's boys and men of color at the forefront of those strategies and coming up with those strategies, right? It can be people outside our communities not affected by these issues. I think the other thing, for adults, I think we need to be comfortable. We need to complicate the conversation. We need to include, class, race, gender identity, sexual orientation, immigration status into these conversations that we're having, because it's very different for a young, brown teenager in 9th grade who's straight. His needs are going to be very different from, a gay teenager in 9th grade, right? So those needs are going to be different. So if we're not able to complicate the conversation and cover all the bases and make sure that we're addressing the issue as a holistic approach, now I feel like a lot of times we tend to look at it very narrow. So I think of the adults, I feel challenge yourselves to complicate the conversation, be uncomfortable, have those courageous conversations. Otherwise, we're going to be, coming up with the same strategies for the same issues and forgetting and leaving a lot of people behind, because, what we know is that gay men of color are 3 times more likely to be unemployed, 3 times more likely to be criminalized and be in the prison system, 3 times more likely to contract HIV/AIDS. So these are very urgent and crucial conversations that need to be part of the conversations that we're having. Otherwise, as a gay man of color, you're leaving me out of that picture.
That's good. Thank you for sharing. I love what Jorge just said. Jorge said, as adults, be willing to complicate the conversation, to not make it so easy and simplistic in the approach, but to ask the tough questions. And I also hear what's being talked about on the corporate level when I go and speak to companies. He's not just saying that this is diversity is one thing, but inclusion is totally different. It's one thing to bring me to the table. It's another thing to let me actually help make the food. So diversity and inclusion, meaning to not only just bring individuals together, but also include them in the dialogue and in the conversation. So thank you for sharing and giving us something new to look at. Mr. Anderson, I want to ask you this question. As it pertains to the gap in achievement between black and white students in America, how have you personally seen differences in opportunities or expectations between you and peers of other races? The expectations people have for you versus someone else, and the difference of treatment when you talk about achieving.
In my opinion, from my experience, I noticed that white students experience opportunities before black students do. Like, black students experience opportunity when it's time to face that challenge.
Okay.
So like, we experience opportunity when we hit 11th grade, 12th grade. That's when we experience like mentors and guidance counselors and whatever, and people that can help us throughout college. But white students experience it, test-taking skills, education, better education, as far as materials. At an early age, that's why their IQs are so high. But what I feel that can help this problem is combining these two races so that white students can learn from black students and black students can learn from white students. So, because black students and white students have two different mindsets. Black students are knowledgeable about our communities and how to survive. White students have knowledge about how to live. So combining those two mindsets to give us an equal advantage of achieving success.
And it's almost a question to say, how do you begin to bridge this whole urban versus suburban living? Because you may have a young man of color, a young man growing up, a white student in the suburbs, and he's probably struggling more with just having too much stuff and not enough attention from the parent versus the young man of color in the hood. His mama down his throat, but he don't have the stuff that he needed, the clothes, so it's still a problem. And so how do you begin to marry individuals together to show that, hey, I got stuff, but I still don't have the love you have, so how can we come together and encourage each other? So I think that's an important question to ask. Thank you for sharing that. Bhupendra, you talked about being a college graduate. What can community organizations and businesses do to support students from a purview of college readiness for the traditional and non-traditional students, and help them to ensure post-secondary success? You know, how can we begin to create a pipeline so students are not just going to college but graduating? Because it's one thing to start school, it's a whole other thing to finish.
So I'm going to take an undocumented twist to this, but as I take this twist, just understand that any story that I tell, it's going to be South Asian, queer, and undocumented, because I live these experiences all at once. There's no way to physically separate out these different identities. So life has just been a struggle to even get through college. I did not even know if I would have an opportunity to have a job opportunity once I finished my bachelor's degree back in 2005. But you know, it's the desire to. I had the desire to want that college education, so I pursued it. But in 2010, Obama announced a deferred action program that would allow youth who have come to the United States earlier to have temporary status, which allowed me to get a work permit. So this past year has been an amazing privilege of being able to go out and apply to different jobs and just understand or just, just be able to leave a homophobic work environment and go and apply it to other places that are just more diverse and inclusive. So even in that process, I realized that I didn't have mentors. I didn't know about cover letters. I didn't know about resumes. And it's like just thinking about the model of the model that we're working with. It's very heterosexual. It's very white masculine. And so it's like trying to navigate these different spaces with my identities was a challenge. And it's like I didn't really have people to talk to ask and how to ask, so that way I'd be better equipped to navigate through these systems. So the best way, or like the advice that I'd ask, is that if there is a person of color and they're asking for an informational interview, if they don't do it appropriately, say yes to them. Be a mentor, and help them out to establish a career path and whatnot. So that would be my advice.
Thank you so much. It's so interesting. One of the things I got from that, I always tell people as a motivational speaker when I go out, I tell people what you can make it, you can do it, right? And then people come up to me afterwards and say, well, how do I do that? And I say, well, as a life coach, that's what you pay me for. I tell you the how-to, right? So what I heard from this is the how-to, that a lot of young men, regardless of their background experience, they need the how-to. How to be successful, how to go to college, how to get the job. What happens not when you're on plan A, but what happens when you're on plan F. How to still navigate your life when you've made some mistakes and some failures of hardships has come. So the how-to is what we should go into the depth of teaching beyond the experience of just sharing the what, in terms of you need to be successful. Well, what does that look like from a practical standpoint? So thank you so much for sharing that. Mr. Gray, can you share more about this? When you think about men of color, defying negative stereotypes about academic achievement. You talked about the Kappa League and some of the organizations that you're in. Talk about that.
Okay, so first we should state the negative stereotypes that are placed on black youth. That we have a lousy work ethic, we're lazy, we're young fathers, our fathers aren't in our lives, we don't apply ourselves, and I simply use these negative stereotypes as motivation to help me break the barriers that have been placed on us. I surround myself with positive influence, my friends, my team, if you will. We try to motivate each other to break through. The programs such as the Kappa League, which I did become the president of, not just a member but a president.
Right.
I have experienced the mentorship, as they have said, and it has played a major role in my life. Other programs, the Los Angeles County Explorers program with the fire department, have also played a big mentoring role, and the Black Male Youth Academy has also played a role. The Black Male Youth Academy has really exposed me to life, has supported me with a network and resources for opportunity.
Excellent.
So we've done things. One project that we've done was a Measure campaign. Measure Gigi in the Inglewood Unified School District was a $90 million campaign to help out the schools in the Inglewood Unified School District. Another project that we did was we were social entrepreneurs trying to engage youth into creating a social media app. So going around our communities trying to engage the community in social entrepreneurship. And another thing that I've gained from the Black Male Youth Academy is the importance of advocacy. So last year, I led a protest fighting against laying off administrative staff, teachers, and budget cuts. And it's on YouTube and everything, if everyone wants to go check it out. You know what I'm saying? 5th grade, Morningside High School. What was that?
Is that equity? Equity is justice.
So
Yeah, it's Black Male Youth Academy, social justice.
thank you for sharing how you define odds. And I'm going to ask, before we transition to the Q&A, I have one more question to ask Nicodemus, which is a tough question that I'm hoping he will answer. But I thank you for sharing that. What I gather is that young men of color need community.
I went to that rally.
Community. It was once said that we hurt in isolation, but we heal in community. So when you see people that are a member of the Bloods and the Crips, that's a community. So when you talk about the Kappa League and all these positive organizations, those are communities in which they can flourish. Boys and Girls Club, these are communities. So we need to create community to help defy these obstacles, the odds that they're facing, because he's been a part of different communities of organizations that help them to succeed. Now, Nicodemus, before I transition to the audience for Q&A, I want to ask you a tough question. It'll be a personal question. Is that okay with you?
By all means.
What adult or what male has failed you in your life? If you don't want to say the name, you can tell us about how they failed you. Who has failed you, in your opinion, of life at this stage of your life? Who has let you down as an adult?
As an adult.
Been there, they wasn't. They could have helped, they didn't.
You know, I can't really say any adult has let me down.
That's good.
Because whether the adult was a negative influence or a positive influence, a bad role model or a good role model, I learned not to blame them, because if I were to blame them, I am as bad as them, if not worse, for saying that my mistakes are their fault. So let's say an adult has led me astray, or I followed willingly and walked down that path knowing it was wrong. I did bounce back, as you can see. I am an 18-year-old graduate who has moved out of his parents. But I see that role model now as indeed a role model, whether he was negative or positive. Because if someone shows you a bad way, then guess what you just learned? You just learned the wrong way to do something. So now all you gotta do is be like, oh, that's the wrong way. Let's not do it that way. Or if it's the right way, then you just keep on continuing doing it the right way. But either way, good or bad, negative, positive, productive or unproductive, you should be able to learn something from that experience, no matter what experience that is.
Wonderful. Listen, I don't know about you, but I need some tissue, because Nicodemus to help me work through some of my childhood pain. Let me tell you something. Look, clap it. Let's give this whole panel. And as you go to the mics, you can do better than that. They just gave you themselves. They opened up themselves. I love how Nicodemus, as you're being seated when you go to the mics, I'm going to set the stage for the mic, but I love how Nicodemus did not do what so many young men of color and grown men do, is point the finger. He owned responsibility. I tell people all the time that people will take your money, they'll take a break, they'll take vacation, but they will not take ownership. And he owned his reality, and I thank you for that. And that challenged us all, even as adults, to take ownership and not lay blame. As we're at the mics, I'm asking, when you ask the questions and even sharing feedback, being observant that there's individuals that's going to come share, so at least a minute with the response after your question if you have some dialogue. Mr. Fluke, I know you're kind of big. I'm not scared. So, no, I'm teasing. So I want to open up with my friend, Mr. Fluker.
Yes, thank you. Wow. Am I tripping, or did the organizer get this wrong? Should they have gone first? The whole, I mean, I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but they should have went first, set the pace, and everybody respond off of what they had to say, because that was incredible. And the facilitator, you did your thing, bro. You did your thing. Okay. I just have this one thing to say. My prayers and hopes are tied to your ankles.
Say that again for me.
My prayers and hopes are tied to the ankles of you youth. And for the first time in a long time, I feel like those prayers are going up. Thank you.
Thank you. I love that.
Getting goosebumps.
He said, my prayers and hopes a tie to your ankles as youth. He said for the first time in a long time, he feels that those prayers are going up, and that's a high honor. So I want to applaud you all for that. Yes, sir.
My name is Jovan A.G. I'm the California State Director for Students First, and I as well thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. Glad I stuck around to hear it. But my question is related to leadership. Brother Nicodemus, at the top of the panel, you actually got up and said, I want to shake all of your hands because we're going to be the future leaders. In the state, locally, nationally, I don't know, but you made the statement. And so my question is, what are your disappointments, or what disappointment do you have of existing leadership? And as you all mature in your leadership, what will you do differently?
That was directed towards me? Okay, I would first say...
That's all take about 15 seconds, just hit it.
First thing that's wrong, I would say, with this government or institution is that everyone is pitted against each other, no matter from what direction, one or another. People are broken down between Democrats and not Democrats. Gays, straights, blacks, whites, colored, not colored, sickly, unsickly, old, young. Everyone breaks it down. Everyone wants to label themselves, say, I am this, I am who I am. But guess what? Everybody here in this room, in this country, is an American. Even my friend here, he's sitting next to me, he's my peer. He's an American to me. We are all Americans. That simple. We are one nation. If people hate people hate Americans. Whether you say you are black, you're Latino, you're Native American, you're Asian American, African American, Mexican American, Latino American. You are American. We all are American. We, whether or not our ideas are different, need to work together, and that's the way we should lead.
Love it, love it. Does anybody else? Thank you. The failure you see from a leadership point of view is delineating based on race, color, creed, socioeconomic background versus saying that we all have a commonality first, that we're human beings, not human doings. We do so much, but just being first. And then we're Americans by commonality, the fact that we're here. So that failure, that leadership tends often to knowingly and unknowingly segregate based upon titles and labels. Anybody else want to cover that?
I'll take.
Please.
So I just think like there's this concept of political correctness that's, that happens within social justice communities, but it's like acknowledging that there's so much for myself to learn and for others to learn, to be okay with being uncomfortable in these conversations. So that way we could have these complex conversations about difficult things and come to complex solutions to different problems.
And once again, we hear the word of being uncomfortable when you talk about the dialogues, complicating the conversation intentionally to begin to provoke some things that when you talk about pressure, you don't know what's really in something until you apply pressure to it to see if we can get something better out of the dialogue. And so thank you for sharing that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Linda Miles, and I am a retired career advisor, and my concentration is career technical education. My question to the panel is, at what point in your school journey did you run into a career advisor or a person that talked to you about careers? And if so, could you share what they were? And another question, how do you plan to give back? We know you're giving back right now. We applaud you and we thank you.
Okay. Maybe, Mr. One of you all want to cover that? So basically, did you have a career technical educational advisor that talked to you about different careers? What careers were they? And then how do you plan to give back once you hit your career?
And what point in school? Was it elementary,
what
middle
point in school were you
or high
introduced to careers in that conversation?
What point of, excuse me?
So basically, in school, when they start talking about careers, what grade were you in? And was there a career advisor that you've come in contact with that kind of help you to think about, I want to do more than just be.
Okay. Well, I've never had someone someone in school that has said, oh, we need to sit down and have this talk about what you want to be in life. It has always been my parents that have pushed me to aspire to be something. Of course, they're going to tell their child that you can do anything that you want to do. And I agree 100% because I know through facts that things that I have done that I can achieve anything that I want to achieve. So I want to be a firefighter just so that I can give back to the community, because what can be better than saving someone in their time of need? You know, so that's why I want to do what I want to do.
Thank you so much. Nicodemus?
As for me, I didn't get in contact with a career advisor until February when I dropped out of high school. Because I was not going to graduate that year, or my year, this year, 2014, on track, because I was behind in credits and because I was falling behind because I was juvenile delinquent, to make it short. And then, so once I got in contact with a career advisor from Para Los Niños, who is lovely recording us, they put me on track. They gave me what I needed. They put me in another school called Alternative Work Education Center, and I graduated this year. I caught up on my credits. I finished the classes I needed, and I graduated the 29th, which was before most regular high schools graduated. And then from there, they've got me multiple internships. They've got me an internship at their human resources for 180 hours, which was 80 hours extra that they just piled onto me. And then from there on, they found me multiple jobs, opportunities and interviews. They've got to me a job interview at LAX as an office administrator from my human resources experience. They got me an internship for Bank of America. It's just, there's so much opportunity, and it's all because of Para Los Niños. And I for sure know I could not have done it without my career advisor, Fabiola, and Jorge and Griselda sitting there.
Thank you. And so, did you want to?
From my opinion, now that I look back at my life, I never had no one sit down and talk to me about a career, just like Dylan said. I was basically off my own. Since I was 10, the only thing that I found interesting is helping animals. And that's been my passion ever since I was 10. So my mind's been set basically on veterinarian. I want to become a veterinarian, and that's it right now.
So, do me a favor. When you say, I want you to repeat that phrase, but I want you to repeat it in the affirmative. I am, or I will be a veterinarian.
I will be a veterinarian.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. I believe you will.
And Mr. B,
Yes, ma'am.
it's such an honor to see you again,
It's
and
always
may you
a pleasure.
continue to do the great work that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Miles. I love you. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Charlotte Handy. I'm a teacher. I'm a physical education teacher at Dorsey High School, and a coach, and a mom. So my question comes from a parental perspective, which all of you guys have parents, and wanted to know what supports, now as you're older, do you see that your parents could have used? You shared a story about you going through hard times with your mom, going through some rough times and having you go live with your dad. What are some things that you see now that you would want to encourage us to be able to support from a parental perspective would have helped engage you at an earlier age in order to be more successful or to take a different path than what was given to you?
Is anybody kind of led to get Nicodemus? I want to hear from you too, Jorge. Go ahead.
Yes, say Jorge?
No, go for it.
You know, if I understood your question correctly, as a young child, I was a mama's boy. I was always crying and getting upset and then latching onto my mom. My dad, he was not happy about this. Ever since a young age, he told me, Nikki, this world is going to eat you up and spit you right back out. You got to become strong. Crying all the time, getting angry about everything, expressing your emotions basically is going to hold you behind. That's going to allow someone to push your buttons, make you lose your job, because no matter what, in this world, there's going to be that one person that's going to push your button in one way or another just to simply set you off to see them smile. And, you know, granted, that was something needed and good information. But to give it to a 5-year-old, you know, why give it to a 5-year-old? He's a mama's boy. He's going to grow out of it. So to preach that at a 5-year-old kind of messes up the individual's head and teaches him that, crying and showing my emotions, expressing them is not only wrong, but it's not what man does. So I kind of grew up for a little while there thinking, men don't cry, men don't show their emotions, so I got to keep it all pent up. When I got angry, I just piled it in. And eventually, I just started basically becoming a tea kettle. And every time, something just turned up that little flame, my pot just started to boil, and I would just lash out on almost anything. And it wasn't until maybe after I got arrested, my mother found like, I kind of told the police officers, I do have an anger problem and I do lash out. And then I was court-ordered mental health, which was really an amazing thing for me. It made me realize, it made me ask myself so many questions, so much questioning as to who I was becoming, as to why I was becoming this. Am I okay with watching myself knowingly become a criminal and someone I'm against? And then from who I was becoming, that criminal, everything that led up to that, I now understand what my dad said was, there are going to be people who push your buttons. Even at school today, there are people who push my buttons. There are people who want to make me angry, and it's just, all I'm saying is give your kids the right information, but at the right time.
That's good.
And also, don't get me wrong, I believe that my mom did everything in her power to raise me the way that she did everything but become that male figure, because my dad, he does tell me that a woman cannot raise a man into a man, That's what my father tells me. And if a father figure is not there, then it takes the village to raise that child. So people who don't have the father figure, they've been raised by the community. But I've been fortunate enough to have my father in my life to raise me into a respectful young man. So yes.
Thank you, guys. And I agree with Fluke that you guys should have led off, because your words are powerful. What you speak right now, it means so much to so many. And unfortunately, a lot of us aren't here to hear it. But I want to tell you, like he shared, it's phenomenal what you're doing. And claim what you're saying and hold on to it and continue to lead the way that you are. I appreciate it.
We're going to take these last two and begin to get ready to close up our exciting dialogue. And I want to give them a chance to say some parting words. Yes, sir.
So, first of all, hello to everyone. My name is Andre Farr. I'm the chairman and CEO of the Black Sports Agents Association. We represent the majority of players in the NFL and NBA. I grew up in Richmond, California, and came to UCLA on a football scholarship. And I was not raised with my father in the home, which is so typical for many of us. But I took, one of you said this, I think of Nicodemus, you said role models. Role model doesn't have to always be positive. I looked at some of the things, some of the negative role models I had in my life, and I did just the opposite. I made my first $1 million before I was 21. I made my first $10 million before I was 24, okay? Man, to give you a cliff note for what a man is, M stands for maturity. A stands for accountability. N stands for nurturing, okay? In my Cliff Note book, I always remember that. All the actions that I'm taking. Am I being mature? Am I being accountable? And am I being nurturing? I think you guys are amazing, and I think you're absolutely right. This should have led off, because I think it would have changed the dynamic. But the truth is, everyone that's here is being blessed with your presence, and everyone who's supposed to hear it is hearing it right now. And it's up to us to take these words and change them into actions. I think you're the best moderator we've had all day.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I want you guys to remember, the words that you speak, make sure that you attach them to your feet and make them action. Don't be a lip sync passion person. These people who speak it but never do it. Be a doer. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Whenever there's knowledge being given, I always kind of take a note. I'm not sending a text message, but I think to review when he said man is mature, accountable, and nurturing. And then the last part that he said was, whatever you speak, attach it to your feet and put it into action. Don't be a lip-singing, passionate person. Those are some great nuggets to live on. So thank you so much for sharing, Mr. Farr.
1, 2, test 1, 2. 10 million, huh, brother? Yeah. A lot of friends after this is over with.
10 million, huh?
We live in a time that is very confusing, to say the least. We live in an age where, when I was your age, I never imagined that we'd have a person of dark skin in the White House, right? It's something that still boggles my mind sometimes, given the history that we've experienced in this country as people of color. And then at the same time, in his hometown, Chicago, is the worst murder rate in the United States of America. Just last week, 30 people were shot in Chicago. One was an 18-year-old African-American male who had dreams just like you brothers have of going to college and, you know, helping their single mothers to give back to them what they've been given. And so my question to you is, as you solve your personal problems, and some of you brothers talked about helping the community, how do you feel having this hope represented in the White House, President Barack Obama, first African-American president, but at the same time, living in a society that says that since the shooting last year of the children in that Newtown, there's been 74 school shootings since then, and there's been no change in the legislation. There's been no new laws created to stop violence. So you're living in a very violent society, but at the same time living with this hope and promise that's in the White House. How do you brothers feel about not only your future, but the future of your generation?
Thank you so much.
It's a powerful question.
If I can get one person from the panel to kind of take that, and then I'm going to wrap up with the closing statements. And so if I've heard the question, I was kind of pulled aside. Someone want to take that particular one?
I'll try. What I think he's trying to say is, in our community, there are not many African Americans who achieve success. And there's a quote that says, "Don't open the door, knock it down." And that means don't just gain success and just close the door on your community. Knock it down so the opportunity is the same. And then come back to your community and give those opportunities down to those in the community that also struggled just like you struggled. Don't make yourself feel like you're better than them, just someone who made it. And bring that down to them saying that they can make it also.
Wonderful.
As for, you know, I can understand why they would put the youth last or put us towards the end. Everyone else I was speaking were speaking about rules, issues that were portraying us, that was talking about us. Everything that the people are doing, these elders are doing for us, is for us. And them talking about it, you guys have the chance to look at what your guys' work is doing. Your guys' work, your guys' role modelship or leadership is leading us. Even though it may at the moment be 5, keep on leading 5, and then 5 can bring 20. Or I can bring 1, we all could bring 1, then that's 10. And eventually the numbers should grow. But it's because of you guys and the work you guys have provided so far that us 5 here have the role models such as yourselves, not only to give us guidance, but to be proud of us enough to invite us here to speak on live TV, I'm told, and just give our own opinion.
Nicodemus, thank you so much. Can you all stand up as a panel? Everybody come to the stage. Come up a little closer. Come up a little closer. I want to personally, come on, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. Now, as many of you, those that know me, for me this is not a panel, it is life. I tell people I don't wake up and go to work, I wake up and go to life. Work is what you do, but life is who you are. And I'm so very proud of you gentlemen. There's a phrase I use when I mentor, it's called reverse mentoring, that a lot of my people that are under me, I don't play a top-down approach where I'm Mr. B, I got it together, I'm the adult, do what I say. No, I learn from them. Hey, what do you think we should do? I've done 2 educational documentaries, and they both were recorded and edited and directed by my mentee who's 22. And I just, whatever you feel, you got the footage, you do it. He got it done. So I'm honored to be in your life now. I want us to stay connected. Shoot me a text, and I know there's some people in this room that also want to stay connected with you, because when I see you, I don't see gay, I don't see queer, I don't see from the hood, I don't see Native American. I see possibility, I see capable, I see proud, I see strong, and I see overcomers. We all identify with overcoming something in our lives. So I personally want to shake each and every one of you all's hands, and I want you to do one thing for me before you leave this stage. I want you to declare something over your life in front of these witnesses. I want you to declare that you will never give up. I don't care that it did take 23 years for you to finally, you did it. And there's some other young man who's coming from your background is going to need your story. And if you quit, he won't make it. So it's no longer just about you. It involves you, but it's not about you. It's about you making it so that someone else knows it's possible. So repeat after me, it's possible.
It's possible.
I can have my dreams.
I can have my dreams.
Listen, I want you not just to make a difference. I want you to be the difference. And if you ever get lost in life, here's how you shape yourself as a man to grow. You always keep a mentor above you so they can lead and challenge you. So like Mr. Fluker would be my mentor. He can speak into my life. Then you keep peers with you that can walk alongside you and help hold you up. Then you keep someone beneath you that's younger that you can pour into. Keep your friends right, your faith right, and that'll dictate your future. We've had an amazing panel. My name is John L. Barron, also known as Mr. B. My time is up. Our time is up. Thank you for yours. Give them another round of applause. Thank you all. Another round of applause as our panelists exit the stage. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Were they not awesome? Can we give them another round of applause? All right, so we're coming to the close, the last panel of the evening. I thank you all for holding tight with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The last panel we have coming up is special education, juvenile justice, and law enforcement. They're all getting mic'd up right now. Our moderator is Gabrielle St. Lodge. She's the president of Diverse Solutions Consulting. We have James Bell, founder and executive director of W. Hayward Barnes Institute. We have Jarrell Brown, student at Morningside High. Gary Orfield, co-director of the Civil Rights Project at UCLA. And Dr. Philip Goff, assistant professor of psychology at UCLA. All righty. They're coming in a second.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get started here. We're just switching up, getting our next panel ready. I am Dr. Gabrielle Saint-Leger. I'm moderating our last panel of the day, and it's been a wonderful day. For those who are still here, thank you so much for hanging in through this day. It's been a lot of information, it's been a lot of sharing, and at this point in time, this topic is still a very important one. So I do thank you all for still being here and engaging with us today. All the partners who've put this together. I'm glad I have a voice. I didn't have a voice on Sunday, so obviously I was meant to be here. Came all the way from New York in order to participate because this is such an important topic. There is a system that is in place that we're going to discuss specifically on this panel. And for those who know what I'm talking about this prison pipeline system that has been started, which is part of this law enforcement piece. And as panelists come up, I just wanted to start off by saying, as I was flying in here from New York, there was a group of diverse students. As soon as I got off my gate, they were coming, running through the airport, not sure where they were going or what they were doing or why they were in the airport. The beauty of it was their energy. Somebody earlier on the mic mentioned how students of color are losing that spark that they're supposed to have in their eyes, right? And these students had that spark. And in them having that spark, we were able to see, I put something on Facebook, and I said, if you see a group of diverse youth running through the airport, what's your first reaction? Is it to smile, or is it to roll your eyes? I mean, immediate first reaction. We have these unconscious biases. We all have them. And I got mixed answers from my Facebook friends. Some of them said, well, it depends. If they're being conformed to be one type of individual, then I would roll my eyes. Versus, it was my pastor. But, some people just said smile, because it gives them hope. A lot of people are losing the hope that you need to have when it comes to dealing with the students because of the statistics that we're dealing with when we look at this pipeline system. But I smiled, and there is hope. Through the research that's being done, some of our panelists are doing amazing research. Above the research, which is more important, is taking what's being done as we look at this disaggregated data and putting it in the hands of those who can really make a difference. This is one audience, which is an audience of educators, administrators. You have the audience within law enforcement. And some of our panelists are working directly with those law enforcement leaders in order to make changes in policy. And what this should be about today, as far as what's left of our time here together, is talking about solutions. That's what today was supposed to be about, to talk about solutions. So as we wait for our last panelist to come up, know that I want questions. Now is a great time to ask questions at the end of this panel because the mics will be here for you. But we want to hear what you have to say. It's important to hear what's in the room, who's in the room. Not only who's here as the experts, who's doing the work, but because they are doing the work, how will they interact with you? So as we move forward in this panel and you listen to the experts, how could their work or their future work affect what you are doing? There's too many parts of the system that are disjointed. And this is an opportunity, be it an hour together, where we get a chance to really come up with maybe a solution that you can impart within your own system on day-to-day, something that'll inspire you to give it to somebody else who can do the work if it's not you. But either way, let's take our time now to introduce our panel. I'm gonna sit with them and talk about this system that most of you on this panel are either engaged with for the majority of your career or just starting your career and realizing that this is something that you want to do and engage in. So I'm going to give the floor now to the panelists for them to introduce themselves, and then we'll get started talking about what's going on between law enforcement, special education, and the juvenile justice system. All right, so start with Dr. Orfield.
My name is Gary Orfield. I'm a political scientist. I teach at UCLA in several departments, And I co-direct the Civil Rights Project, which is a research center that started at Harvard University and moved here to California about 8 years ago. We've done hundreds of studies of issues of civil rights and equality all over the country, and we've been involved in many, many legal battles and other struggles of that sort, including some that have gone to the United States Supreme Court. In one case about the future of affirmative action, the court cited one of our books as a basis for defending the right for affirmative action in colleges across the country.
Thanks, Gary.
My name is Zyrell Brown. I'm going to be attending Chico State University in the fall, and I will be a lawyer. Eventually, I would like to branch off into becoming a politician as well.
My name is Philip Atiba Goff. I'm also faculty at UCLA. My home is in the psychology department, but I'm not that kind of psychologist. Please don't call me Dr. Phil. I also teach at the law school with Gary, and I'm the president of the Center for Policing Equity. What we do is we work inside of police departments to make them less racist and less sexist. So as you can imagine, there's not a lot of work for us to do, and there's very few cities that want us to come and do the work. So we work nationally, not just in California, and we work with the State Department to work on law enforcement and racism internationally as well. I'll be happy to talk to you about that.
Yes, hopefully we can get into talking about that. Because what I'm realizing as a New Yorker is that LA is very different and it's very unique. It's its own, we were talking about it over there, its own little microcosm when you talk about how everything interacts. So what you all are dealing with here is interesting and unique and great for research. But it's also good to hear some of those solutions that are happening elsewhere. So this panel, I think, is really going to be helpful. So I want to start off with looking at future, because we have a lot of foundational pieces here with Dr. Orfield and Dr. Goff. But Zyrell, let's talk about your experience, because you have a very unique experience in dealing with and entering into this conversation about law enforcement and about the juvenile justice system and how they affect youth, your peers, and yourself. So let's start there. How do you see that system interacting with your generation, with your peers? And what does that interaction look like?
I guess you could say the interaction looks like for us as youth, we have to find ways to tackle this, and I guess in ways that youth can relate to, and tackle the issue of, I guess you could say, in the BMY's case, we tackle police brutality. Mm-hmm. And we tackle police brutality through doing research on an app that we created called FirstCam. And we went to Philadelphia at the AERA conference to actually discuss what this could be and how to practically stop police brutality. And the idea of FirstCam would be to record it and from different angles, not just using one phone, and be able to actually expose what the police officer is doing and expose it to a network of people, not just one person or two person or three person. Mm-hmm. Because without making a narrative for what's going wrong and what's happening, you're not going to be able to prove it in the court of law, and it's going to end up going to the police officer's case in the case of police brutality.
So when you say we, who's the we? Like
the Black Men Youth Academy, like I said, Tori, who was up here earlier, mm-hmm. Dylan Gray, like I said, all of us, we all took part in this and went to Philadelphia and made sure that our voices were heard and that we have power in this movement.
And in that session, I'm just curious the reaction, because if this is the first time that you were able to present this practical way of changing how the system processes these issues, like every incident can be processed differently because of this. What was the reaction?
It was extremely positive, mm-hmm. because people wouldn't expect youth to really step in front of something that positive, take down actual research on it, and actually want to stop the issue or really do something about stopping the issue. So everyone there was extremely happy and wanted to fund the app as much as they possibly could, or help or see along the way how the app is going to be created.
Okay, so where are you at in the process of creating this app? Like, how far along are you in the development?
We're in funding right now, but we have a laid out presentation and everything else on how to make the app actually come forward and surface.
Okay. So with this app and looking at the research that you guys have done, the others on the stage, I want to focus on this for a second, because this really could make a huge difference in the processes. How do you guys see, I mean, this is like the first time that you're hearing about it, but initially your idea of this app and what it can do, because this is a solution, and that's what we were talking about, being solution-based in this discussion, to potential issues that we see down the line when these youth then are in the system. This could prevent them from getting into the system. So I'll start with Dr. Goff and then move back close.
First, do y'all feel what my man Zarel just explained? Are y'all there with me? Let me say, it's your app, let me say it again, okay? I'm talking about a young brother who can feel targeted by law enforcement in the places where we're supposed to feel most safe, in our schools, right? And rather than picketing, which can be useful, rather than writing, which can be useful, got together with his friends in this program and put together an app that can go on a phone that can make them money and stop police brutality. Are y'all there with me? Okay, does anybody else want to clap around that? Yeah, I thought so. Because what we're talking about is not just youth who have a hunger and a fire to make their lives and their communities better, but are doing that in a way that can demonstrate success to those who are coming behind. What we're talking about is social justice entrepreneurship, right? That's a new wave. That's something that you don't get a chance to hear very often. So I'm honored to be sitting here on a panel with you, man, right? When I talk about the work that we do, I talk about getting serious about our values. Right, so there's nobody in this room that thinks that racial profiling is a good idea, right? Do I need to convince anybody of that? Do I need to take the pulpit on that? No. Okay, there's nobody in the room that thinks that racial profiling is a good idea, yet there's nobody in the room that thinks it's not happening. Whether or not you believe it, I talk to police chiefs all the time. That's what I do for a living. I don't talk to any police chiefs that think it's a good idea. And yet I don't talk to any police chiefs that don't think it's happening. So how do we have something that has uniform condemnation and uniform acknowledgement that it's still going on? And to do that, again, I talk about being responsible, being serious about our values. If somebody's having trouble with money, and you go to them and you say, do you have a budget? And they say no, they're not serious. If there's a child who's struggling in school, and I ask them, well, what's your homework tonight? And they say, I don't know, they're not being serious about that class. We in the United States have a problem with race and achievement. And I go to police officers, I go to police chiefs, I say, where are your data? And they say, we don't have any. I say, you're not being serious. We don't have national data on police behavior, on racial profiling stops, or on use of force. We have no data nationally whatsoever. Each police department collects that individually. And so I say to law enforcement, if you care about the issue and you're not collecting the data, you're not being serious. So that's why we're trying to put together the first national database of racial profiling and police use of force, right? So that at the very least we can measure it so we can begin to manage it and hold police accountable to their own values. What Zarel is doing is it's a step along the direction of doing that, right? It's the ability to hold police accountable to their own values, to show them what they look like to us, the communities they're sworn to protect. So it's a crucial step, and I think that as communities we need to organize and do more. So that's what the Center for Policing Equity is doing, that's what you're doing, that's what we in this community, that's what the whole point of this event is supposed to do, is to get us together on the solutions that work. And the first step, the most basic step, has to be systems that allow us to hold people accountable to the things that they say that they care about. So that would be my response to Zarel, what Zarel is doing. You're doing what I'm trying to do.
Definitely proud of it.
What I just add in 1 minute is say that we have to be very inventive and creative in thinking about how to slice into these problems. This isn't the total solution, but it's a contribution, and it helps raise the stakes and helps change the balance that's in a police officer's mind. If he knows that there's a bunch of kids that might have this app in the school, he's going to think twice before he clobbers somebody or pushes them or does something else illegal. That's good. And we need a lot of young people to be thinking about creative new ways of addressing these problems, because we're in a dead end on lots of fronts. Not only do we not collect data, but we don't do the necessary training, we don't get the necessary enforcement. It's all part of a complicated process of change. And for that to happen, there have to be people aware and demanding change, and there have to be people inventing ways to do it. Good job.
Thank you.
Wonderful job. So I'm gonna pose this actually to the panel. How do you think this app is a wonderful piece, as we've said? There's other tensions that we have between law enforcement, those who work with them, who are in the juvenile justice system, the advocates that we have in the community that are looking for alternatives. How do we find a way to connect them? What has been ways that have worked based off of your work, Dr. Goff, that you've seen?
So between the advocates and law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the big points of miscommunication that we've had, at least within my experience, I've been black my whole life, which means at one time I was a black, boy growing up. It's the history that we have and our inability to talk about it. Okay. So I'm from Philadelphia, from West Philadelphia, and I do live in close to Bel Air now, so you can go ahead and sing the Fresh Prince song all you like. But I'll let you finish. I'm a godfather as well to a bunch of, my godchildren, and they do call me Uncle Phil, so you go manage all that. But when I walk into law enforcement, I walk in, with my shiniest suit, my best tie, and they think, okay, so here's this Negro gonna come in here, and he's gonna tell us about ourselves. And I say, all right, what has been your experience policing these neighborhoods that don't trust you? And they talk about how they get yelled at and how they get called names and how they think these people aren't raising their kids right. And I said, okay, these people aren't raising their kids right. Give me the names. They said, well, you don't know them. I said, doesn't matter that I don't know. Tell me the names. And they give me about 2, 3 names. They would be, by the way, the same 2, 3 names that you guys would give of the folks in those communities that you know. I said, those are 2 or 3 people. You're mad because the whole community thinks that you are like the 2 or 3 officers that they've run into. Okay? And if you think about it, that's how my experience of law enforcement has been as well, right? They're mad at you for the same reason that you're mad at them, right? There's 2 or 3 bad ones, a whole bunch of folks trying to do right, and everybody assuming the worst of everybody else. That's not to say we don't have systematic problems with law enforcement, because we do, right? I've looked at the numbers. Ooh, goodness, I don't mean to get that excited. I've looked at the numbers, right? And I know that it is a systemic problem. It's not just that there's 2 or 3 officers and everybody else is okay. Right? We have a fear of talking about the history, and we conflate a few people with everybody. So what we do is we say, all right, if we're going to have this conversation, everybody needs to be at the table. They need to be able to talk about what the history truly is, and then let's start, not from a blank slate, but from an acknowledgement of what that history has been for the community. Because we talk about perception is reality all the time, but that doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. That's just become a thing that we say. Right? Talk about the specific things that happened to you, to your cousin, to your aunt, to your brother, to your sister, to your mother, to your daughters and sons. Right? When that is on the table, you can say, do you share my values that the community needs to be safe and the people need to be treated fairly? I think that you might be surprised what happens when you get law enforcement to the table. Even though they don't live in the same communities frequently, they didn't get into the job because they like doing injustice. They joined criminal justice because they like trying to be superheroes. We can laugh at that because there's problems with it. Right? Nobody thinks they should be wearing spandex and a cape, right? But there's something admirable about wanting to do a job where your job is to do the right thing for a living. You get folks at the table thinking that, and you can get better solutions to community problems.
Let me give you an example of how a problem gets converted into research, which gets converted into a solution. This is a real story about our project. One year in the summer, we were at the national convention of the NAACP, and we were asked to run a seminar on some of the work that we've been doing for people from all over the country who were there to think about what needed to be done. And we were doing a lot of work on dropouts and other issues, commissioning research and getting policy going and working with courts and so forth, telling them about what we were doing. And then towards the end, we invited a lot of people to talk to us, and a big line of people lined up. And if you know the NAACP, especially in the South, it's a very important leadership organization. Hasn't been so successful here in LA recently, but I hope it will be. But it's very important, and it's been very important historically. Well, one after another, very well-dressed, middle-class, established professional person came up and said, you know, my son has been put in special education, and he's not dumb. And he was put in there by the school, and he's not learning anything and he's not going to graduate. And this didn't happen once, it happened time after time. People said this to us. And this wasn't really an issue in the country at the time. So we decided to go back to our offices and pull the statistics. Look at what was happening all over the country. Because that's what you can do if you've got some smart, well-trained people and computers, and it doesn't really cost that much to do it. We started generating statistics, and when we looked at them, we were shocked. It wasn't an accident here or there. It wasn't something that happened in one place or another. It was happening every place. And it was young black men who were being singled out. And they were being put in special education classes 400% and 500% more than their share of the population. And it was extraordinary, because it wasn't happening to African American girls, wasn't happening to Latino men by and large, although those who didn't speak English were running into similar problems. But it was happening to African American young men every place. And it was even in very elite suburbs. Sometimes the figures would be more extreme. And there were even schools where most of the young black men were put in special education. They were put in a special education class that was kind of a dead-end, isolated, segregated special education class, often in the basement of the school. And they were never doing any work on grade level. They couldn't transfer back. They didn't graduate. And a lot of those young men end up in jail. They're really unemployable if they don't graduate and they've been in special education. So if you think about that, it's a gigantic problem. People knew it, but it wasn't on the agenda. When we started publishing these data all over the country, people started acting. And people started demanding changes. And I was getting letters from families all over the country all the time on my internet. By the time that Congress modified the Individuals with Disabilities Act in 2004, which was a couple of years after we did this work, they wrote in this issue as one of the national priorities for the whole special education program. And many, many communities examined their statistics, developed some better policies and so forth. This problem still isn't solved. It's still a serious problem, but a lot of places took action and reduced these inequalities substantially and trained people. One of the things we found, we commissioned research, and we found people who had actually come up with alternatives. One of the things they found out was that if you had people of color on the committees that decided on the individual programs for individual students, you got less students put into these really dead-end special education programs. There's a lot of special education that's really good. If you've got a speech or hearing problem, it's a total blessing for your life. But being put in emotionally disturbed or educationally disadvantaged programs is a terrible problem for most people. So this is just an example of how you take a problem that people feel, who don't have the power to articulate it, use research to demonstrate it and prove it, and feed it back to people who can do something about it, and to policymakers who can actually act on it. And this is exactly the power that you can get if you learn how to do things like systematically gather and analyze data on important issues. The slogan of our project is, we don't do harmless research. We try to take real problems, get really good data that nobody can challenge, and then put it in the face of people who need to act on it.
Tell us a little bit more about your Center for Civil Rights, the Civil Rights Project. We talked about this one particular project, but you guys have done amazing work.
Well, we created this project in 1996 in Harvard because my colleague Christopher Edley, who's now dean up at the law school at Berkeley, and I recognized that nobody was really funding research on civil rights in a serious way. And we just decided to see if we could do it. We didn't know whether it was possible. And what we found was there were people all over the country who really wanted to work on these issues. And if we asked them, if we knew that they had the talent and we had the computers and so forth, and we asked them to do something, they would. Our basic goal at the beginning was to deal with affirmative action because we thought the Supreme Court was going to outlaw it. And so what we found was that there hadn't been any significant research done for many years on the educational value for all students of being in diverse colleges. We were able to generate a lot of it before the Supreme Court actually got to the case. When they came to it, we were ready. We had the proof, and we had the information. So it was an example of taking advantage of all the skills that people have and the goodwill, because a lot of people have goodwill. But we found basically that the lawyers who were working on civil rights didn't know much about research, and the researchers didn't know much about the law. So we had to bring them together and focus their attention on the issues we knew were going to be really important. And we found an awful lot of people interested. So we've now done hundreds and hundreds of studies. We're just releasing a new book very soon about bilingualism. We just did big reports on the 60th anniversary of the Brown decision a couple weeks ago that you may have seen in the papers. They were in the report that we issued on the 60th anniversary was covered in more than 700 newspapers. Just to give you an example of how many millions of people can be reached if you put statistics together in a way that people can understand on an issue that's genuinely important.
So the impact has been great.
Sometimes. I mean, sometimes we're totally ignored.
What, you totally ignored?
Yeah, we try, but some of the work you do in research isn't for the immediate present. It's for the longer-term future. It's for helping create an agenda and having things ready for when politics changes.
Mm-hmm. So with educational research, what impact do you think it could have on changing the policies specific to law enforcement?
You know, the courts do a lot of things about law enforcement, and my colleague knows a lot more about it than I do, but, you know, here we are trying to lower the prison population. A lot of those kids are in prison because of what we call the school-to-prison pipeline. And one of the causes of that is the issue of suspending students that we've been working on very intensively for some time. And you can see a brand new report on the website of the Civil Rights Project. Just Google Civil Rights Project. Oh, we've been putting out a lot of statistics like that.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Everybody should write that down. The information on this website is amazing. Google Civil Rights Project. I saw a couple of pens writing, but that's one thing that, again, with this being solutions-based.
It's great for your research papers.
Yes. I mean, this is solutions-based, and this is the route to solutions, is having actual data. So I would suggest everybody really look that up.
But we've been looking at this school suspension stuff, and we're finding the same kind of pattern we found with the special education. It's the young males of color that are really being suspended. And there are school systems and schools that are suspending most of the kids in their whole school.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine that. We have evidence to show that if you're suspended, you're much more likely to drop out. If you drop out, you're much more likely to go to jail. You know, this is not a really complicated path, and you can intervene at many places. You help keep a kid in school by intervening at 9th grade when they start failing classes, you'll help. If you help stop the suspension, you'll help. Many things that just help keep you on the path into the middle class, keep you out of jail.
Sarah, please.
To add on to that, when we did research on it, in the LAUSD school district, 9% of the district is African American males. And of that 9%, 20% of them make up the suspension rate of the district. When you think about it, that's a big discrepancy between the two.
Yes, it is.
So, and most of them get suspended for willful defiance.
Which is a very vague concept. So, you know, we're working on trying to get rid of that as a criterion around the country because there's no way to specify it in a way that it's likely to be used fairly.
Now, Dr. Goff?
I mean, I can add on to it, sure.
No, I was your research that you recently put out, I think it was April this year, was talking about the biases, contextual biases. And I wanted to connect it right here with this point of the suspension rates and who's doing the suspensions and what's going on in their minds. And I figured you'd be able to add to that.
Well, I mean, so I want to take it back to answer your question, Sarvel, exactly the way you just answered that, right? So we're talking about interactions between law enforcement and education, and we're talking about over-incarceration of our kids, okay? You had stats and you use the stats to say it wasn't right, right? You can tell a story, and stories are really what hit people, right? But if you want to make policy change, you need to have the stats. Where would we be if we didn't know what the stats were? Right? If we couldn't measure it, what could we be doing? So the kind of work that I do is we first start with, let's measure. Right? There's no national data, we're putting together the first national data set. And once you've got that, you start looking for why is it happening like this? So the kind of stuff that I do on contextual explanations, what we show is that, for instance, there's been a number of folks that have been showing this recently, when we just show you a picture of a black boy or a white boy or a Latino boy, people tend to get the white boy's age pretty okay, right? And we're talking usually in adolescence. And they get Latino boy's age pretty okay, they're pretty accurate. And then all of a sudden they start adding multiple years to the black boy's age. And they do that particularly when they're concerned that the black boy might be involved in crime, right? And at night, our officers are always concerned that every black boy is involved in crime. So now we got officers in the neighborhoods that are concerned that this black boy is involved in crime, and all they do is they think that he's older, right? Well, what can you do to an older child, and what would you expect from an older person, an adult, that you don't expect from an adolescent or from a child, right? You expect them to be more in control of their behaviors. You expect them to be more compliant to the things that you're trying to say, and you expect that if they're not, you can punish them or treat them more harshly. Childhood is a group that we put together to protect people. And essentially what's happening is we're robbing our children of their childhood early. It's happening to black boys faster than it's happening to any other group of people. Put that together, and so now I've got a policy that says I can just give up on a kid and not just suspend but expel. Right? Well, if they're not a kid anymore, if they're an adult, well, they should have known anyway. They should have known earlier. You put those things together and it starts to make sense why you see the disparities at such an outrageous rate. But it starts with measuring the disparity. If you can't measure it, you're not serious about it. So even my work, which goes into the mind sciences, starts with just measuring.
What have been some of the successes, you've mentioned a couple, with the measurements that your project has done?
Well, we've had some successes and we've had some failures. And this is the nature of research. Good research doesn't guarantee that you'll get a good policy or a victory in court, but it makes it possible that you have a policy that will actually work. And it helps people understand a problem that they don't understand. So it's a necessary step, it's not sufficient. We've done a lot of research on segregation of schools. You may have seen that Latinos are more segregated here in Los Angeles than any place else in the country, both residentially and in education. You may have seen that the study we produced that showed that black students in California are in schools that are more than two-thirds non-white, they're more than two-thirds poor, and they're schools that systematically have less adequate opportunities. And much less adequate pathways to college in a state that's incredibly competitive for college. Well, nobody has done one thing about segregation since we've issued some of these reports. It will take a big change in the society to decide to do that, the kind of big change that happened in the South in the 1960s. And we need to have that change. And we mean to put out those statistics whether anybody's going to do anything about it or not, because it's a fundamental reality. So we'll just put them out and put them out and put them out and put them out again and hope that people begin to reflect on things that can be done, because many things could be done much better. For example, charter schools. We're creating them all. They're even more segregated than public schools. Is that necessary? No. We could have transportation. We could have choice systems. We could inform parents better. We could outlaw any discrimination against handicapped and non-English speaking kids in those schools. We could do a lot of things that would make those schools operate differently. We haven't decided to do it yet. Now, there are other things that we've done that have a big impact. We did a big conference, the first big conference in a generation on dropouts in 2001. It made it into a national issue, working with other people. It turned out that almost all the states were lying about their dropout statistics. California was producing statistics that said 2 or 3% dropouts a year. I mean, it was just ridiculous. But people in schools knew that only half the kids that were ninth graders were walking across and getting diplomas. Well, we were able to help working with other groups to expose that and to get some dropout accountability written into federal law. That's made people think about it. There's still a big inequality, but we've actually been making progress finally for the last few years. You know, it's a long struggle to change something that's that deep, but it's a life-changing thing. If you can have a single child who finishes high school instead of dropping out, may make $500,000 more in his lifetime, and he certainly has much less chance of ending up in the jail system that's so vast in this country. So, you know, there's successes, there's partial successes, there's failures, there's things that we do because they are important that we don't expect to have a quick success on, but we just believe it's our responsibility to put out there where people have to look at it and think about what kind of a society they're really having.
So Dr. Goff, what additional research, because we talked about research, and we're going down this path where research is being given to practitioners, research is being given to policymakers in order to make this change. It's not going to be immediate, but there's other questions that still need to be answered. So I'm going to ask you, what is the additional research that would be needed in order to really move policy forward, really shift and change how the juvenile justice system is being handled, how law enforcement is handling their work when they deal with youth?
Right, so the Civil Rights Center and the Civil Rights Project are really an excellent model for what all the rest of us do when we do translational research. And by translational, I just mean moving between the boring laboratory to the actual world where the stuff is happening. Because it starts with you set up, we need to know what's going on, and then we ask the question of why. In terms of the school-to-prison pipeline, we don't know. We talk about it as if it's an actual tube, right? That would take somebody from a school and they get shot through the tube and they end up in jail, because it can feel that quick, right? But what we're just now learning is that in counties where there are zero tolerance policies, right, about 97% of the suspensions and expulsions are not violations of the zero tolerance policy. It's things like willful defiance, right? It's the discretionary things. It's vandalism, which means writing on your desk. Right? So why is it that the zero tolerance policy counties are having a higher suspension and arrest rate? Well, it's because with zero tolerance policies frequently comes more law enforcement in the schools. And I work with a chief out of Salt Lake City, which you would not think is necessarily progressive, but you'd be wrong. I was too. And he says, you know, if you want to avoid arrests, stop sending cops there. Police will show up and their job is to arrest people, so if they're there, they're going to arrest somebody. If you want fewer arrests in schools, have fewer police officers in schools, right? And it becomes complicated because I know that teachers want to make sure they have a safe classroom and a safe environment, and they frequently feel like having someone there to help them makes them better able to do their job, right? But the end result is that we end up with more suspensions. So we know that now, and we didn't know that before. What we don't know is, can you tell me how many school resource officers there are in LA Unified? I know I have the statistics, but my guess is it's not something that's publicly available. Do we know how many mental health resource officers there are? Mental health resources there are, right? And are there disparities in the schools that service our Black and Latino kids as opposed to schools that are majority white or majority Asian? Do we know? As a country, we don't know. And again, I'm going to say the same thing over and over again. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So the deeper questions of why and our hidden biases and our not so hidden biases, that's what my research is mostly about, but it always starts with the question of how much, how many, how long. And if you don't have an answer to that, then all the mechanisms for it, that's just academic in the worst possible sense.
It is.
Sarah? To add to what you said about police being on campuses and their presence, as you said, if the police are there, they're there to arrest someone. So having them on campuses as a youth, that's how we feel. So any schools that have police on campus every day, the youth are not going to feel like they're there to learn. They're going to feel like they're there to watch out for themselves. They're going to feel like they're being watched or something's wrong. That's what police presence creates. At my school, I'm fortunate enough that we have actual security there, but not police. And the difference between the two is the security are community members that went to Morningside and graduated from Morningside. So by them coming to the school, they actually talk to us about the issues. They don't arrest us. They don't have the ability to. They have the ability to talk to us and actually potentially mediate so we don't get suspended right away.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic, fantastic point. And can I say that whoever, if you took classes in public speaking, I need to go ahead and give that person a hug. Because you're speaking truth, you're dropping knowledge all along. One of the new research reports that we're doing, what we've found is that the more contact youth have, particularly boys have, with law enforcement, even if it's good, the more contact they have, the more likely they are later on to be involved in committing crimes, even if they don't get caught. So it's not that talking to law enforcement gets them caught by law enforcement. Talking to law enforcement causes criminal behavior later on. And the reason is exactly what you said. If I feel like the system is out to get me, the system isn't fair, why should I be paying attention to it? Right? The origins of cooperation and compliance with the law is not fear, it's respect and legitimacy. And if I don't have respect for law enforcement, if I don't think that their power is legitimate, I'm not going to comply with it.
One thing that we often think about when we're thinking about issues like this is how do the teachers feel? Why are they acting the way they're acting? And you know, one of the basic problems is the least experienced teachers get assigned to the schools with the most problems. Mm-hmm. And they really don't know what to do. They don't have the experience. And when somebody starts acting up in class, they often come from a different culture. They don't understand how to handle that particular kid, who's often a young boy, and they don't have any support system. So they don't have enough counselors in the school, they don't have social workers, they don't have alternative solutions in the school, so they suspend them, or they put them in special education and really put them on a path to something very bad in their lives, not because they want to do something bad, but because they don't have the training and the alternatives that they need. Mm-hmm. So when we're making a change like this, we have to think about how to provide both the training about how to behave better and the resources to make it possible for them to do something that's more constructive. And oftentimes we don't think that. We just begin to think it's all the teachers are racist or something like that. Most teachers, going into teaching and working in a really disadvantaged school doesn't attract a whole lot of racists. And there's some that act that way. But most of them want to do something good, but they sometimes don't know what to do. And they feel like controlling their classroom is so important that they will triage people. They will dispose of people they don't know how to handle. To give them better techniques, better understanding, and better alternatives is really part of the solution. Otherwise, they'll say, we're really lowering the suspension rate, but they'll be putting people in the basement in some kind of suspension, which will not help that'll put those kids on a bad path as well.
I'm curious to know, Dr. Orfield, in your research, we talk about ways the special ed can help certain aspects, yes, and the ways that it can hurt.
Right.
What solutions or changes should be made to shift the way that it hurts based off of the research?
We really don't have any significant complaints about the physical disabilities. I mean, if you're blind, or if you have hearing loss, or if you have mobility problems, or if you many kinds of physical disabilities, the special education laws have been a blessing, a major blessing for millions of kids. Now it's the subjective classifications where you're looking at being defiant, or you're looking at being emotionally retarded in some way. You're looking at those programs that require judgment. Now, there are kids who need those services, and there are kids who can't really be handled in a regular classroom, but for many kids, that's not a good solution. So we need to have people who are better prepared. We need to have committees, IEP committees, that are more representative of the population and understand the different backgrounds of the kids. And we need to have alternative resources in the schools. It's not a simple problem, but we can make a lot of progress on it. A lot of schools have made a lot of progress on it. But to do it well, we have to think about why all the different parts of it are acting in the way they are acting.
Cyril, I have a question for you. We were talking offline before we came on the stage for the actual panel about some of your peers and how the system has affected them. And I wanted you to have an opportunity to share that with the group so that they can hear what happens when we have this pipeline, as Dr. Goff said, even though it's not a true pipe, but the impact that you had mentioned, Dr. Goff, I heard in what Zyril was saying. So I wanted him to share that piece.
What I've experienced with some of my peers being incarcerated and then coming out of being incarcerated is that they're going to be a different person because that's really a life-changing experience that they're going to have. But at the same time, if they have this, go back to the same school and the same teachers, the teachers can't react to them in a different way just because of what they've been through and because they're different. Because once you do, it's going to make them feel that everyone's against them because they expect school to be that area where everyone is supposed to be supportive towards them. So when you withdraw from them and maybe react towards another student, maybe a student that's a high achiever in a sense, it makes them feel like they're unwanted and it makes them not want to come to school. And often that makes them be reincarcerated again. That might be one factor that leads into it.
I often say that in the educational part of this, we can't have every sentence be a life sentence. You know, we have to figure out a way to reconnect people. Because if we don't reconnect them and they don't finish school, and they don't get any educational credentials, and they have a felony record on their record, their chances are really dismal in our economy. So it's in everybody's interest to think about reconnecting kids to the educational system, but the educational system doesn't really want to do it. They want to put them, if they're going to deal with them at all, they want to put them in some separate place, which is basically custodial, which will not lead to anything positive. So this is another hard issue, but boy, if we don't face it, we lose half of a lot of communities.
Me too. Dr. Goff, and then we're going to open the floor up for questions and comments. When you look at the law enforcement side, the work that you're doing, what do they speak about when they speak about change? Because we talked about they have to act quickly because of the visibility. They have to act quickly because of the accountability that they have. What do you hear when you work across the country? Because like I said, LA is very unique, but your work is national and international. But just staying within the United States, what are you hearing as far as the change on that end as you're working with the chiefs and the other designated people who are helping you?
You know, I mean, I think we see the same kind of conflicts we see when, you know, people who were supportive of President Obama look at the last 6 years. There is great pride and feeling of achievement in how far we've come, that we've arrived at this moment, and yet great disappointment at all the things that haven't gotten done. So when I talk to teachers, teachers say, look, I want to make my classroom better, give me a tool, but make it concrete, right? Give me a thing that I can do right now in my classroom. And I ask, well, why don't you want to change the system? Because the system is what's going on. They say, because I've been fighting that for X number of years, right? If they've been in the system for 12 years, they've been a teacher for 12 years, they've been fighting it for 12, you know, maybe 11. And I hear the same thing from officers. They say, if there's something I can do that makes this more fair or that can help a kid out, let me know. But they don't want to talk more broadly. The chiefs want to talk broadly but don't know what to do, and the officers want to talk real concrete and don't want to talk about the system. So we're in a moment of great opportunity, but where people don't have the concrete solutions to give, to hand over, to make it all the way better. What I will say, though, is this. I don't know of very many major city chiefs, so like big cities like LA, Chicago, Houston, New York, that don't understand that we need to do better by our children. Right? Because it's over 50% of the contacts that law enforcement have are with young men under the age of 25, right? So it's in the area of school-aged folks. So they understand that they're trying to arrest their way out of a problem isn't going to work. They know that they need to do something different. They're wanting to hear from communities, but they need the data, right? They need the measurement, and they need to know the community is interested in working with them and that they don't have to be fighting to do better for the kids that they're trying to serve.
To add on to what I said earlier about in education, what you can do to help them. As far as out of education, out of school, they should have a program in place. I guess like the BMYA, a program of that nature, because that will provide them with a more holistic support system than just being in school and having support from your teachers. Because being in the Black Male Youth Academy, we will support you 100% as a person, not just as a student. And I believe that's what a person needs in their life.
I'm going to briefly add on to what you said, Zarro. My research looked at programs that are college programs at predominantly white institutions that were designed specifically by the institution, not a student reform saying we need something, but leaders talking about the statistics, using the data to say money can and resources can go towards giving that holistic experience that these black men need in order to get to the degree. With that being said, you can duplicate it. I did case studies and realized that they took totally different approaches to doing the same thing, getting to the same goal, which was to get these men to have their degree in hand and move forward to be productive alumni and productive in their respective disciplines. So it's possible, and there's multiple ways to do it. So I think whether you're in Houston, or you're in New York, or you're in Chicago, wherever they are, having these programs can make a difference. It's all about using the data to move things forward. And those are my thoughts on it, because it really does tie into these programs that work. They work. And once the data comes in and they tell you that it works, grab onto it. You can mold it, you can change it, you can tweak it based off of your human resources, based off of your budgets, but it can be done. That's the bottom line. It can be done. So we're going to open up the floor to questions, partly because I'm losing my voice. No, because we've had a great discussion here, and I'm hoping that you guys have comments about this situation, because it's not going away immediately, but it has to change. So let's use mic 1, mic 2. And we'll start. You are.
Hello, my name is Maria. I want to thank CESAR for inviting me to this event. I'm going to be working with UTLA this summer, so just thank you. And also thank you to all of the organizers or facilitators here to put this day together. Kind of have two parts to what I have to say. Want to say. One is kind of related to my experiences with law enforcement. Particularly one in particular that affected me. I was a freshman in high school. I grew up in a house where everything I ever wore was handed down to me. And if I wanted something, that I was more interested in wearing, I had to go out to a secondhand store, a thrift store to buy it. So that was what me and my friend always did. My best friend was with me at the time. She's Thai and Laotian. We're shopping in the store. At the actual store we were at, just happened to be all of the workers there were Caucasian older women. We were just shopping, and like half an hour before this, we had made sleepover plans. I grabbed a random bag, threw some clothes in there. We're on and about throughout the store. This woman comes up behind me and yanks the bag out of my hand to the ground and accuses me of shoplifting. We immediately get thrown in the back of the room. Police get called. It was a very, traumatizing experience because I had no intention of stealing anything. And at the time, there were a lot of other people shopping. I don't know. Basically, from what she had to say and some very racist things she told to us, at the end of it, I told her, what would you do if I was, if I was white? Like, would you still do that to me? And she basically was saying that, well, every single person that has shoplifted before has been African American or Hispanic. So I just assumed, I assumed you were doing that as well. So that was, for that experience for me really changed my relationship with police. And since then, I think I've always feared them. I think we should be more comfortable whenever we see. I think most of us should be comfortable being in the same room with the police officer. However, I don't know why I still feel pretty uncomfortable, but I think that's also because there was an unfortunate event that occurred in my high school. A young woman was, it was a gang-related activity. The young woman who passed away was a bystander. She was actually a friend of mine. She was shot by a person of another gang who was supposed to kill someone from a different gang, and she got killed in the crossfire. And me, including hundreds of other people, had to watch her die in front of us. The school did have some grief counselors available for us, and I appreciate that, but we were treated much differently afterward. We were all searched in our bags and everything. So I think that also has to do with my relationship or my feelings toward law enforcement now. I'm just kind of thinking, okay, so are they going to search me again, or what's going to happen? So I guess my question to you is, how do you think I should kind of speak or influence my cousins who are currently, at these schools where there's a heavy police presence, and just to have them be more comfortable, because it disappoints me and angers me that when my cousin is my younger cousin, who's around 7 years old right now, is in the back seat of a car with his friend. They're both on the soccer team. His friend's African American, and they see a police officer. The first thing they do is duck in the car, and that really hurts me. So I just want to know what you think I should say, do. Yeah.
You want to start, or you want me to hit it?
Let you start.
Okay. So first, thanks for sharing your stories, because our stories are really important to the process of making any of this better. You shared one, I'll share one. I work with law enforcement all the time. That's not how I thought I was going to be. From West Philadelphia, you don't think of being inside of a police car in the front seat. That's just not a thing you think about. So I'm getting a ride to the airport in one of the departments I'm in. I'm talking to a police sergeant, and we get to talking good. She's his sister, my brother. We talking black stuff. We're mad that D'Angelo hasn't come out with an album in a little while. I think that was the basis of it, right? And as we're talking, I look in the rearview mirror, and it's me and my research team, so we're in 2 cars. I look back, I'm like, yo, 5-0. It's a sergeant in the police department, and I saw the other part of my research team in the police car that I knew they were in, and I had forgotten where I was, so I was like, oh, look, we need to be afraid, because it's 2 black people talking. Oh, wait, you're in uniform, and I do research on this, and we don't need to be afraid anymore. That stuff is deep. And I don't think I would have survived literally survived through college and grad school to become a professor if I hadn't gotten that conversation from my parents. So I wouldn't say don't tell your cousins that you have reasons to be afraid. The part that was new to me, the part that allowed me to do this stuff that sustains my life now and gives me some hope that things can get better, is to be reminded of the humanity of the people on the other side. Right? They know that they're engaged in stuff that sometimes is just not right. They see their colleagues who are popping off and being crazy, and they give them the same side eye that we would want to give them, right? And they want to do better. No one gets into criminal justice to further injustice. That's not their reason for joining the job. Just like no teacher wants to be involved in these communities just to mess with Black and Latino students. They want to do better. So when you tell your story and you get them prepared, you get them ready that law enforcement isn't always going to be your friend, remind them that the vast majority of them got into this to try and do the right thing, so that when they're in the back room at Macy's or wherever the heck it was, I'm just assuming, when they're in the back room of whatever department store and law enforcement comes, they at least in that first encounter can say, I know you're not here to do the wrong thing. And when you start off a conversation that way, when you lead with values, it really can be a powerful way to diffuse the situation. That would be the extra bit that I didn't get that maybe you can give to your cousins that's not obvious from the stories that you've experienced.
I guess to say, I'll add on to it. To add on to it, I think that fear is like an internalized fear as well as an externalized fear. Mm-hmm. People, as you grow up, tell you to fear them in a sense, and some people they don't add on to that, but they're here to look out for you. So you end up fearing them. It like becomes an internalized thing that, oh, a police officer's driving by, I have to duck and hide. A police officer's driving by, I have to feel afraid. So at the same time, yes, tell them to be afraid, but also, like you said, tell them that they're there for the right reasons, so they're not afraid of the wrong police officer and the police officer that might be there to actually help, that they can actually reach out to for something.
Okay, I'm back at the mic again.
All right.
I teach my students that when you're in class, you got to act like you're the only person in the room, and you got to ask your teachers as many questions as you want. So I'm kind of healing to that. I want to talk a little bit about expectations. As an educator, and as many educators are in this room, we know the power of expectations. Mm-hmm. That's a tremendous power, and it influences your mindset, and also it ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy of destiny. And so I'm just curious about the expectation of this country, the expectation of the state of California, when I see statistics, such as in the last 20 years, there's been 24 prisons built and only 2 universities. What is the expectation of this country? What is the expectation of this state if those are the type of numbers that I'm facing as an African-American male, knowing that my population is the one that's going to fulfill that destiny?
You know, the way I think about it is that it's not people in the state government deciding that they want to expect to have most of the people in prison and not in college. It's the result of a really narrow and vicious politics that for a long time in California, I think, played on racial wedge issues. And the same thing happened in the country, of course, beginning in the Nixon administration, the law and order focus and the forgetting about the civil rights policies of the 1960s. The idea was to make people afraid to win elections and, you know, to ride to power on that basis, to find wedge issues that would do that. The fact is that it wasn't really expensive at first, but it's become incredibly expensive in the long run because some of the really short soundbite politics, like 3 strikes and you're out, turned out to be hideously expensive. The same thing was true of the drug war. Now we're beginning to recognize that there have been huge costs, and there have been enormous costs, and to look at what it has not permitted us to do. The state of California and the country as a whole has disinvested in higher education and invested pretty heavily in incarceration, more than any other society in the world. I think we are at a balancing point now, in part because it's so hideously expensive that conservatives even recognize that it's gone too far, and that we are at the stage where we might be able to have a rational discussion about this again, because California has drastically failed to expand higher education capacity as its population has grown and as the need has grown in the economy. And it's going to be a huge cost for the state in the long run. And, you know, the other thing that's happened, of course, is that the prison guards union has become one of the biggest political forces in the state, which is a very dangerous process. Yep. And we have to have politicians that can actually stand up to that, because we shouldn't be paying prison guards more than young professors, for example, if we really want to have a good future for the state of California.
I personally like to use that 24 prisons and those 2 universities to make an example of what I don't want to be, even though it might be the intention is for us to end up there as African American males. That's what they view it for us, as our worth. But I view my worth as learning, as, like, I guess you could say, history, as Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Those are people I want to aspire to be like. To do that, I believe I need education. So I look, even though there might not be as many of them there, even though there might not be as many universities, I look past those 24 prisons. I'm not going to end up there. I know where I want to be and what I need to do to get there.
Praise him. So you're in the right profession for it, right? And Zyrell, you're a fantastic example of it. This is what happens when we educate our youth, right? I mean, the best part of my day, you are the best part of my day.
Thank you.
Let me say that. Like, you are the best part of my day. Because that question, go ahead, clap it up for him again. Because I don't have an answer to that question, except that question needs to be heard much louder. I have a friend, Brian Thompson, who talks about the death penalty, right? And he says it like this. He was presenting on it in Germany, and someone came up to him afterwards and said, you know, as a German citizen, I'm just confused. How can you put people to death? Because if in Germany the state executed people, and God forbid there be more Jews than other people executed, how would the world look at us? Right? And then when he tells that story, it hits you, right? Like that would be, the world wouldn't stand for it. And yet in the United States, it's as if we don't have a history of locking up black and brown people. Like we don't have a history of denying the right to be educated to black and brown people. As if that wasn't the foundational economic system on which the country was based. But it is. And when you teach people that and then you ask the question, since this has been our problem, are we unable to learn from it? When you ask that question loud enough, people get embarrassed. Right? And there's two ways that they can deal with that embarrassment. They can lock you up, which is what they'll try first, right? So good luck to you, okay? But I'm in the same boat, right? Or they can do something productive with that shame and embarrassment, right? And we are the country that enslaved Africans and American Indians in a way that no other country had before, but we're also the country that said, we're not gonna do this anymore. So in the same way that there is that downside, there's that hope as well.
I think I can add on to it in saying that, and me and other youth such as Dylan, Stevan, such as people who've been up here today, I can add on to it by saying that when we go to get our degrees and masters, PhDs, when we go to do that, we don't do it just to make money. We do it to come back so the youth, our younger people, they don't go through what we went through. They don't have to go to those prisons. Show them an example of when we can do it, you can do it too. You don't have to end up in those 24 prisons. You end up in those universities. That's the end goal. That's what we all want to do.
It's about building the other pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
So those folks who are here today representing, you guys have that already instilled in you because it was part of, dare I say, programming. Because, you go through the system and you're being programmed to do one thing or the other. So within that programming that you've received, within the mentoring, within the role modeling, personally what it's done for you, you intrinsically want to do that for somebody else. And as we continue to build them up on the level of K-12 and in higher education, because they can't forget once they get there. They can't forget once they get there. There has to be something set up there for them to remember and be reminded that you're here. You're doing this, and this is great for you, for your family, for everybody who believed in you, and then what? Now don't forget what you have to do. And I don't think you will. I don't think the others will either. But it's another pipeline we're building. So, we've got to recognize the fact that it's a numbers game, and right now we're not winning the numbers game, but the more that we get Zyrels out there, the better off we'll be. We'll go here, then here for the question.
So for this, Mr. Orfield, right, for the civil rights work that you do, the Civil Rights Project, I just wonder if you're looking at policies that were developed to integrate schools, like magnet programs and things like that. I don't know what the statistics are or what, I don't know, okay, so we know that the population has shifted in Los Angeles since the magnet programs and everything have been established.
Yes.
But have the percentages or the numbers that are supposed to be represented at the schools, have those numbers changed in the policy, or the policy is still the same?
Yes.
Because I don't know, but it seems like white children it's easier for them to get into magnet programs because of the percentages that magnets are supposed to have, but I don't think those percentages match the representative population of the district, like of a Los Angeles Unified School District. So I don't know if the law and the laws have shifted with the population. Have you guys looked at that, or is that true, or what?
Yeah. The question, for those of you who didn't hear it, was about magnet programs and whether or not they've shifted and whether or not they are advantaging white students disproportionately. Magnet programs are really important. They're really the only thing Los Angeles has done on desegregation, and it has not done them well. I worked with the court here when their desegregation case was pending in Los Angeles as an expert for a time. You know, Los Angeles is the first city in the country that abandoned its desegregation plan. Happened in 1981. It only lasted for a year and a half, the significant plan. The voters of California changed the Constitution when they passed Proposition 1 to narrow desegregation rights in California. That's why, one of the reasons why Los Angeles has been so incredibly segregated. Nobody's done anything about it. Now, the magnet program was a special exception, and it was originally set up to create integrated schools. But the magnet program has been neglected and hasn't been looked at carefully for a long time. At one point, the school district promised us the data so we could take a look at it, because we've done some national studies on magnet schools. They never gave us the data. But what I see in a preliminary look at those magnet schools is some of them are integrated, some of them were integrated and aren't anymore, some of them were never integrated, some of them really aren't magnetic, nobody chooses to go to them. It's a mess. It needs to be looked at carefully and reformed seriously, and there are good models of how to do it the right way. We published a book last year in the University of California Press called Educational Delusions, about why we run choice programs so badly in these days and how you can run them effectively. And if you're going to run choice programs effectively, there are several things you need to do. You need to have options that are worth choosing, really good schools that are unique, offer something unique. You have to have really good and fair parent information. You have to have a selection mechanism that's fair and that depends on the interests of the families rather than on the interests of the schools. You must have free transportation, or choice isn't really available in a fair way. And you must have a staff that can both deliver the program and treat all students from all backgrounds fairly. If you do those things, choice is going to be a positive element in creating some diversity and opportunity. If you don't do them, choice stratifies. And the people who have the best connections and most knowledge figure out the system, and others get screwed. And basically, the system in LA, as I see it, has deteriorated and hasn't been looked at closely for quite a while, and it's something the school board really ought to do.
Let's get the last question here. Quickly.
Just a quick comment, and I'm a first grade teacher in LAUSD, and I find it very ironic that it wasn't a teacher that propelled me to want to go to university. It was reading a book written by a prisoner, The Prison Letters of George Jackson. I read that book at 14, and I said to myself, if this is the kind of books they're reading in universities, that's where I'm going. It was someone writing about the system, and here I was, a 15-year-old child in Jamaica, West Indies, and that was what they were reading down there. And I said, this is what I'm going to do. Now, as an immigrant, back to that special ed, I noticed that any group that has been conquered, enslaved, colonized, all their kids tend to be pushed into special ed. If you look at Canada, which is where I got my original degree, it's the First Nation people. Mm-hmm. If you look at Australia, it's those Aborigines people. And if you look here, it's the same. It's the African American, the kids of color. So it's a worldwide thing that's going on. And that, when we talk about stuff like that, I want the kids to realize that what's happening to them here is also happening to people who look like them in other places. So our fight is not just a country fight or an individual fight, it's a worldwide group of people. Thirdly, I'm a mother of 2 African American boys. And let me tell you, every time they step through that door, my heart is up here. It's up here, and if I start crying, it's because I cry for them. And every time I stand in front of my students, these little black and brown boys, and see their beaming faces, I always wonder, what's going to happen to them? Or on the occasion when their fathers come in, at the end of the day, like sometime I'm at school till 5, 6, the dad will see my door open. And when those men start talking about how challenging it is to deal with what's going on with them out there, especially in relationship with the police, you said to yourself as a human being, what the heck is going on? And how can I best prepare their boys, their children, and my children for what's coming? And it is frightening. And I hear a lot of research talking and a lot of stuff, but that has not alleviated my fear at all. It has not, until we all get together and start doing something. And I noticed, I was sharing with someone at the table, I look at everybody's part of this organization, and the leader of this, I started this, and yet still, it's almost like Haiti. All of these nonprofits have been down there for years, and the country's still at where it should be. It's the same thing here with everybody running a nonprofit. Everybody's, but nothing is changing. It's not changing. And here I am, an old woman, and I'm thinking, what the heck is going to happen to my babies when they get to high school and on if we don't do something to take care of them? And I really applaud you boys who spoke today, because you have, I guess, some kind of resiliency, and we want to know how to bottle that. We just need to know how to bottle that. Thank you.
Well, with that, we'll wrap up real quick. That's a good place to start right there. Zyrel, how do we bottle it?
It's hard to put a figure on that, but I can just say what my mentors have bottled into me is it's not just a matter, it's a matter of knowing what you're doing and what example you're being and what example you're trying to set. Because by learning these things, learning your own history, learning the statistical information, learning this research, you learn that most people that learn this stuff and leave, they don't try to come back to make a difference. And that's what messes it up, because if I have a younger brother and he's growing up here and he goes through the same things I do, why should I leave and go and get a job that pays me well while not coming back to ensure that he's raised well, to ensure that the future kids in Morningside High School, any high school that has to go through these issues in the inner city has to deal with it. I want to make sure I'm in the position to come back and make that difference. And that's the mindset that we all share. That's that resiliency that we have. We know that if we don't do it, we can't expect someone else to do it for us. We have to do it.
Yes. I'm going to close real quickly just talking about the power of expectations. We talked about the data and what could be expected after you spend time and your team spend time working these numbers and giving it to the practitioners. The power of expectations that chief of police are going to have officers that are out there doing the job that they need to do versus the job that they're forced to do because of expectations that they might have that are unfair of those who they're there to protect. Educators have a power of expectation. Like Dr. Goff said, you are in the right business because your expectations are high for your students. I can hear the last speaker on the mic who said, I have expectations of my sons to come home, but there's fear behind that. And we've got to get past the fear. We've got to know the numbers. And the work that you guys are doing on all the levels that you're doing, it helps us to have better expectations of what can happen, the changes that can happen. So with that, I'm going to allow you guys to, well, actually, we're out of time? We're done. Okay. I'm just going to ask you all to give them a round of applause because they're doing the work, you're doing the work, and this is one conversation that we have to help change things. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Orfield. Thank you so much, Zyrel. Thank you so much, Dr. Goff. Thanks.
So what are you going to study?
Let's give them another round of applause. And I want to thank you all for staying to the end. We have 2 more speakers, but I want you all to give yourself a round of applause because you stay all day long. Thank you. It's been a great day so far. I think it's been worth it. Y'all think it was worth it? So yes. So with that, we're going to invite Josh Prashalt, the president of the California Federation of Teachers, to come up to the stage. And then after that, Veronica Melvin. She's the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Promise and member of the President's Advisory Commission for Educational Excellence for Hispanics. They will close us out. Thank you all again. It was an amazing day. This was live streamed on YouTube, so you can actually, it will still be up, so you can go back and you can look at it. So again, thank you very, very much. You all have a good day. Here's Josh. Come to the stage.
Are we going to sit up here together?
No, you can just
close it up like this. Thank you very much. I really give it up to you all who stayed to the end. So you've heard a lot of great presentations today, and I'm not sure I can add anything that's going to be dramatically different, but let me just share with you some of my thoughts about this initiative and how we think about it in terms of public education. First, for those of you who are still here, let me let you know that I was a high school teacher for more than 20 years at a high school right down the road called Manual Arts High School. And I'm proud to say that the young man who's the program director of Challenger Boys and Girls Club was my student about 20 years ago, Derek Daniels. And so we hadn't seen each other in many years, and we compared notes and how everybody's doing. So this is a fantastic location, and I'm proud to be here. This is an amazing place doing fantastic work in this community. For me, the challenge of being involved in public education and being active in a teachers union is about figuring out how we can both change what happens in our schools and create a different narrative about the needs of the communities in which we live and work. And part of what we're trying to do in the California Federation of Teachers is to actively build alliances with parents and community, because we know as a teachers union we only have so much power, but if we build that power with our community partners, our ability to change what's happening in our communities is much greater. And for that reason, we were part of an effort a couple of years ago in California to put a progressive tax measure on the ballot. We started off with something called the millionaire's tax, taxing millionaires to pay more in their taxes. And it eventually became Prop 30, one of the most progressive tax measures in American history that has dramatically improved the situation in public schools in California. It doesn't mean that we still don't have many, many more needs, but for the first time in many years, we're not cutting programs and laying off teachers, and we're beginning to reinvest in our schools from early childhood through higher ed. But much more needs to be done to really, in a serious way, take on the issues of boys and men of color and communities of color. I believe we're going to have to really invest dramatically in public education and make schools the kind of oasis they need to be to provide opportunities for children and young people who are growing up in communities very often where those opportunities don't exist. We have a long way to go. The California Federation of Teachers, just to give you an example, this last year we put forward an initiative called Healthy Kids, Healthy Minds, to put a full-time nurse in every school, to put a full-time mental health professional in every school, and to open school libraries before and after school. And we could not get that out of the legislature, even when it became just a small pilot project. So when we talk about initiatives to change conditions in our schools, people can, talk all they want, but when politicians aren't willing to spend a few $1 million to make that a reality, we have a lot of work to do to build the kind of grassroots alliance that forces politicians to do what they should be doing. Today I was a co-author of an editorial in the Sacramento Bee with one of our community partners, California Partnership, and it was about looking at the current state budget, and rather than putting money into a rainy day fund, it was about taking the state budget and allocating an additional $5 billion to communities that have been cut for the last few years. And apparently the governor was not very happy with our editorial. So I think we accomplished what we wanted to accomplish. Our schools need a lot more resources. But if we just focus on our schools, I think we're also missing the boat. The fact of the matter is, our communities need a lot more than just good schools, which they absolutely need. Our communities need decent jobs. They need jobs that offer hope, not only for young people, but for their parents. Our communities need recreational facilities. Our communities need adequate health care. Our communities need a dramatic change in what's happening, what's currently happening. We've had those periods where communities had those opportunities. Unfortunately, we live in a time in American history where private industry doesn't seem to be interested in coming in to this community, for example, and investing in good jobs. Maybe they're interested in investing in minimum wage jobs, but those jobs don't provide a future. And if private industry is not going to do that, then the federal government should be providing those jobs. And we have had a history of that in this country. During the Great Depression and the New Deal era, the U.S. government created good jobs, rebuilding the infrastructure, painting murals, rebuilding schools. We're going to need that kind of initiative if we're serious about raising up poor and working class communities and communities of color. And I think the only way that we get there is to rebuild the movements, the political movements that began to offer hope for millions of Americans. And that means creating an alliance of labor, community, education unions. And so I think we've got to get on that agenda. It's going to take some time, but unless we build that alliance, as the sister said earlier, we're going to be coming to these forums. Joyce said, we're going to be coming to these forums for years and years, wringing our hands and talking about the way things should be. We need to rebuild those movements, and that's going to take real work, but we've done it before and we can do it again. Thank you.
I know, it's great to see you guys, and again, thanks for staying so late. My name is Veronica Melvin, and I am the Executive Director of LA's Promise, which is one of those unique partnerships that's worked with the school districts in the union to help ensure that every one of our students in South Los Angeles graduates and goes on to college and career and has success, and we're working at Manual Arts. And I'm happy to say if you come to Manual Arts, you'll see 5 full-time mental health providers working in a student resource center. You'll see a wellness clinic, and you'll see an abundance of wraparound services that support our students' success. Let me just tell you on the mental health side, those 5 mental health providers see 1/3 of the school's population and are providing one-on-one treatment to those students every week or every other week. In terms of the needs of our community, when we talk about what needs to be done to support unique students, either living in poverty, young men of color, stress, neglect, abuse, we need to know what the needs are of every community and make certain that we're corralling resources from an abundance of different areas to ensure that those students and families are succeeding, and to making certain that a school community of all the stakeholders are working together towards a common vision. And that's really what we have found has worked. And so we work at Manual Arts just up the street on Vermont, and West Adams Prep a little bit further, and down the street a couple blocks at John Muir. So I'm happy also to see this event happening here at the Challenger Boys and Girls Club, a perfect venue. And I'm also a commissioner on the White House Commission on Educational Excellence for Hispanics. And they asked me to speak today to really kind of give a summary statement from the White House in terms of thanking everyone for being here, for acknowledging the fact that the My Brother's Keeper initiative is a joint effort, as you've heard today, with the various commissions serving the African American, Asian Pacific Islander, Native Americans, as well as Hispanic students. And I think you guys all know that that's the type of collaboration, I think that's the theme we've heard throughout the day, that's needed to bring robust resources and solutions to the issues that were raised today. I'm also here to communicate the fact that you guys will see, and you have seen, that the second term of the administration has been squarely focused on equity. And it's been about equity in education, for the most needy students. And I think that we've seen that evidenced if you heard the President's speech about early education and his focus on early education and making certain that we start closing that achievement gap before students even step foot in a classroom or an elementary school, because we know it starts really early. Or about ensuring that third grade reading levels don't become predictors of dropout rates, but really become predictors of success. And how do we ensure every single student is reading at grade level early on and constantly across their K through 12 trajectory. We also know that for young men of color, it's attendance and suspension issues that get them in trouble in those middle and high school years. So what do we need to do from a smart, strategic, systemic level to ensure that our kids are coming to school every single day and that we don't see the issues that they find in their own community of those poverty or of neglect or any other barrier that they find, that those don't become excuses for suspending them, but rather we find real solutions to keep them in school so that we overcome those barriers and use positive behavior systems to address their needs and support them and their families. And finally, for our undocumented students, with the extension of DACA for students, as we know that our undocumented students far too often live in the margins. And so I want to praise the various staff that have been here from the White House and acknowledge those that have been watching from afar, and know that they have been diligently taking notes, and their goal is to figure out how we bottle this, to your point and what we talked about. How do we bottle this to make certain that we come out of these series and sessions of listening and debate and really arrive at a place where and land on some common things that we should all be doing to see dramatic improvements in the outcomes of our young men of color. So thank you all for your time, your energy, and all of your great ideas. We appreciate it. Thank you.